animals in schools that want to get shot, maybe they should just have guns too.
Oh my god.
That was way after 10 seconds, you fucking idiot.
Well, how is he supposed to know? He's got a grandfather clock telling time.
It's true.
He only does the timer every hour.
Exactly.
Look, man, I'm sitting here in my 10 minutes in the future time zone, and I even could count to 10.
Which means you were complicit in every terrorist attack recently.
Why'd you have to? I appreciate you calling me out, but you didn't have to call me a fucking idiot with such with such
sincerity.
Yeah,
Sorry.
well, I didn't know.
From the heart.
Tell me how you really feel.
I love your thrifting. I think it's really cute. I love your grandfather clock. I love all
I
the
love
women's
you,
clothes
you
buy.
fucking idiot.
I do. I do like your grandfather clock. It's very cute.
Am I-
I was a little. I had a little built-up salt because I've been rewatching the sessions. And I'm just like.
Am I your fucking idiot?
Hopefully, I hope you can always be my fucking idiot.
Aww. I like that he started to say he loves your clock, and then he like stopped himself and downgraded it to I like your clock.
I can turn it down. That just I have to take it off the wall.
I wasn't trying to downgrade it, but I was like, just trying to. I was like, I don't know. I'm flustered now.
Maybe this is illustrative of how
feel
Dre
bad.
feels, but this is how I feel. I don't love your grandfather clock, okay? But I love that you have it.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I think the fact that you have a grandfather clock is kind of stupid, but the fact
I think
that you
also, like, at
one is, like,
the very
neat.
beginning, he did say, it's, and I quote, it's not a grandfather clock.
Yeah, true.
I mean, I don't know what the difference is. Like
A grandfather clock is...
A grandfather clock has to be like a
standing
standing one. Yeah, it's just a wall clock that has a chime.
And there's a grandmother clock, and I think they're slightly smaller.
It's a cuckoo clock.
It does have a pendulum and a chime and everything. It just doesn't. It's not like.
Whoa, wait, it's got a pendulum?
Yeah.
Fuck
a
it, this thing's
clock.
full of shit.
Yeah, I bought it at a Goodwill for $25, and it's worth at least $600.
Whoa, wait, why does he tell
Have you
you?
not heard me gush about this clock before? It's the only reason I have it.
What? How do you know it's worth at least 600?
Because, like-
through that one.
He took it at, what's it, Antique Roadshow.
Okay,
I
maybe
watched
not
a
this.
lot of daytime TV.
Maybe not this particular one is worth 600, but like you look at this. Like I looked up the serial number and the model for this clock, and they're selling them brand new for like $600 to $800.
You could snake oil someone into buying it for 600, probably.
Probably
Just get rid of your morals.
Even if I don't get 600, I bought it for 25. If I can get at least 3 digits out of it, I'm sitting pretty, right?
Anyway, hello.
Don't judge me, feck.
Welcome to Wildfolk.
Wow.
It's session 44. We're moving right along.
Walk me through it. Fuck you.
Fuck you too.
And that's why
That was
Kaz will not be
spicy
joining
today.
us.
We're all like real angry today.
Oh, it's good though. It's spicy. Caliente. You guys are having
You
some
pronounced it wrong, you fucking...
Caliente?
I don't speak German. Can we stick to English?
Wait, what do you mean I pronounced it wrong?
You said caliente.
No, caliente.
Fuck you.
A says ah.
A is but you
Yeah.
said it A.
Well,
Do the fucking recap.
I'm American. You have to
Caliente.
forgive me. You guys have all
Well,
finished up.
Welcome to Wildfolk. We
First
play
of all,
Eventually.
Mexicans are also Americans.
Also, Branch is also American.
Okay, continental Americans, yes. But not from
What
the
do you-
United States of America.
Unbelievable, this guy.
You guys are having some downtime. You finished up your missions in Avarice. You've all regrouped back at the Landfall campus. Some of you have some things that you want to do before you embark on new missions, and also you know that any minute now, a dragon named Argumentivex is going to show up. And hi, Bill. Oh, are you okay? Hi. Yes, you're going to be fine. And pay you. You guys are going to get paid by this dragon, at least according to Severalex, who flew you back on short notice after some of you finished up your work in the Old Growth near the Vesper Estate. I'm just going to pull us straight over to the Landfall Tavern. If you guys want, you can sort of just fast forward until Argumentivex gets here if you just want to jump straight to that. But if any of you have things that you would like to do before a big spooky dragon shows up, call it out. What do you guys do? What do you guys want to do?
So we have like a day or two.
He's supposed to show up later tonight, actually. this evening is when he's scheduled to show up, and it's kind of mid-afternoon now, so you have a few hours.
Where's my big mommy dragon? Where's that one?
Severilek is here. She flew you to the portal, and then, assuming that you guys allowed her to, will follow you to landfall.
What time of day is it?
Oh, I thought she went back to the old grove to protect it. That was
That is her long-term plan, so it's up to you. She will default to doing that, but if you guys want her to stick around until her master gets here, that is totally fine.
What time of day is it?
It is like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Actually, it might be good for her to stay in case we need to ride back.
Understood.
I get paid by Finn Darwin.
Wonderful.
Could I use this time?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
go ahead.
report everything we did. Essentially, hey, we did the thing. Your tree is ready, all that.
Let me pull up the notes to see how much they owe you, and then we can play that conversation out. Baby boy, what
Yeah,
do
that
you
was
do?
a side gig.
Oh, right. Right, you had the special arrangement with them. Do you remember what the gold value is on that? You can lie to me.
No, I'm not gonna lie to you. But make me rich.
7 copper.
Branch and Kez also had their own arrangement with them.
Digging through notes. Here we go. Session 30. Group after Moresco and Gorchka.
Guys, this isn't fair. I get a girlfriend and then immediately try to send her into like the dark abyss of a side quest. Where she'll never be seen again.
I mean,
Yeah, thank God.
that's on you. Kaz got his
Nice.
man and left him safely back in Gorchika to cook breakfast forever.
My boyfriend's evil.
My boyfriend turned me into a cat.
True.
Sounds like a lot of situationships.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like instead of the typical D&D, everybody having daddy problems, this is like, oh, I have boyfriend problems.
Yeah, I think we all need some relationship counseling.
Yeah, somebody's got to
Yeah.
get on that.
My relationship with Severelax is extremely healthy.
You met her like 3 days ago.
Yeah,
And
she's also like 300 and you're 18.
She's great.
She's
great.
the definition of cougar has never been more appropriate.
True.
She's a
agree.
borderline predator.
We
In
can all agree
7,000
that's
years, when she kicks it, I am gonna inherit the horde.
You won't be alive.
Watch me.
You gotta lay some real good pipe to get on Dragon's Will, I think.
Ayo.
Just be like me. I've never been loved.
Aww.
That's so sad.
I
Truth hurts.
I think you've existed for 3 weeks.
I've
If you
existed
have-
before that.
Oh, okay. What'd you do with the old mask? Can I have it?
It broke.
Oh.
And that's not a face mask. You can't have it.
Fair
You
enough.
can see it though. It's in the graveyard.
What
Oh,
happened
I see.
with my mask on?
Oh, I have like a little. What's my little tiki mask? My little spirit mask. What happens if I put that on?
I'm sorry, baby boy. What was the question?
I asked you what happened if you put my mask on.
What happens when I put? Well,
If you put
I
me
don't
on.
really have a character for that one yet.
Oh, you.
Would I just pretend to be you? That's gonna be difficult. I don't know how to do the accent very well.
Oh, just take some practice.
Do you practice to do your accent?
Oh, yeah. We all practice your own accent. That's how we start learning to talk.
Oh, that's fair. Oh,
Oh,
I'm baby boy.
That's pretty close.
I'll work on it.
I need to do some research before this dragon gets here.
Okay, perfect.
I messaged you about wanting to see if I could find a fey creature that digs through stone or burrows in stone.
Yes.
I talked to Drake Meta, and I don't think anything exists other than these tiny little dwarf-like Fey men, which isn't what I'm looking for.
Fair.
But I'm probably going to go to the library and use the book that I got from Bone Boy and research.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, excellent. Okay, sorry, I've been digging up notes on the side. All of this quest stuff was tracked in that cool quest plugin that we were using, which broke with the updates. Now I have to export a bunch of JSON files and find it all manually. However, that's boring and we can do it between sessions. We'll figure out the exact number. For now, Finn and Darbin are going to come through and they're going to pay all of you for the work that you did.
All of us?
Yeah, you guys each did different quests, and I will get the exact numbers once I get the JSON shit exported.
We also did different side quests,
yes,
I think.
Some of you had different side quests. Narafi had one, and then Kaz and Branch also had one. They are going to discuss all of that with you here in a second. However, the first thing that happens is Darbin comes over to you, Fetch. And he hands you your payment. He says, by the way, we looked into the elemental, the big turtle dragon thing, like you said.
The volcano guy.
The volcano guy. You were kind of right, actually. So we did a little research. We put a couple of teams on it. There's a lot of different types of volcanic dragon turtle things. At least 3 that we could find. It turns out it's kind of like crabs. Evolution kind of favors that. A lot of different things turn into a big volcanic turtle that spits fire. We found that
I don't know what 3 of those words mean.
Oh, well, the important thing is
that carry on, I'll figure it out context.
Right.
He can speak in cheeky and just,
True.
I assume we were speaking in cheeky, but also evolution, really? Carry on.
True, that's
Cheeky
probably
word.
not a very well-known concept to a lot of people.
Really? In the continent where everything changes.
First of all, everything changes on the continent due to magic. Evolution is literally not involved.
Also, literally,
Evolution
the history of this world is that dragons evolved from dinosaurs.
That's kind of true.
That is kind of true. With that said, Fetch is from a place that doesn't have libraries and whose education is all word
Oh, that's
of mouth.
true. He's fucking idiot.
He's not a fucking idiot, but the education that he received is mostly about medicine and survival and hunting and things that are
generational storytelling knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I honestly don't know what evolution would have been like in a lot of these places in sort of an 1850s setting. But again, that's not
Probably more mutations than evolutions. Considering.
We're getting wildly off track, but we can dig into that in a bit. The important thing here is that we talked to Gigi after we did all this research, and he essentially said that no matter what kind of giant magma turtle volcanic thing it is, a plate should work. It just has to be some sort of a protective shell from something that lives in a very hot environment. He did actually say that's like a dragon, an iron dragon or a red dragon would work as well. So we have flexible options, and I just wanted to let you know that we did look into it. However, when we were looking into it, we also heard news that apparently there is a very large and very angry fire-breathing turtle that came down from a volcano after it erupted just a couple of days ago and has been just terrorizing the eastern border of Padakak.
Dang, what'd they do to it?
Well, we don't really know for sure. We know that territory mostly belongs to the Emmerich. They do a lot of mining over there. It actually wouldn't be the first time. Apparently 40 or 50 years ago, right before the Ascension, they did some mining. They hit a vein of stillstone and caused a huge explosion and almost killed one of the Windgulf spirits. It wouldn't be the first time that the Emmerich showed up, didn't know what they were doing, mined too much, and caused a natural disaster that got the elementals pissed at them. Is the gist that I'm getting.
Ooh. Sounds like that's a predictable outcome to the situation up there.
You'd think, but, they're new to the place. They don't understand how things work here. They come from a place where the land is essentially just dead. There's no magic, there's no elemental energy at all. They can dig wherever they want.
Well, this is what happens when your leaders don't have spirit weavers to advise them. Speaking of which, they need one. Speaking of which, Landfall needs one, and it can't be me. I'm not trained enough. You should get one to advise you in matters of spirits and nature.
That's
also consider hiring Sevilla. She's an alchemist. She brews healing potions. She's incredibly talented. She turns into a dragon, and she loves gold because she's a dragon. You should hire her.
Oh, we generally don't just announce that, but it's okay. It's fine.
Also, I'm pretty sure she has a job.
I do have a job.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I'm very well employed by my master. I like to stay in his service, but I am happy to be of use to the extent that I'm able to.
It's fine. The brat can handle the Spirit Weaver bullshit.
Darby kind of
Wait,
jumps
who's
in.
the brat?
He points over to Ruko, who's having a poop.
Right
Is he
here.
really
on
have
the
to be
floor right now? Ruko, you have to. Ruko, you can't do that here.
Really have to be more specific if you're going to call everybody a brat.
Back in the day, Francesca was kind of our go-to guide for this sort of thing, but, she's long gone. In a better place. But you're right, we should hire somebody new to do it. You seem knowledgeable, Ruko seems knowledgeable, Sketch seems knowledgeable. Maybe we can talk to some of you if you're interested in a longer-term arrangement with us.
I'm not knowledgeable, not even close. I barely even started training. You need a proper one.
That's fair. At the very least, it shows our ignorance. You, with very little training, were able to point out a problem just at first notice. We'll see if we can be an expert on it.
I'm quite good at identifying when giant walking mountains spewing lava out of their turtle mouths are, some kind of supernatural creature.
He meant the water well.
Oh,
I
the
can
water
tell
well?
every single time.
Well, our water well is just a normal water well, but I still like where you were going. It's good to know about.
Yeah, that's a good question. Does the water well here empty into a cave? It does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that was the first one. Yeah, never mind.
Wells with caves at the bottom are my waterfalls with caves behind them. I feel that every well should have a thing at the bottom of it.
You're just training
water.
little kids to jump into wells. But by the way, kids at home, do not jump into a well. You won't survive.
I don't-
There's no
Kids
cave at the
shouldn't be
bottom.
watching this.
Kids
Kids
don't
This is
should
an
not be
18.
watching this.
This is an 18 plus. Kids are legally not allowed to watch.
If you're here, get out.
If you jump
you're a
down
kid,
to the
jump
bottom
in a
of
well.
it's going to be full of a bunch of autonomous dry corpses, and then one really big one at the end with a bunch of hands and one big mouth, and you don't want that.
True, but you will get the lens of truth out of it, so
Yeah.
I don't know if
50-50.
it's worth it. Do you really want to see the world for what it is in this day and age, in this economy?
Yeah, they made a game about that. It's called Bloodborne. Just bail. Don't do it.
Anyway, I don't know whether it's still worth looking into or not, but if you go looking for a big volcano turtle spirit, we know there's one over there. We know the area has lots of elementals, so this one probably is the elemental kind. And we know they're fucking up the Emmerichs for some reason. Apparently they're calling it Volkwolf, but the locals call it Gamarodo.
Right up. That's good to know. Why do I think that the Emmerichs probably deserve it? Hang on. The Emmerichs have done something nasty to me, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, you would know that the Emmerichs are people who invaded this place like 50 years ago. They're outsiders, they have lots of technology and no magic, and they are allied with the Azantics who are raiding your coastline. They're bad guys.
That's the one. Yeah, that's why. They're allied with the Azantics. Yep.
Yeah, they're the people that made the warhounds that are, killing your people.
Yep.
God, I would love to get on that creature's back and ride it into battle.
The turtle?
I would need some really insulating shoes.
I was going to say, you would need some very good saddles for that. Anyway, here's your payment, as promised. And again, once I get all of this quest stuff working again, I'll get you an exact number. I think it was like 300-ish, something in that ballpark.
Mm-hmm. At the very least, talk to... And by the way, this is a private conversation between me and Darvin.
Sure.
At the very least, talk to Severalex and buy a bunch of her potions.
You, are you looking for a wingman? It feels like you're looking...
No, I got this in the bag already. I'm just saying, I'm doing a. Her potions are fantastic.
Okay.
Landfall needs potions.
That's true. We do need potions. We've been
There
in
you go.
talks with Petey Jericho, but she seems to be more of a classically trained chemist, and frankly, everything that Petey sells kind of smells like bog water, and I don't know if I want to be drinking bog water potions for the entire time that we're running this.
There you have it. Potions are brewed by an honest-to-goodness dragon.
Right. I do think you're not supposed to say out loud that she's a dragon. It's fine. I'll pretend I didn't hear it.
Well, I think in both languages, what would you call would you call a dragonborn only a dragon? You would never call a dragonborn a dragon. I guess that's true.
That might be true. I haven't put enough thought into it. You might be right. They might just call him a dragon. Either way, it's good enough. Oh, right, I understand. Gotcha. Of course, you were just talking about the dragonborn. I see. Eventually, he's going to come over to Kaz, and actually, yeah, Finn will probably do that while Darwin is talking to Fett. So Finn comes over to you, Kaz, and Branch, and basically hands you your money and says, how did it go?
We found a pretty secure place to put it. No one's gonna bother you. Maybe some extra knowledge on what's actually going down there could do you well, right?
Yeah, I mean, the more info you can give us, the better.
Okay, how's your end of the deal going then?
Well, we were able to find several people on death row and pulled a couple of strings. We can get them out anytime that you're ready, but it is kind of we don't want them to just sit up here because they will go missing, and Cyrillin is going to start looking for them, and we need them to be long gone by the time they start using divination. But when you're ready, say the word, and we'll have them here in 3 hours.
Don't you have that pool, the one that can track if they're using that shit and get rid of it?
So that's part of the Alcazar that we're trying to get online. I think that's what we need the lava turtle shell for. You'd have to talk to Gigi or Darwin. They understand it better than I do. But yeah, we're working on getting that online.
Give them the information, Cass.
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's cooking and pooping at the same time.
I just can't remember what specific information it was.
Sorry.
It's been 2 months.
It has been 2 real world months, and I also forgot.
Your target's undead. Or at least where you're going to invade. It's fucking ruled by the Desolate King, that guy that
Wait. Thernaliax is undead.
From what we can understand, yeah.
That's interesting. Okay, that's good to know ahead of time. I won't bring any poisons. I was hoping not to run into him at all.
Well, all his thralls are, too. So, more fucking sunlight magic shit you got, the better, I guess.
I wish we had Rita. Finn and Darwin, we're just the punchy boys. And the stabby boys. The point is that neither of us have a lot of magic.
Maybe you should start outsourcing. Need more help than you have on you now. Find someone else that can help you, right?
Fair.
We got a resource right there, and he points to fucking Rafik. If there's anyone who knows more about the fucking Desolate King than anyone else on the planet, it's him.
Is he new? Where did you... There's something familiar about him, and I don't want to make assumptions, but where did you meet him?
He didn't tell you yet? I thought he already told
you. Soft reminder, he already knows.
Oh, you already had your conversation?
I had a conversation.
Okay.
I gave you papers the first time it happened.
Oh, right. Okay, sorry. So much to keep track of. Okay, yeah.
No problem.
Okay.
Soft reminders.
I appreciate it so much. All right. Well, yeah, maybe
In the background, Rafik has brought some food from Zulakara. He teleported her briefly and just set it on the table for everyone.
Perfect. Wonderful. I forget what all the dishes are, but I'm sure they have some...
Yeah, he picked up a bunch. He can't eat it himself, but he's like, hey, everyone must be hungry.
Perfect. All right. Well, the plan was for it to be a stealth mission anyway, so maybe if nothing else, we'll... Oh boy, I would hate to do a stealth mission, find out that we can't finish it, and then not have the tree for next time.
Do you know what the floor plan of his place even looks like?
Nah.
You know where he keeps his kid?
We know that she has a room of her own. She talked about it sometime. We know that it was on the top floor, and we know that it looked out over towards the east side of the castle.
And when was the last time you talked to her?
A couple of years ago.
You've got a fucking portal that lets you talk to anyone now.
Most of it doesn't go through. Like most draconic lords, I'm sure the place is warded to shit.
I suggest you find something that lets you communicate at least a little bit with her before you do this.
Yeah, one of the reasons we were getting everybody back together, and basically the main reason we were getting everybody back together for one last job is because I knew we weren't going to be able to do this without Rita. And the fact that Rita is not here is really throwing a wrench in things. So it might be a double rescue thing. We might have to save Rita and then go save Lila. Anyway, it sounds like they were talking about maybe checking out Rita soon anyway, so maybe we'll hold off for that and see if we can throw some extra resources into that plan.
So that seat's gonna last a while, I'm assuming.
It'll last until we use it. Or, theoretically hundreds of years when the magic wears off, but it'll last long enough.
Can I do a quick perception check on him? Sure. And how much did he actually plan this out? Or how much of a plan is actually going into this?
Sure. Yeah, give me an insight check.
Also, he's obsessed with Rita.
Ben?
I might be totally misremembering. I thought the seed only lasted 30 days.
Let me double check.
I could be thinking of something else.
Yeah, I'll have to double check my notes. I thought it was indefinite until used, but that might be wrong. With a natural 20 branch, you actually are able to get a very good read on this. Not just through what he said already, but you continue to converse with him.
You read that Darwin is not the plans guy.
Yeah, Darwin is definitely not the plans type, for sure. Finn is more of an improvising type, but he understands the value of having contingencies. And the impression that you get with a natural 20 is they did a ton of planning for months and months, maybe even a year or two since this all happened. And that plan was having Rita here to do all of the dispelling, all of the counterspelling, all of the divination. And the fact that Rita isn't here is really throwing a wrench in all the plans that they made. So now Finn is trying to quickly come up with a backup plan. And a big part of that backup plan is, we should just go get Rita back so we can do the original plan.
You're really nothing without other people, are you?
Who is?
Yeah. But you're still willing to do this? You're gonna die out there.
I mean, what else am I going to do? Sit here and let her grow up there?
Wouldn't it be better to know that her actual parents are still alive?
From the sound of it, if I am hearing correctly, they aren't.
Whatever they make of it. Biological, fucking whatever you decide.
I don't know about you, but I don't think that just because you donated some DNA to somebody doesn't make you their father. Ternaliax is an asshole. Worse, a tyrant.
Whoa, what the fuck is DNA?
I don't know. Something Rita talked about all the time.
I need to look that up. That's something I don't know.
Yeah, apparently it's something in your blood. It's the humors that make your...
How come when I do this joke, I get called an idiot, and then Rafik does it?
Well, no, it's you're
I
talking
think he's
about
just calling him out.
you're talking about the white humor.
The white
No, he's
humor.
talking about dick, nut, and ass, right?
When you do it, you bring it up.
For the record, out of everybody here who would actually understand the concept of DNA, it probably is Fetch. They have a blood god who is all about
Whole blood thing.
bloodlines
Or
and
baby
families.
boy.
Or maybe baby boy too.
Gonna look up blood rituals and find out a link to Zulakara. I'm like, DNA. Weird. Why is it called DNA?
They probably don't call it DNA, but
Dana.
everything that we say out loud is being translated to English automatically by us.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. It's like in those sci-fi shows.
Exactly. The first
It's like
three
in-
sentences of this campaign were spoken in the proper language, and then we just switched to the English auto conversion. That's how it
Fair.
works.
Oh, like
DNA.
fucking Hot for Red October. Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
We have a cool in-world word for DNA.
Yeah,
They just call it bloodline.
something like that.
DNA, more like deoxyribonucleic acid.
Hey.
Jesus Christ, guys. Okay.
That was hard for me. I consider that a curse. Okay, that was the first one.
I'm so proud of you. It was a very good time to bust out a curse. Put a nickel in the jar.
Yeah.
Just to finish this off, I guess, Branch will just whatever. As long as you get your end of the deal done before you go to your likely grave, just finish what you have to do for me and Kaz.
Of course.
And then he'll start to walk away, but then put his fucking prosthetic arm on Finn's shoulder, and then say Is she really worth that much?
There is only one other person in the world who comes close. And she means the same thing to him, too. I would die for this. That's fine.
Not gonna appreciate you not being there anymore. And then he pats him on the back and probably walks away.
Wonderful. About this time that Darbin finishes up
I
the
have a hand
conversation with
raised.
Fetch, and we have a hand raised from Lush. What's up?
Questions in regarding this Finn and Branch conversation.
Yes.
Was it was this happening around me? Because I don't know if I know that Dragon T, Big T, is undead.
Fair. Finn would have been a little bit quiet, specifically about a Weaver Range 10 death row prisoners. He doesn't say that one super loud. The rest of the conversation, he doesn't keep secret, unless Kaz and Branch try to keep it secret. So yeah, they're just having it at the bar. You could listen in if you wanted.
Yeah.
There's no reason for us to keep it secret.
And then going off of, I know this is a huge stretch. Is there any way that I could use my arcane security to kind of hack into the scrying system we have and try to bypass magical security that is blocking it?
Interesting.
Or even just like give it a slight chance that it could work instead of just no chance of it working.
Right. What a good question. You're also a spellcaster, right? Yeah, this seems reasonable.
I've never casted a spell before.
No, of course not. Definitely not. Here's what I'm going to say, and I'll write this down so I remember it. Essentially, if you participate in any way in the magic that does the scrying, whether it's a ritual or casting a flat scrying spell, as long as you are contributing in some way to casting the spell, if the target gives some sort of a save or some sort of a protection, they would get a status penalty to their save. Or if it's the other way around, if you're making a check against something, you'd get a bonus to your check. I'll call it a +2. I'll need to come up with a ruling for if there is not normally a save or a protection. It might just be something where like you're allowed to fish for a crit. So let me do a little research on the exact rules. But yes, being an expert in arcane security and a spellcaster, it seems reasonable that you would have a better chance than most of getting past arcane security that protects from like divination and stuff.
All right. I'll share that. Sorry, I'm a little lightheaded right now, so I'm not going to say that in character, but I will share that information with Finn in case he wants to actually try to scry on his not daughter. Excellent. Which I've just learned now is not his actual daughter. I don't know who these people are. These people, neither of these two have ever talked to me before.
Hi. That would be incredible. You can do that. You can get through defenses like that.
Oh, I do it all the time.
I don't know if we've talked before. I'm Finn. I know we met very briefly when all of the new recruits showed up, but there were like 50 people here.
Oh, I'm Baby Boy.
Baby Boy. Is that your given name?
Oh, it was given to me,
Right. Sure, if you're offering, we, I guess we'll try to do a scrying ritual later tonight, if you want to help.
Oh, sure.
Or a contact ritual or something.
Oh, that sounds good. I have some things I got to get ready for, but I'm still waiting on Argumentivex to get back.
Argumentivex?
That's not a secret, right? Like, he's just...
Finn hasn't heard about it, but it's not a secret, apparently.
Oh, Argumentivex is going to we helped him out with the name Rafef.
None of that was like any.
I know.
None of that was words. That was.
I got some of it.
It's hard enough.
I could
Baby
usually.
boy speaking English.
I could usually pick up. I could usually pick up what Lucia's saying. That one was.
That was
that you bailed real hard.
That was all Haggis, my friend.
I heard Argumentivex in there, and then something about dragon, and then I lost it.
Okay, I honestly don't remember most of what I just said, but
okay.
I'm pretty sure it was along the lines of that. Yeah.
I love this character so much. Okay, yeah, totally fine. I know there's a lot to catch up on, but we'll let you know when we do it, and if you're willing to help, we'll come grab you.
No, you don't happen to have access to some miners, do you? Like with the pickaxe, not like children.
Right. I mean, yeah. There's definitely a few that have shown up to do it. They kind of showed up looking for work, and there's not a lot of places that need mining done around here, but we've been kind of temporarily setting them to masonry. Most of them are able to at least kind of do a little masonry to get some of these buildings up a little faster. But yeah, if you have an actual mining job for them, that would be great. They've been looking for work, and we've been looking for a place to put them to work. What do you
Nice.
got?
And you seem like a pretty sneaky boy, no?
Yeah,
So you know about traps?
I know a little bit of trap making, yes.
What about explosives?
I love explosives. I'm not good at making them, but if you have a chemist, I like using them.
Well, we're not giving Rax it here, but if you could join us, I have a plan that might take care of the big T for us.
The big T.
I can't. I'm not gonna. I refuse to say anything right. Argumentative X is like where I draw the line.
Understood. All right, yeah. When he gets here, we'll sit in on that conversation and talk with you about it. All right. Anybody else have anything that they want to do before Argumentative shows up?
Just the research.
Perfect. Is this which research? Is this the getting contacts one, or is this a different one?
Oh, this is trying to find a fake creature that burrows in caves, so that you can hide the trap. And then also, like, I don't know how a lot of things in Pathfinder work versus 5e. Prestidigitation is a cantrip. And it can be used to clean things up. Still correct.
Let me double check.
And I was thinking I might need a wand for this. If obviously we have a whole bunch of miners going into this cave, we don't want it to look like a whole bunch of miners have been in this cave.
True.
If it is, yeah.
As long as you sustain the spell. Tidy. Yes, it is still a cantrip. You can still use it to clean things.
Okay, I don't have it. If I wanted to get like a wand, obviously we can do this some other time, but I might want to get a wand for it or something where I can cast it constantly. That way we can clean up the cave system and not make it look like kind of hide our tracks.
For sure. And cleanup in this case is probably actually like dirty. You make it look natural. You make it look untouched.
Yeah, and then I don't know if I could I don't know how scrolls work for this, but I might need a spell scroll for like shape stone. But it's not occult. It's arcane and primal. But I figured that might be a good way to hide the dynamite. So just like literally just cover it with rock.
Absolutely. I don't know if Baby Boy would know this, but once he gathers up people, he would also tell you that like miners know how to drill holes in rocks. They do it all the time for detonated explosions. This is what TNT was invented for.
It is. Mining. But when we went to this cave beforehand, you said it looked very natural. So if we start putting
that's true, yeah,
unnatural holes in it, it's going to be. That's why I was looking for. I want to see if there's a creature that does it. That way, it's like, oh, a creature's doing this.
I see. Okay, go ahead and give me when you're doing research. Give me academia lore. That is very good.
I was really nervous.
You're able to find pretty quickly that there is a lot of stories about a fake creature called the Korrid, or Korrids, that plural. The creatures are called Korrids. And Korrids are like little impish gnomey things that have big old beards that like cover their entire body. They essentially look like walking beards, or beards with arms and legs that poke out, and they just run around like that.
How tall are they?
They're small, so they're just a couple feet tall. And they are avid cavesmen and miners and diggers. They use magic to shape stone as easily as waving a hand. They can talk to stones. They can shatter stones. They can't, like, burrow, but they use a lot of magic to shape rock easily. And that is one of the easiest things that you found. Is if you were to get the helper in service of a handful of Korrids, that would make this very quick work.
I guess the thing is I want to make it look like whatever work is done. Like, obviously, whatever we do the trap with, I want to make it look like it was done by a fake creature. That way it looks like it's just natural.
I understand why you're looking.
Yeah, I'm trying to disguise our trap to look like it is just the natural workings of a fake creature that lives and does stuff in caves.
I gotcha. Yeah, this would be totally fitting. Corrids are a pretty common fey creature. They dig through holes, or they dig holes around in caves all the time. And if you wanted to, they can also just close it back up. So you would dig the hole, put the TNT in, and then close it back up, presumably with some sort of a mechanism to like trigger it at the appropriate time, unless you're setting it up as just like a tripwire trap. But yes, the point is that you have found a fey creature called the Corrid. You could try to summon a few of them, and they would be able to help you dig holes
How
without being noticed.
I out of character don't even know how I would even find or summon these creatures. Is that something that's actually feasible to do, or
Well,
would it be easier to just like mimic them?
I gotcha. So you could definitely mimic them if you also got your hands on Stone Shape, which is a fourth
level
level.
spell, I think.
Yep. So if you were to get a wand or something that let you do Shape Stone, that would do it. You could potentially try to fake their footsteps somehow. They essentially just look like little gnomes or people. So if you wanted to leave footprints, it would just be tiny humanoid-looking footprints.
I'm assuming you couldn't do that with Presto, though, could you?
I don't.
It's
I
just
don't
cleaning,
think
unless I
so.
guess you cleaned up in the shape. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, no.
Probably
You
not.
can also soil.
It can soil. I would let you like stretch the limits of Presto to see how much you can like make it look like a footprint. There would definitely be a check involved, is what I'm getting at. Alternatively, there might be spells that let you summon Fae. Surely that's a thing. Let me look real quick.
Yeah, higher level ones. The lowest level summoning spells are like the summon undead ones.
Perfect. It looks like Summon Fae starts as level 1.
Okay, it's one as well.
However, you would have to upcast it to summon better things. Korrid is a level 4 monster, so you would need to have at least a 5th level Summon Fae to get it.
Yeah, and I can only do level 4 spells right now, so that's out of the question.
So you'd need
If
a
you
couple more
get
levels.
a scroll of 5th level summon Fae, you can summon it.
True. There are no like
How
level requirements
long
on
does it
using spells.
last?
Like was it 10 minutes or an hour?
Sustained up to 1 minute. But that's
1
enough
minute,
time for
even
it to
lower.
shape stone a couple times.
Okay, so that would be a shape stone, maybe just for the trap, but not for like we still need regular miners. Okay,
For sure.
Cool.
Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, you can get multiple copies of the scroll though. They are expensive.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing too. Is it's also going to depend on like how much it's going to cost. Like right now, I have 200 gold.
That number is about to go up.
Soon as Feck does his job.
Do your fucking math, you nerd.
I already know how much Argumentavex is paying you. I thought that all the quest stuff was saved, and it is, but it's in JSON format for some reason.
Yeah. And then I'm going to try to make it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Argumentavex.
Perfect.
Hey, B2, where are you? Have you seen Dum Dum?
Who, me?
Yeah, who's this too?
He said B2. He was talking to me.
B2.
Which one's the Dum Dum?
The dumber of the twins. The loud one.
Oh, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. He's right here. Talk about fetch, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Rude.
I was trying to find you while you were doing research.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have suggestions.
Cool.
What you working on?
Oh, I'm working on a trap.
For?
Oh, we know that the two dragons are going to be going to the old growth. Perhaps going down into the cave system to get some of the chronotridite. So I'm planning to cause a cave collapse to crush them to death.
Let me tell you, traps don't work.
Why's that?
First of all, bad experience. But if you're gonna try it anyways, what are you thinking?
Well, if you have an experience, you should just share it with me. If it's not going to work, rather know now.
Well, what's your plan?
Going to use dynamite in the chamber with where the chronotridite is at. Hide it with a shape stone. Have it be detonated. Perhaps have Cass help with the detonation one, and then set a secondary trap up near the front as a backup that will not be installed until after about 10 or 15 minutes after they've gone into the cave, so that it's not there until they are going in. And then if one or both of them survives, we'll trap them in there, and maybe even have Argumentavex use its breath if we can leave a small opening, and we can just put them to death as they are trapped in their humanoid form.
That sounds actually very reasonable.
Oh, thanks. I've been trying to work on it a lot. I've been trying to draw pictures, but it shows you a little picture and like there's like pictures of people mining, and it's like all just a whole bunch of little bearded men.
Well, be sure to tell me how it completely backfires later.
Oh, I'm sure they will. That's why you have to come up with backup plans. That's why I'm hoping none of it to be there. But we shall see.
You don't think they're going to notice that people have been down there?
I do plan on covering our track with some vegetation, making it look as though there's no footprints at all. The biggest thing is going to be leaving the cave open while also removing the chronotriodite that is used to open the cave. So if that's enough for them, they can just take that. But I think we can get around that pretty easily.
That spell doesn't leave any sort of like magical residue, does it?
God.
You would just know this. You're an occultist. It's literally your field of magic. You'd be aware that all spellcasting leaves like little traces of occult sympathy behind. It's not easy to pick up on it. It's not like it would ring up on a detect magic or anything like that. It's a permanent alteration. It doesn't leave a magical aura any more than like using cure wounds on a person makes them magical for the rest of their lives.
Oh.
The only other backup plan I wish I could have is getting a load of water in there. One of them is a iron dragon. It will really fuck him up if he tries to. I guess if he being a human wants, it really doesn't matter.
Well, if they're in their humanoid form, I think a bunch of water is going to kill them slowly.
Aye, but as I just found out, one of them is undead. Makes things a little bit more difficult. So I'm hoping that they would just be crushed to death and undead.
Yeah, undead is tricky.
Well, argument that is a necromancer. Perhaps he can come up with something to aid in this.
Oh, seems like you've got a pretty solid plan.
Oh, I thank you. I would say without encouraging you, because I know that you did something really bad. Your plan was really good too. You kind of really fucked shit up. So I stepped up my game.
Yeah, it was a good plan. Anyways, I need to go find Dum Dum.
He's probably with the dragon lady.
He is.
Cool. Great. Wonderful.
Drowning in. I don't know if I can say the word, but we all know what it is.
And if you don't mind, Severalix is going to be in a conversation before you get there, Tex, and you can find him at the end of that conversation.
Yeah, I just have one lesson for
Yeah, go ahead.
BB. Unfortunately, Time Girl is, has just terrible diarrhea. So can't do it right now, but at some point, I'll just look into my memories. Could you let me look into the metal mutt?
Oh, so instead of looking into your memories, allow you to look into his?
Yeah, or like talk to it. It's unconscious right now, right?
As far as you guys know, Drifter is in Jane's bag of holding, conscious but kind of low on energy. It didn't get a lot of energy last Monday.
I do not know if I have a way to do that.
Yeah, you actively did.
It is. You've essentially peered into its mind, and it was very weird, but you rolled very high. You got the impression that
And then
there
you brought everybody else in there too.
Right.
Oh, true. I guess I could try it again. Hi. What you looking for?
Great. I wanted to ask if it recognized a couple names. Or a name, really.
You think you may know the demons inside of it?
I don't think there's a daemon inside of it at all, honestly.
Oh.
I don't even think Yeah. The stuff that was in there isn't a daemon, it's just energy. It's just raw spiritual energy.
Has a consciousness? Isn't just raw energy with a consciousness made of sympathetic energy a daemon?
I don't think that whatever consciousness is in there is the same thing.
I see. Oh, I must admit it's outside of my wheelhouse.
I think there's several things in there going on.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I can try it again.
Great. Maybe we can do that on the train or whatever the fuck is happening.
Maybe I might not be joining an interview. Actually, I'll probably just spend most of the time at the mines with this plan, depending on how it goes without argument of X. Wow,
That's a real tricky name with your accent.
it really is.
Yeah.
Really just cruel.
I can't believe I got a compliment from Tex.
True.
Something bad is going to happen.
Oh yeah, you're fucked.
An omen of ill fortune, to be sure.
I'm gonna go look for Fetch.
Perfect. Fetch, while this is going on, Severalex has come to you and asked, is it an okay time if I take a closer look at all of the, you know how I said there's a bunch of energy that's kind of lingering on you?
Oh, on me?
Yeah, you and your brother, actually.
Boy, this is feels like the first time I've heard this. But I take your word for it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I noticed it when I first met, and it's only gotten stronger. I picked up some things while I was here. The portal to Octima is so terribly useful, actually. I was able to find all sorts of implements there. The point is, this won't hurt. I just need like 5 or 10 minutes to do a quick ritual. I'd like to study it a bit more.
Oh, feel free. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm covered in magical gunk from all of this crap we've been doing. Several magical rituals, scrying. I'm sure people are scrying on me. I was inside a giant fish.
Any, like, big exposures to magic, especially elemental magic? Like an explosion?
Being inside Jabu Jabu's belly, yeah.
Jabu Jabu. Tell me about Jabu Jabu. Is that an elemental?
A humongous, either a monster or a water elemental. I think it might have been. I'm not sure, actually. I don't think it was a water elemental, actually. Now that I consider it. Have been close to an elemental? I mean, I rode Zerchun recently.
That's a very big elemental. Maybe that's it. Could be. Huh. Granted. Did you have a stressful time on Zerchun? Were there any accidents, anything like that?
That was pretty sick, actually. I mean, it stepped on our wagon. We weren't in it at the time.
Did you care about the wagon?
I mean, I think the wagon's owner cared about it.
Okay.
And then I think Jane cared about it because she rented it.
The reason I ask is because the energy that's lingering on you, it's sympathetic and elemental. And that combination is a little weird. Normally you only see this kind of thing when somebody's gone through something very stressful or like a magical accident. This is one of the ways you get sorcerers, right? Is, somebody lives through a volcanic eruption or a storm or a big electrical explosion, and the magic kind of clings to them and it forms sort of a magical core inside of them.
I understand. It's a spirit weaver's power. The primal energy of the spirit weaver is different from the other casters. I've been communicated with in my dreams every single week for the last couple of months. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of primal energy rolling around.
Certainly, you do get trace amounts of sympathy from dreams, but I really can't overstate how much there is on you. It's bizarre. This much energy normally would just immediately form a spirit. It would become an elemental of some sort. And the fact that it's just kind of sitting on you like a glob instead of attaching to the weave or becoming an elemental or dispersing is strange. It's odd.
Yeah, Fetch fails to understand this. It's not going into his brain. It's going directly into his ego. It's skipping the frontal cortex. He's like, yeah, of course I'm filled with power. What do you mean? Of course.
Yeah, that tracks. Right. Well, I'm afraid because it's natural magic and not arcane, it's a little outside of my wheelhouse. Even arcane magic is a stretch. I'm a chemist, not a mage. But I can't. You should try to find somebody that knows more about natural magic and elemental magic. Somebody that, a primalist or an elder or a spiritualist or a shaman or somebody who knows this better. I don't know what's going on, but
I've been desperately trying to find a proper spirit weaver to give me one lesson. I understand that Ruko is a spirit weaver, but some people seem to think that Ruko is like a full-fledged spirit weaver, but I thought that maybe he wasn't, but maybe he is. Maybe I should talk to Ruko then.
Might be worth talking to Ruko. Certainly.
He's asleep though.
He is asleep. I also heard that he has terrible diarrhea.
Ruko has pink eye. You can't interact with him right now.
It's going around, and those two things usually go hand in hand.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
how did he get pink eye? He wears glasses. What the heck?
They're not goggles. You could still get pink eye. Especially when it takes them off to wipe them. It's actually spreading it. It's a bad thing. No contact with Ruko for a while.
All right, everybody's going to have a mandatory hand-washing seminar tomorrow morning.
God, yes.
Let's go.
It can only get so erect, you guys.
It makes so much sense that Tex would also be a neat freak.
All right, so Severlex can't identify the source of the thing?
Because he's the cat.
Or are we waiting for the ritual to complete?
She's kind of finished up the ritual and she looks up to you.
Okay.
So yeah. I mean, I have a lot of conjecture. My guess would be that you were in some sort of a big elemental accident or you came into contact with somebody with a lot of elemental magic. But if neither of those things happen, your guess is as good as mine.
I'll think about it, but I don't think either of those things are true. But
it's about this time.
What will be, will be. I turned into blood once.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I did. Or did... No, I didn't turn into blood. Sketch turned into blood.
That's, strange. I don't know if there's blood elementals. I guess there might be.
All of elemental magic is the magic of life, and blood is the essence of life.
That is true, actually. That's incredibly true. You might be onto something. I've never encountered a blood elemental, but I'd see no reason why it couldn't exist.
All elementals are blood elementals, in a way, in a manner of speaking, just a different kind of blood.
Yeah.
Maybe that was it. Maybe I'll talk to Sketch about the turning to blood thing. Or did the blood just run out of his body? Actually, he didn't turn into blood. The blood ran out of his body. Yeah, that was weird.
It is a little weird. Anyway, I wish it was more help, but I can at least try to point you. You got to find a very powerful primal spellcaster, a natural spellcaster, or a shaman, or a spirit weaver, or something like that.
Oh, don't worry. Yeah, like I said, it's already on my list. I gotta... Hopefully a spirit weaver.
Perfect. It is about this time that there is a knock on this tavern door, which is kind of weird. Nobody knocks when they come in here. But
You sure it's not scratching from a cat?
no, it's like a very well-defined knock. It's like a very crisp, clear knock.
I call out occupied. Occupado.
Oh, you're learning Menko.
Very well.
Oh, sorry. I know Wex is sassy too. We
wait.
full.
Y'all come back later, you hear?
Am I in the right place?
Okay, so I'm not talking to Sketch. Or Fetch.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I forgot that was queued up. Yeah,
I thought you were leading into that. I thought Tex was like knocking the door for something.
Yeah, that's why I was like, you sure it's not scratching?
I have the memory of a goldfish, and I forgot that Tex literally had a queued up thing. Yes, it's scratching at the
Goldfish
door.
have good memories.
Yeah, they do. That entire thing is just a wives' tale. It's Tex at the door. Tex, go ahead.
Hey, Dum Dum. You still having nightmares?
Yeah, and it's slowly killing me and destroying my brain.
Good. So, I'm right about everything. So, I can help you fix your little nightmare problem, but I'm going to need you to help me track down the source.
I'm on it.
Okay. I am so glad that I came to you first. You're always down for everything. So, like I told everybody, weeks ago, the source of your little curse or whatever is a daemon that I know named Somnum. He unfortunately don't know where he is, so I'm going to need the help of somebody that is very attuned to different spirits like you and is good at tracking like you to help me hunt him down.
Ugh, I can only see spirits of nature. Can we use the augury
We could try.
or the orrery? Yeah, that's the one.
Could try taking a look. I would have assumed that he's in Blemidil still, but unfortunately, people aren't. People have been moving around a little bit, so I don't fully trust that he's still there.
Well, we can rule it out a little bit if we look at the map. If we know he was in Blumendill and he's probably not in Blumendill anymore, there are a couple of places he absolutely would not have gone, and that is Immer right now because of the lava dragon. He probably wouldn't have gone to the dragon territory either. So that only leaves like maybe one or two different options.
I have a reason to. No, never mind. I think you're right. We should try the augury first.
I don't know. You really trust in a you really trust the first idea of a dum dum?
You're frankly, you're a fucking idiot. But you have very good intuition when it comes to spirits, typically.
As are we all. The problem is, I spoke to spirits earlier in the building. I saw several of them, and I did not see you or Drifter. There's only certain types of spirits I can see.
That's probably fine.
Okay.
Look, the point is that I suspect that whenever we confront him, ideally, it'll go very smoothly and he'll hand over his toy and I will, and hopefully uncurse all of you, us.
Sounds like wishful thinking.
Well, we have a amicable relationship at the moment, and I'm hoping that he will want to continue that.
I just. Oh, go ahead.
Of all of the Golden Fiends, he's one of the weaker ones as far as combat is concerned, so I don't think he'd want to get into a scrap. But as you're experiencing, he has a very nasty ability to curse people and torment them to death.
What a terrible spirit.
Yeah.
Is he a spirit or is he a demon? Because I understand demons function a little bit differently than spirits, right? Spirits are forces of nature. They don't have minds that can be changed. But
right. He's a daemon.
Okay.
So he could be reasoned with. With your nightmares, you've never been asked for anything, have you?
No, never.
Huh.
Well, I take that back. No, I've been asked for something every single time. I keep hearing, help me, help me. Does that count?
Not quite. Normally, he traps people in nightmares and then asks for something, demands something, and essentially extorts them for various different things.
Oh, like in exchange for the cessation of the nightmare?
Right.
That has not happened.
Right, which is odd. That's why I think that he might not be the only cause. But I think that if we stop him, we'll at least be able to cut it off.
And at the very least, if anybody knows anything about terrible nightmares that are tormenting people and driving them slowly insane, it might be the spirit of nightmares.
True.
Not a bad idea. Why do you know the spirit of nightmares on a first-name basis?
He was one of the Golden Fiends.
Oh,
Old.
yeah.
Old colleagues, I could say.
It's hard to remember the names of all of them, you know.
Yeah, they're all a mouthful except for the Dark King.
Oh yeah, everybody knows that one. That guy.
Mm-hmm. Do you want a refresher?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, go ahead. I mean, just in case somebody else is listening and they don't know about it.
Right, of course. So there were 4. I'm sure there were more, but the 4 main Golden Fiends were myself, Textoris Melodia Funeris. There's the Dark King. It was Somnum Exteri Solabat Sapiens. And then there was Nocturnus Avis Qui Mutat Fortunum.
Everyone's favorite.
Yes. I know that Nocturnus is currently residing somewhere in Unio, which is why I'm curious and suspicious that Somnum might have moved away from Blemadil as well.
That is one of the safe options that I mentioned before on the map.
Yeah, the Dark King is like a genie-ish individual. He tries to make deals with people and frequently turns them wrong. You ask for somebody to be resurrected, they will come back as a zombie and kill you. You wish for a fortune, it'll be stolen money, and then you'll be arrested. That sort of thing.
All right, quick out of character, is a genie an elemental in the setting?
A genie is an elemental in this setting, yes.
Can I knowledge check on it?
Absolutely.
Do I know of a shadow genie?
Absolutely. Give me a nature check, or if you have a more appropriate lore skill, anything is fine.
I don't think I do. All right. But I'm a nature master. That's good.
Hell yeah.
Heyo!
Love that. Love that a lot. You absolutely know about all the different types of djinn. You also know that there are... Oh, there's a fun word that I forget with a G and a Z in it. But like all of the elements combined genies. All of them are sapient creatures from their respective elemental planes. All of them are humanoid-ish in appearance, although they often have like the wispy lower half of the body, like good old Aladdin genie. All of them usually present with very strong elemental features. You're going to know it's a fire elemental if you look at a fire genie. Tex has not physically described this creature yet. If you'd like to, Tex, go ahead and you can tell Fetch what he looks like. But I'll let you know in advance.
Like a...
Yeah, I can...
But just before that conversation happens, when he describes it, Fetch, you will know that this doesn't sound like an elemental, although the behavior is certainly similar to like a genie's monkey paw sort of deal.
Well, I mean, does it sound like a Jan?
Let me check. I don't know anything about Jan in this setting. Let me see.
You mentioned the genie of all 4 elements. That's a Jan. There's another, the Jan Genasi or something?
Oh yeah, Jan, you're right. Tex, go and describe it while I look this up and see what Jan actually look like.
Yeah, he'll describe them. I always forget their general appearances, but the Dark King is kind of like a hooded figure, has a bunch of horns, insect-like appearances beneath the cloak.
I think they're all on the information sheet, aren't they?
That is true.
Oh, true.
Also, this isn't really that urgent, but like, are you guys like the Golden Girls? Like,
right? No, look at the pogs. They're straight up Hollow Knight.
It is worth mentioning too. There are a few dozen Golden Fiends, but this was your circle. This is your group of Golden Fiends, and you know what? You're totally the Golden Girls.
Who's the slutty one?
Tex.
Oh, definitely the Dark
Tex
King.
was the slutty one.
Oh yeah,
Oh, the
Dark
Dark
King.
King.
Definitely the Dark King. Look at him.
Who's
Yeah.
Betty White?
Oh, that's a tough call.
Betty White's the dumb one that everyone loves.
Yeah, the luck one would be Betty White.
I think Tex would be like the really sassy, uptight one.
Yeah.
All right, guys. You're talking about Sophia. Okay, so there's Sophia, Blanche, Rose, and Dorothy.
Tex would
I
be
wasn't
Blanche.
young enough to watch it. I'm sorry.
Okay, fair enough.
I know it's a good show.
Betty White was Rose.
Blanche is the tall one, right? That's Tex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
So-
Very sarcastic.
Anyways, yeah, Tex will go about describing the visually. Much of that. Yeah, Somnum's main thing was trapping people in nightmares, and Nocturnus is he's bad luck. He just people that are around him or in his vicinity end up just kind of dying under mysterious and ridiculous circumstances. So
Butterfly Effect style. Final
you-
Destination.
if you run into him, just stay as far away as possible, because otherwise you're going to trip and choke on your own tongue.
As is my eventual destiny, anyway.
Well, I still need you to help me with Somnum here, so if you could hold off on choking on your own tongue for a little bit.
Cut it out before I choke on it.
No, God.
It's a figure of speech.
Is it?
Could be.
What's it mean? What's the context of it?
It just means I'll do my best.
Okay. Well, cut out your own tongue then, and I'll have to talk to your brother and Colonel Lassie too before we head out. But we'll see whenever that happens.
Yeah. Fun fact: if you ever lose your tongue, you can always get it replaced. There's a certain type of parasite in the ocean.
Oh God,
Never.
They have to eat your tongue, though.
horrible.
Is this like a real life thing or a D&D thing?
This is a real
Real
life
life
thing.
thing.
That's real.
For fish.
They eat
For
your
fish,
tongue, and then you get a
No,
new
they
tongue.
don't. They don't do it to people. They do it to fish.
To fish, they eat
They-
a fish's
oh.
tongue and then become the tongue.
Huh.
Yeah, nature fucking
It's-
sucks.
Yeah. Hey, guess what?
The
It's got a
ocean
really
has
fun name.
never
it's called,
lost in combat. That's all I'm
It's
saying.
called a tongue parasite. Is the name of it.
Ugh.
How
Also, I looked
creative.
Johnny kind of just look like people. They typically have glowing solid eyes, which is a pretty good giveaway. They usually have pointed ears, and they float around on wind. They kind of have like an airbender vibe to them. But they mostly just look like humanoids. They look like people. Which is definitely not what he just described Somnum looking like.
Right.
Or anything
Yeah,
else.
that is wild. He may look like a genie, but I don't know if he is. Maybe he is. Corrupted genie. The Shadowfell genie.
He's not a genie. He is genie-esque in his abilities, but that's about it.
Gotcha. Oh, okay, fair enough.
Genies are probably nicer.
Yep. When you go after this guy, you can count on my hatchet. I'll help.
Perfect. Well, whenever we get the chance, I'll check out the augury.
Good first step. Yeah. I think we still have enough reagents to activate it once or twice, but I could be wrong about that.
So it depends on which ritual you're trying to do. If you're just trying to contact friends, it's anywhere between like 50 and 100. If you're trying to do a scrying, I believe that essentially the Murmury is going to act like an unlimited scroll of scry, which puts it at 150 gold per use.
Fuck that.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, we just got paid, but I don't know how much I got paid.
You're about to get paid.
I know
Right.
one of those things relied on like scry gunk, or what that's what we were calling it at the time, I think.
Yes.
Is that a thing that I could learn to craft?
Uh,
Engineering and master crafting,
so it's kind of
magical crafting, alchemical crafting. I'll pull out the list if you want me to.
I like it. You can absolutely use your crafting stuff to like harvest or refine scry gunk, which would essentially let you make the equivalent reagents at whatever discount the crafting would normally give you. And I would have to look up the crafting rules, but I think it's like a 10 or a 20% margin if you roll well.
Yeah, that can be like a between session thing. I just know if it's like a resource we're going to use a lot, I can, I might as well use my downtime crafting for something.
Absolutely, for sure.
All right. Well, let's circle around to Kaz, and then let's pick him up, get him involved, and then we'll circle around to Darbin and get permission to use the Murmury. Then we can do that tonight, probably.
We'll see how long it's going to take Kaz or the smuggler to craft that stuff.
Perfect. I set up a spreadsheet. Let's go find out. Let's do it right now. But you're able to find Kaz easily enough. While I pull up this spreadsheet.
I think we're happy to pay full price and then get refunded the difference later.
That makes a lot of sense, and
makes
it'll also save us time during session. Good call.
Yeah.
Perfect. And you, Darbin, is of course like, oh yes, of course, you helped get it online. That resource is for all of you to use. It is just as much yours as anyone else's. Take turns. If somebody is in there, knock. But
okay, good. We're going to need absolute privacy and a little bit of security.
certainly. Hey, you three, and he just like calls over to some fledgling adventurers. You're on guard duty. Watch the door while they use the thing. And these three like fresh-eyed adventurers will follow you over there and watch the door and make sure nobody enters while you're using it.
The three of you, can any of you sense arcane power, arcane magic of any kind?
There's like a little Alan guy with glasses. Like I'm learning how to do a tech magic. I'm still new.
Good enough. Just focus on that. Just if it leaks out from under the door or something and it looks nasty, sound the alarm.
All right, got it.
And by sound the alarm, I mean go. Just like put your wings to your beak and go. Whoo! That'll be the signal.
If there's trouble, wouldn't I need to signal somebody other than you guys?
Well, the guards, the other two guards will know that that's what the signal means.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right, understand.
Yeah.
Perfect. You guys
want to rehearse this just to make sure you got it?
We can if you want.
Okay, I'm gonna be a dark and evil presence seeping through the door. Okay, and I get on all fours and I start crawling at the. Okay, now I'm looking at the other two.
Right. And they like rush over. How can we help? Weapons drawn.
No, you sound the alarm. You don't come to us. You sound the alarm.
Oh, okay. They run off.
Wait, not right now. It's rehearsal. Oh, God. Okay.
In the distance, you see them talking to Darbin. He looks over, he gives a thumbs up, and he sends them back to you. All right. Darbin says he'll be ready to help if we come for real.
All right, good. You know what? If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. That's what I heard.
Maybe you can kind of see all this happening if you would like.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys want. I can help out.
Yeah, I learned that from Narafi. He taught me a lot of things. He will be missed.
But if you want your privacy, I completely understand.
Actually, we're about to contact an eldritch creature. I don't know if it's good for you to be here or bad.
He's not an eldritch creature. He's a demon.
Oh.
Ooh.
Thought they were kind of similar.
No, we're extremely knowable. We're literally made of your fucking bullshit emotions. So maybe we are actually unknowable since you all seemed so eager to just forget about us.
Knowledge is not as knowable as you think.
It actually is. Actually, it's quite unknowable. Oh, but if you want, I can come with. I'm able to negate some emotional effects if he has any.
Baby boy, I'm going to put my hand on your shoulder. As the only one in the room, who has seen the world literally through your eyes, because I put your head on.
Mm-hmm.
I trust you, and I think
Oh,
you
I
should join us.
What's the spellcasting check for the augury?
Double checking.
I can do it if you want.
It looks
I have a +8 with a free reroll.
so for scrying, it looks like they make a will save.
Oh.
Oh,
Do they have to be known to the person?
Let's see. You magically spy on a creature of your choice. Planetary range. Targets one creature. Reading. Choose a target by name or touching a possession or a piece of its body. If you haven't met the target in person, the DC is 2 lower. If you are unaware of their identity, the DC is 10 lower. Neither of those are true, so it doesn't get any bonuses. You have met them in person, and you know their identity. So nope, they just make a straight save, and you're good.
Only
you
if
want
only if I
do
do
you want the help action?
it. I think it's still better for me to do the help action because my spellcasting checks are terrible.
Gotcha. Actually, hold on.
Unless you don't
All right.
want this guy prying into your dreams.
Oh, didn't think about that. I do have a crazy idea. If I cast Rewrite Memory on myself and I created a false memory of me knowing this guy, would I know him for this spell?
I think that there's precedent in other spells that fake knowledge does not provide the same benefit as actually really knowing. I know that's true with like certain illusory and disguise spells, where if you only knew somebody's like fake identity, you don't get the bonus. So I think that's kind of the precedent here, because you can't trick yourself into knowing it.
Besides, sympathy seems to be the whole theme of the campaign.
Also,
and,
if this guy
you can't create fake sympathy.
yeah. Also, if this guy's like peers into my mind, there's a chance it might just like be really bad for him.
That is actually kind of true.
I'll give it a shot. Unless you think you want to do it, Tex.
It's so fucking expensive. Good luck. I'll try and give you a hand.
Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna cast a spell.
Okay.
Up to I think 5 creatures to all give you the help action. And it doesn't. It can be with whatever lore skill they want. It doesn't have to be related to what we're doing. Oh, that's a recall knowledge. Maybe that doesn't work for this one. Never mind. False alarm.
Is it any spellcasting check?
It's any recalled knowledge. So I don't think this is a recalled knowledge.
No, for help action here.
Yeah, the help action here would be a spellcasting check, whatever your best spellcasting stat is.
Is nature one?
Nature is one, yeah.
All right. Weirdly, nature is going to be mine.
Can I help?
Yeah, anybody who's participating in this can give me a spellcasting check. Essentially, I'll take the best result, and this will modify your DC up or down. Or, I guess it would just be up.
Oh, sorry.
Uh, 22 is great. 22 is a success. That'll raise the DC by 1.
Can I hero point that? I've never spent a hero point before in my life.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm helping.
Heyo, there we go.
Hey, sick. Okay.
Do I need to make a check, or is it just them since they're helping?
Just them
It's
because they're
us.
helping, yeah.
Okay. You need to know my DC then.
Yes,
I think
your
it's
DC
18,
plus
18.
1. Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
19
hero
if
point
help.
my dude, that's cool.
Sure. I'll let you know before you spend more hero points. You already have a success. You're fishing for a crit, which is a 25. Otherwise, it'll be the same result.
Yeah. I've only got a +5, so
Understood.
I will hold my hero point.
All right, perfect. You guys take some time, activate the Murmury, and begin a scrying spell. This is targeting Somnum, is that true?
Yes.
Wonderful. The DC is 18 plus 1 for a total of 19. Do you guys want to roll his save, or do you want me to do it?
Whoa.
You do it up.
So Tex added one to the DC, but I didn't. Oh,
Oh, so we take the best
They
result between
stack.
the two of you. They don't stack.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Because Pathfinder doesn't like people helping.
Let's
Or
not
providing
pretend.
meaningful bonus.
Let's not
Oh, well,
pretend
why
that-
did you let me hero point it
You
then?
can, for the record, you can take it back too. I warned Kaz before he did it, but I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't do it for you. I should have done it for you too. But yes, just like 5e, you can't get more than one advantage. All right. We'll save +7. Here we go.
That's technically true, but also technically not true because you can give more than one advantage as long as it's an advantage of a different type.
True. Yeah, that's a good point.
That is technically true here.
Yep. All right. Here we go. Oh, just meets your DC.
Can we? I'm assuming we can't force him to reroll, can we?
Nah.
No.
Hey,
It was-
the dice.
The dice have
Tell the
spoken,
story.
I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one scrying. Takes about 10 minutes to do that one. If you guys want to try again, you can.
Absolutely not.
Understood.
It's a waste of time.
All right. With that, the machine kind of spins back down. The water goes still in the kind of viewing pool, and everything goes back to normal.
You guys want to help me look at my mama while we're here?
No, if that's what you want to do.
I have no money left.
I'm only assuming that Darwin will pay me enough to cover it.
Yes, you are absolutely going to have. I'll just tip my hand here a little bit. Darwin paid you whatever he paid, which was something in the ballpark of 300 each. I'll double check that number. And you're also about to get paid by Argumentavex in the ballpark of 900 each.
Oh, jeez.
God damn.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. Then I want to do it. If you guys don't mind helping,
Not at all.
No, I can do it if you want.
go for it.
You don't want me helping.
Is this the contact or is this the scry?
I've done the contact, and I'm contacting her every dream cycle. It seems like so. At this point, I think I want to scry to see if I can figure out where she is.
You haven't been contacting her during your dreams. It's fake.
Yeah, that might be true.
Of course it's true. Remember what happened with Time Girl and her dreams? Lady's
We did-
totally fine.
We did make contact her in some ritual, right?
Yes, you
I
guys
seem
have,
to recall that.
you guys did a contact friends where you put yourself, Sketch, your mom, and your dad all in one big group call. She was a little bit kind of out of it, a little unresponsive. However, notably, after you did that is when Sketch and your dad started having the dreams, not just you.
Oh, maybe we shouldn't do this then. I don't want to spread the disease to you guys.
I'll do it.
Are you sure? Because I can get Sketch to help me. He's already got it.
There's a decent chance that I already have it, and I have nightmares every night. Besides, it's a daemon curse. I'm probably immune.
All right, fair enough. We're not going to contact again. We are going to scry.
All right. Wonderful. That'll be
I'll help this time.
300 gold minus whatever discount Kaz is able to give you. We'll figure it out between sessions.
You will get cursed if you help.
Oh, and I won't help. You don't even need help.
That is a critical success in the action. That'll raise your DC. Are you an expert or a master in nature? Or just trained?
Just trained.
Okay, raise the DC by 2. Fetch, you're the one who's actually doing the ritual?
Yep.
What is your DC normally?
What, my spell DC?
Spellcasting DC, yeah.
Oh, good lord, I have no idea. I'm a master.
Should be on
let's
your
see.
page.
Looks like 15.
You're a master, really?
Yeah, it says
Master in
you're-
nature, yeah. Spell DC says 15.
Yeah, so you're a master in nature, but you're only trained in primal spellcasting.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That does bump it to a 17, though.
Okay, fair enough.
And importantly, let me double check. If she is... So willingness is a meta concept in this game. If you, the player, are willing, the spell works whether your character is conscious or not. And I feel like that can go both ways. I feel like her spirit, her soul, would be able to decide whether she resists this or not. But I need to look and see if she even knows who is contacting when this happens.
I'm not amazingly worried about it. Mainly because she's been tormented and tortured every single second of every day for the last 3 months. Will save can't be that high.
That's pretty true. All right, let's see.
It might be the darkest thing I've ever said about D&D.
It's pretty dark. I'm sure we've done darker.
Probably.
All right.
This.
Would you guys want, or I guess Fetch, do you want to roll her will save, or do you want me to do it?
You do it.
Okay.
I roll too well. I'd kill it.
You might.
Nat 20. Heyo.
Incredible. That's a fail. All right, let's see. You magically find a creature of your choice. It works like clairvoyance, except the image you leave is less precise. Can't be used for teleport and similar spells. Credit item manifests just above the target. Unaware there. Okay. Clairvoyance. Invisible floating at location within range. Can't move, but you can see in all directions from the point as if using your normal visual senses.
I can get a look at the box she's in.
True.
Might help. Plus, I can hear and smell, and I have the sense. I have the smell sense.
Wait, does clairvoyance let you hear and smell?
I thought it does. Or do you have to pick one?
Let's see, the eye can't move, but you can't see, but you can see in all directions from that point as if using your normal visual senses.
Oh, gotcha. Just visual then. Fair enough.
I don't know what you were expecting, but what you find when the sensor finally manifests is a hammock inside of a brig, inside of a ship at sea. You can see that it is rocking back and forth. It is on the ocean. And she appears to be unconscious. She appears to be asleep or sedated or something along those lines. You can see that she is breathing. She has her arms kind of folded across her chest. She's wearing rags. She doesn't look to be particularly well nourished, but she's not injured at all, as far as you can tell. She seems to be perfectly healthy. She's in one piece. She's not missing anything. You can see that around her neck there is a thick, heavy iron collar of some sort. And you can see that at the center of that collar there is a green gemstone of some sort right in front of her neck.
I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm gonna have to look into that. I did not expect to see this at all.
You get this vision for about 10 minutes, and for the first couple of minutes you just see the hammock kind of gently rocking back and forth, and she seems to be unconscious in it. Give me a perception check.
Yeah.
Do I also see this if I'm helping?
Yeah, if you're all participating. Unless you voluntarily choose not to peek, you can absolutely also see this.
Kiss my grits fact.
Oh my god. Ooh!
If I didn't help, can I still peek, or is it just like only if you like aided into magic?
That's up to you. So the situation here is that they suspect that anyone who connects with her might start having the dream curse too. It's up to you whether you believe that and whether
Gotcha.
you still risk
Even
it.
though we just connected with the dream demon that we thought was causing it.
Right. It is totally up to you whether or not you choose to believe it. And if you choose to join, you can join, assuming that they let you.
While you consider that, I just want to point out, I called it. I did say if you let me roll the will save, I'll nat 20 it.
Yeah.
This is the next dice.
True.
Called it. That counts.
If I can see if it like manifests in front of me to see, but I'm not going to like put my magic into it to like try and see.
Okay,
I
understood.
don't know how the magic here works. I don't know if it's one of those
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of like the like memory like starts. It's like a big astrolabe thing, and it spins around and stuff, and maybe the vision appears inside like a hologram.
I love that. I'm into that.
I'll throw a perception in there too.
Cool.
I'll let you have your moment. I have enough curses.
I can't see anything.
Kaz is so cool.
So all of you guys see what I've described so far, which is her seemingly in good health, although a little underfed, in a hammock, in a brig, in a ship, at sea. You see the collar around her neck. You see that there's a green gemstone set into the center of it. Tex and Fetch looking around. You see a couple of other hammocks outside of the brig, crew hammocks, presumably places where people who actually run the ship sleep. You see that there are crates, and you can see that there's writing on the crates. Do any of you speak or recognize Emmerich?
Negative.
I think I need to double check.
But I'll ask you a question that might
I'm throwing it in this.
sort it out anyway.
Sure.
You said that there's crates and blocks and stuff. Am I seeing colors? Am I seeing uniforms?
Absolutely. With your nat 20, you will also spot some uniform. So all of you see the crates. All of you see that there's Emmerich writing on the crates. We'll figure out if anybody recognizes and reads it here in a second. But Fetch, with your natural 20, you do see even more. You can see that there is a folded uniform, Emmerich colors, this kind of like olive green with a little bit of crimson. You can see the Emmerich writing. You're pretty sure that this is an Emmerich ship of some sort. And furthermore, through the porthole, you see a trail of black smoke floating up into the sky from the horizon, from the coast. You can see a little bit of coast. And you natural 20, and you lived in Karuki Choke. It is the exact same billowing pillar of black smoke that you would get from a volcanic eruption. There is an active volcano.
Yeah, that's what as soon as you said smoke on the shore, I was thinking, that's the dang lava turtle. Am I seeing any, like, teal, orange, and white stripes?
Great question. Not...
Which I believe is the Azantic colors?
Correct, those would be the Azantic colors. You don't see see any on this ship, no. Baby boy with your school and secrets, you don't recognize anything that looks like cult behavior here.
Okay. I think we're on a ship just off the coast of Eden.
Do I recognize that gemstone? Anything?
That'd be crafting, unless you have something more applicable.
I guess, more specifically, does it seem related or relevant to Somnum?
I see.
Tex has the big green theming. I don't know if that
True.
was
Give me,
between all of us.
you have Damon lore, right?
Yep.
Give me Damon lore. Obviously, you're friends with them. You're going to get a big bonus from that anyway.
Interesting. While he does that, are there any other examples of that particular thing, or is it unique to her?
Great question. Oh, no, Tex.
Hey,
Oh, no.
I know I said Kaz didn't want to look because he has enough curses, but can he just... Can that have just been... He was saying that to be cool. Can he look? Can I peek?
It feels...
I think if you look through your fingers, then you can block the curse with your hand.
So, the spell lasts for about 10 minutes, and it seems reasonable that when everybody's, excitedly talking about the cool thing on TV, Kaz is like,
Yeah.
okay, fine, I'll look.
And especially if it was, being projected, like Biscuit described it might be. Then yeah, I'll throw a perception at it if I can. Or whatever it was.
Perfect. Yeah, going to give me a perception as well, Kaz.
Come on, big number. It's pretty good.
Pretty good. That is high enough to see the boxes with the Emmerich writing on it, for sure.
Okay. So
If you speak Emmerich.
I sure do, and now that you've mentioned that gem would also be a crafting check.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me crafting.
You translate the boxes?
I don't know if that's too metagamey, but you said crafting and I got excited.
For sure.
You know what? You spend all of your character options being good at one thing. I don't blame you. Get in here. Check that necklace out. Follow your dreams.
Hell yeah. Baby boy, give me your best spellcasting check.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, and I'm working through all these kind of in order here.
Yeah, Eli was sleeping. I was kind of loud, but
I got you.
Tell him to wake up.
I did not expect to see her on a boat. I didn't. I don't know why I didn't think that was
Hello?
possible.
Hello.
I'm in. Do I feel like something is happening? Like magic happening on us?
Sorry, any magic is happening?
Do I sense like magic happening?
I mean, you guys are doing the scrying ritual. Are you talking about in the scene itself?
Oh, you just told me to make a check.
Correct. I need an occultism check to essentially recognize something that you might see in this scene.
Okay, that's important to know because I do have ability.
Gotcha. Specifically, it is identifying a magical item that you see.
I do. Yeah, I have one for investigating. I get a plus one circumstance.
Oh, perfect.
Bonus.
Amazing. Yeah, okay, so give me occultism +1.
You can re-roll it.
That is a success. You don't need to reroll unless you feel like fishing for a crit. Okay, let's work through these in order. Tex, after the reroll. You don't believe that Somnum has any sort of association with green gemstones in particular. He's got an association with stars. He has like that starry cloak over him. He's got sort of a thing for crimson as sort of his color. He's got the centipede going on. But never has there been any sort of connection to like gemstones or the color green or anything like that. Cass, able to translate Imric, you're able to see that all of these crates are stamped with the Imric word everything.
Spelled correctly? Or is it spelled weird?
Spelled correctly, but in Imric, yeah. Let's see. Going down the list, Baby Boy. You can tell... Or actually, no, where's Kaz's crafting check? 17... Kaz, you can tell that the gemstone is emerald and the metal is lead. And with your crafting check, you're aware that both of those are materials that have anti-magical properties. Lead and emerald are both renowned for being magic dampeners. And Baby Boy, you can specifically tell that the choker is it is an anti-magic device. It is used to prevent spellcasting.
Made from a similar material as my collar.
The material that your collar is made of is weird and otherworldly. It's
That's
also got kind of like a
kind of green.
blue sheen to it. It definitely doesn't look like lead.
Okay. Also, I would get lead poison.
True. And for what it's worth, all of you can see that like the fur around her neck is kind of chalky, kind of dark. It looks like the lead has had a lot of time to sit there and kind of rub off. Even causing some of the fur to like die off a little bit around there. Doesn't look like it is comfortable or pleasant. I believe that is all the questions that were raised so far. Another 3 or 4 minutes go by, and it just continues to rock and rock and rock.
Yeah, for the remaining period of time, I'm just going to use my nat 20 and stare out the window and look for landmarks.
Wonderful. I will keep your perception check rolling. You are a little disappointed to find that over the course of the remaining scry, the land gets farther and farther away. It is clear to you that they're sailing away from the shore. To the east, you're able to determine with your nat 20. You can tell that they're sailing towards the dark side of the sky. And it's evening, which means that would be kind of away from the sun. So they're sailing east. And assuming that this is the volcano that Darbin was just talking about, that probably means they're somewhere over in the Liberty Gulf sailing east. However, one of the 19s that was rolled between sessions comes into play. Near the end of the ritual, there is a little bit of a commotion. You don't hear it because you only get visual stimuli through scrying. But all of you see that the room momentarily gets a little brighter, like somebody opened a door. And as you kind of angle the scrying over to look towards the door, you're able to see 3 figures, 3 creatures enter this deck. The first is a scruffy human Imric lieutenant. I believe some of you, in fact, I believe all of you except maybe Tex, have seen Lieutenant Praxton.
Or where would it...
At the very least, I know that Cass and Fetch have seen Praxton.
From where?
Scruff. This was in the vision you did 1,000,000 years ago when you first unlocked the Athenaeum, and you started doing all those visions. This was the Imric man who was talking with Commodore Hookbill and Marlin Vitsky, the scientist, in that underground bunker. You know that he has ties to Drifter. You know he has been making deals with the Azantic Raiders, and you know that he is working with an Imric scientist. Lush, we have it. Hand raise. What's up?
Yeah, sorry, the internet in the dining room is not very good, so I keep getting cut out. Do I actually know this person? I don't recognize. How would I recognize him?
I don't know if you were there for that group. It's been such a long time, but it was the group that came here, beat all the mimics, and kind of reclaimed the Athenaeum. Were you in that group?
Oh, I think so, because I think
you
I'm
were
the one
too.
who set them off.
Oh, right. I remember because you went unconscious and it was almost about to be your reveal. I remember that. So yes, you've also seen this in one of those visions. And sure enough, you see that the second figure is the Warhound that he has with him. Where is it? Where's the special Warhound? There's our special boy. Yeah, where's the cool token?
On the map right now that you're showing this stuff at. Pull my screen over. Thanks. Sorry, I'm using the pad and I keep accidentally spinning all of the tokens on accident.
Totally fine.
I have no idea how I did it, so they're all crooked now, but it just gives them some style.
And then the third figure is this short ratfolk scientist in Imric colors. And you don't get any sort of sound. You are only getting visual stimuli, but you see that they all walk in and they kind of just walk past and then through another door deeper down into the next deck of the ship.
Oh my god, I love him. I wish he wasn't evil. Maybe he's redeemable.
You can redeem him. You can change him.
He was just following orders.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I mean, our space program was built by the Nazis. I'm just saying, it's...
This all happens near the end of the vision, and after they walk through the next door, it's essentially just another minute of sitting there watching the same scene as before. She is unconscious in the hammock in a brig next to a porthole in the ship, in the sea, a little bit east of a coastline where there's smoke billowing up that looks like a volcanic eruption. And then, after about 10 minutes, your vision is pulled back to the Athenaeum.
So a device like this could be used and put on someone, and it negates their ability to do magic.
Yes, you would be aware. What did you roll? You rolled really high. 21. It's not perfect. It can be superseded, but it's pretty damn effective. Essentially, they're going to have to make save every time they try to do any sort of magic. And that save, the DC is going to depend on the skill of the inventor who made it.
All right.
That save what? Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Essentially, it's a magic regulator collar. Anytime they try to do a spell or any other magic, they have to make a save.
Sorry, I cut out for the entirety of that part. Can you say it again?
Yes.
All I heard was they have to make a save.
Yeah, essentially, every time they try to do a spell or any sort of magic, they have to make a save, and on a failure, it just falls flat and the spell's wasted. It automatically tries to dispel or counterspell anything that happens.
Okay.
All right. That was informative. I really appreciate you guys helping me perform that ritual. It went really, really well. I need to talk to Sketch then and tell him what I saw. Before we go, baby boy, can I ask you a favor?
You can ask whatever you want. Just depends. I don't know if I'll do it though.
Okay. Can you stick one or two of your little tentacles under the door?
Oh, I have a test. Oh, hi. I'm gonna creep over, and I'm just gonna start I'm gonna wiggle my little tentacles under there and just start I'm just gonna try to slither it up someone's leg.
Yeah, my guy.
You hear excited footsteps as people start to run off.
Oh, perfect.
Get him.
Oh my god, it's so loud.
Oh my god, it's so loud. I'm so sorry.
Loud. It's okay, it's not your fault. How does this keep getting reset? Fuck?
Well, I open. And I help.
And I help. Alright. Anything else you guys are doing here, or do you head back?
I guess I'll go tell Darwin it's a false alarm.
Okay, yeah. You do see when you get there, he's like ready to go. He's got his weapon out. He's running back with the 2 guards. It's like, what's the
What
problem?
is
What's
the
wrong?
important question? The people at the door, what were they, creature-wise?
It was probably like a human and a lizard folk, and the mage was an owl. An owlkin, whatever they're called. A strix? No, not strix.
Right.
Whatever they're called here.
Oh, well, never mind. I was just going to be tickling them with my tentacles, but it might be creepy if they're like, sapient people.
Yeah, there's definitely a scenario where this isn't creepy.
I won't tickle them. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Fair.
Yeah. I'm going to put my hand on Darwin's shoulder. There's nothing wrong, Darwin. There is no emergency, but I want you to know that your soldiers served with honor, valor, and great attentiveness and attention to detail.
I'll be sure to take that into account when we do outfitting. I thank you.
That's what Narafi would have said, right?
Oh, probably, yes, actually.
Make sure to include this in their evaluations, please. Very important.
I'm
It's a
only going to
great
be
job.
able to go so far. I'm not doing paperwork.
Clock.
Mr. Clock in the background.
While all this is
Prophesize
going
clock.
on, Rafik, what are you up to? If anything, it's fine if you're just kind of chilling.
Oh, the entire time he went to the library, picked up a bunch of books on just like Zulakaran blood magic, trying to figure out the secrets of DNA.
And you checked them out, right? You didn't just steal books from my library?
I checked them out.
Okay, good.
I'm probably over there right now, just kind of poring over them.
Perfect.
And
I take
this is
overdoing library books very seriously.
yeah, this is what he does, kind of in his free time. Whenever he has it, he just learns shit.
Absolutely. All the
So
best
whenever he learns it, and then it becomes universal knowledge in the esoteric lore. So whenever anyone says, "How could you possibly know that?" I do. I
Yep.
know.
that makes so much sense. All right. Wonderful. Follow-up question then. What is Branch up to during all this?
Similar things actually. Kind of using like the fucking on the case thing to like try and look for any more. I know you already did a lot of research on it, but like with the current plan, like what could deities want with like a bunch of prisoners and shit, or like how would be like the best way to like safely travel across that area, the Lateon area, and stuff like that. But yeah.
Wonderful. So I think for investigator, is it just perception checks when you do your investigation, or do you have like a special skill for this? I honestly don't know if you have a thing for this or if it's just normal perception check.
Let me read the thing again. But I do think it might be just be a normal perception check, or like any check that applies to it.
Perfect.
Class feats. Where's that? There they are. Yeah, just put the thing in the chat.
Cool.
Did it go? Oh, no, it didn't.
Here we go. Pursue a lead. Clue in. Wonderful. Attempt a perception or skill check to investigate. If you don't have another skill, it would just be perception, which I think is appropriate here, unless you are like much better at religion, which you might be actually. You're an Edgesite.
Yeah, I might be better at religion here.
Yeah, totally fair.
Okay. Yeah. Wait, no. Perception better.
Okay,
There
gotcha.
we go.
I was gonna say I know they're one of the two classes that gets like a master perception.
Mhm.
Okay, wonderful. So there are so many reasons that supernatural and powerful creatures would love to have 10 prisoners on death row, even under the pretext that they're going to be killed. Having a soul under your control is like a great way to... It's a shortcut, right, for a lot of rituals. Because when you execute somebody and you entrap their soul, that's just a fuck ton of sympathetic energy that is essentially in a bottle. And it can never be destroyed. A soul can never actually be like dispersed back into its constituent particles. But it's still a ton of potential energy that can be used in magic, and then that will eventually like free the soul and they'll move on once all the energy is spent. So at a bare minimum, having a soul kind of entrapped is great for anybody that wants to do lots of magic. It's also especially great for demons and gods and angels who are very effective at converting sympathetic energy into magic and can use it to like bolster themselves. They can use it to strengthen themselves, even just having it nearby. A lot of divine creatures are empowered directly through sympathy, and if they have a subservient soul, they can force all of that soul's sympathetic energy into themselves. So this is just a long-winded way of saying that, boy, almost anything supernatural, and especially anything divine, would love to have a bunch of souls.
I can't. Can I narrow down what might be La Echolache's purpose for having it?
Yeah.
Considering that, like, I did research on them before. I think I got like a 20 on the roll for knowledge about them specifically.
Absolutely, and with the 23 on following up for specifically why she might want souls, you start to pour through all of the stories about her and what she does, and try to sort out which ones might be true and which ones might be false.
Okay.
The most base principle explanation that you can think of is simply that she needs to have energy to survive, and because she is so secretive, she doesn't really have like worshippers so much as people tell folk tales about her. It's possible that they are literally just an energy source for her. But with the 23, you start to notice like trends and themes in a lot of these stories. She's not just keeping them to keep herself energized. In a lot of the most recent stories from the past 50 or 60 years, she is almost like a merchant, like a trader. She trades in souls. She bargains. She trades souls for favors and favors for souls. She does exchanges. She does bartering, negotiation. She's a merchant, a soul merchant, essentially, is what a lot of the stories make her out to be. She gathers up the souls of anyone who dies at sea, and then she trades those souls away for other things.
Okay. Fair. And my other thing, is it possible to find out, like, to like help with like what's the best and safest way to travel to the lighthouses, considering our current like plans? Is that any of that come up in our research?
Sure. There definitely are a few stories that describe people who make their way there. Almost all of them discuss going to one of the lighthouses first, or working out some sort of a deal with a supernatural water elemental. The point that you get is that the terrain around Luteon is this deceptively shallow, rocky island chain, where if you don't know what you're doing, it's extremely easy to run aground through like shallow water. The tides affect it a lot, which means sometimes there will be just enough room for your ship to kind of sail over, and then the other times it'll be too shallow. It's very difficult to navigate. A lot of the threat comes from just unexpected shallows and running aground accidentally. And almost everybody who makes it there does so by controlling the lighthouse or working out some sort of a magical or supernatural way to navigate through these shallows.
Okay. Hey, is Rafik still in this library?
Yeah, he's over at the where the fireplace is, at the rows of tables. He has built a wall around himself with books.
Ah.
It's quiet time, no touchy.
So, Branch is gonna fucking rub his forehead, frustrated that it's more magic shit, and then look at the wall, the Yumi and this giant wall of books that I've built to keep us.
It's like a DM screen.
Yeah. And just walk over and be like, "Oh, I've been meaning to check this one out," and pull it out of your wall of books.
You've been meaning to check this one out.
Yeah, and then
Specifically.
And then now that I have a slit to talk to you through, I'll just like peer through and like, hey, Rafik, what's up? What's going on?
So I just flick upward from his book. Hey, what's up?
What you reading?
He holds the book up, and it's like an outsider's view of Zulaka and blood magic.
That shit's never gonna come in handy. Why not check this out instead? And he'll like slide the book he was reading on like soul stuff right now in front of you instead.
You want me to read about soul stuff for what reason?
No, I don't. Hey, would it be possible? I don't know shit about this, but like
this is smut. Soul stuff?
Soul stuff? Is this
about? Yeah, this is about fucking ghosts.
Is this about fucking ghosts? No, it's a very interesting topic.
Yeah,
honestly.
you know,
Is
there's a
it-
story about this brothel called the Frosty Maiden, where all the prostitutes are ghosts.
Yeah. There's like a drink in at like a bar here called that too. It's like
Yeah.
yeah.
I love the
Anyway.
rolling with this. It is actually 100% a smut book, but it's like full of suspiciously accurate things. So you're like, I think that this is probably based on truth.
You don't understand that esoteric knowledge can come from all things,
Yeah.
including
Anyway,
smut.
Yeah, I know it's called ectoplasm, but like, do you know anything about like disguising a fucking living soul to be a dead one, or like, I don't know. So
A living soul?
what I fucking understand from this shit is that like something alive gives off like a lot of energy, right? A
Vital
soul.
energy.
Vital energy. Yeah. Do undeads? Does the undead do that too? Do
Yes. If you can sense void energy.
void? Is that the same thing?
No, they're two parts of the same coin.
Could you feasibly do the same rituals with undead things as you could with alive things?
It depends on the ritual.
What about like inherent value?
What do you mean?
It could a fucking psychopathic magic user use fucking a living soul, give off the same, if they were to experiment on a living soul, would it have the same like quantity of stuff as a dead soul, as an undead soul?
So you mean on a living person, right?
No.
Not. What do you mean? There are no souls that are living.
There are no soul. What are you talking about? There are no souls that are living. I'm alive.
So a person, a soul inside a body is a person.
Are they
Without the body, it's a dead thing. It's void.
For clarification, Branch genuinely doesn't understand this.
It takes a few minutes to explain the basics of like death.
Okay, so fucking yeah. So an undead thing is a soul?
Most souls are undead. Yes.
Most souls are undead. And what's the difference between a living person and an undead soul then?
Well, a living person usually has a body with the soul intact.
Yeah, he'll go into the book fucking fortress and whisper.
And they require everything a living thing needs to live. Outside of myself, for example, I am a skeleton, run on void magic.
And
my body processes void energy in order to move.
That's different because...
What do you mean?
Why is that different from a living person? That's still that's still...
Why is a cat different from a dog, I guess? Like, what do you mean?
because it is a different animal. We fucking, I don't know, like, so ask
exactly. We're different things.
Zoologist for that. But well, I'm asking for the fucking sacrifice. You know what me and Cash are doing with the fucking creature in the middle of the ocean?
Start from the beginning.
Right. Okay, I'll explain it better.
Started this whole shit telling a living soul.
If monster wants a bunch of souls to do a ritual, would the things containing those souls being undead affect that at all?
As long as the soul is within the body, I don't think they would mind.
No, give me esoteric lore. Or religion, either one.
Yeah.
I really love Branch walking up and asking these questions. It's beautiful.
It is totally out of nowhere. Also, I think your mic's up.
It was.
God damn, your modifier is so big for esoteric lore. You would be aware that undead souls are potentially worth less in the field of magic. Only because it's very rare for an undead creature to have their whole soul. The whole
I know mine isn't complete.
Right. The entire principle behind undeath is that you temporarily snatch some of a creature's soul from the afterlife and stuff it back into a body or their body. And so they're
even a whole ass ghost.
Even a whole ass ghost. In fact, you'd be aware that ghosts are the the least
Echoes.
form. So at the top you have like vampires and liches, where their whole soul is trapped in this dead body. And then you get like zombies, where most of it is moved on. And then you get skeletons, and then you get ghosts, and then you get shades, and then they're pretty much just gone. Like sometimes haunts, but at that point, it mostly
I
goes
will
to the
write
afterlife.
you a little ranking of most soul to least soul in terms of undead.
Right.
Because most undead do not have complete souls. A living thing has the most complete soul and is therefore worth more.
Oh.
And to make it
If you look at this pecking order here, I am right here, near the bottom
Yeah,
of
you're
soul
like,
completeness.
you're like C tier. Okay.
to make it even more difficult, and the reason that they're worth even less in ritual, the part of a soul that is trapped in an undead creature wants to reconnect with the rest of its soul. It does not want to be used for any other purpose, and that makes it harder to shape with magic. It wants nothing more than to rubber band back to the rest of its soul and be whole once more.
Explaining this.
He'll mutter to himself and be like, so the undead are not worth much in terms of magical shit.
Unless it was a vampire.
I don't think we're gonna find any of that. Well, wait.
We
hold on.
literally we faced like 4.
Yeah.
They're dead now, bud.
Yeah, I know. Where are we gonna find more? Whatever.
Sounds like we should have kept those, huh?
What are you doing? What are you gonna do in about a week or anything, Rafi?
In the week.
Yeah. Or what are you gonna? What are your plans? Okay, you wanna take
I'm
down
not comfortable selling my plans.
immediate plans.
Immediate plans.
Yeah.
I want to go to Unio.
Is that on the way to Latan? Is that like at all close?
So this is a conversation we should have while Kaz is here, and we can kind of like hand wave that you guys regroup for it if you want.
Yeah.
If you guys are heading to Luteon, we need to figure out how you're getting there. And there's a few options. If you are dead set on taking Kaz's ship, that means you need to sail from Famador over to the lighthouse, which means you're either going to go north around Cyrillin or south past Zulakara, and both of those have problems. So here we go. If we go north,
The biggest problem being that it takes like a month.
correct. It's a long, long ass journey if you do that. It also
Possibly
takes
more.
you right past Cyrillin, which is gonna be tricky, sailing a pirate ship through the Cyrillin Navy's waters. It's just tricky. You're also going against the trade winds in that direction. So south would probably be a little easier. To do that, you would sail over to Rosenrock, through the canal, into the Liberty Gulf, and then through this canal, down south, up this way. That is faster. You're going with the trade winds. It would probably be in the order of a couple of weeks. Still kind of slow, and still a couple of really big problems. Most notable, it requires you to go through the Nuixie Canal down here, which you just learned was taken by the Azantic Raid, specifically
Yeah.
by Hookbill.
Do the canals actually cost? Do they actually charge you to go through, or are they just like
Honestly,
natural
They take a tariff, but you guys have adventure money. It's like on the order of a couple gold.
Gotcha. Is there a teleportation location in the Westland Isles?
Not in the Whistling Isles that you guys are aware of, at least not connected to the guild. Somebody might have one.
it seems like the easiest thing, if you want to go there, would be to take a window to Kite, and then Kite to the coast, and then
Yeah.
hire a boat. But you have to take whatever. If I'm privy to that, you have prisoners. You'll have to transport the prisoners through Kite and hope they don't escape. Put them in a caravan or something to a boat wherever there may be a coast docks area. Hire it, take it there.
Yep.
But they need their boat specifically.
And there's a
We
little
need
bit-
a boat.
Yeah, it depends on how attached you are to Kaz's ship in particular.
I think we don't want to lose that thing.
Honestly, I don't think we're gonna. Yeah, I don't think we want to lose Kaz's ship. So, we wouldn't mind renting one for a bit.
Yeah, we'll rent one wherever there's a coast. Where would that be, Fact?
So we did a little talk about this between sessions, and to recap some of the things that came up. You guys have a portal to Kite already, and there are ways down onto the mountain that you could use, and then there'd be a bit of a tricky hike down the mountains, but there are paths to get into Unma proper. Once you hit Unma, there's a big-ass river that runs all the way out to sea through the capital city, Unyo, Unyo is a trade port. The river is big enough that merchant ships can come up and down the river. You will absolutely be able to find somebody who will like charter a ship for you from Unyo.
I can get you a ship in Unyo.
Yep. Also worth mentioning, there is a portal, presumably in Della Muerta, which kind of weird since
Not open
Della
yet.
Muerta moves, but yeah, that is also not open yet, and yeah, you'd have to like find it and then open it.
I mean, Zerchun moves. It's not that weird.
True.
You can get us a ship from Unia.
Yeah, it's just some negotiations, a bit of haggling.
I made the trip once already, but through kite probably be a lot easier.
How many people are you taking? And how big of a boat? That's usually what I need to know.
We were told 10. No, we're not taking Kaz's crew either.
Do you need crew?
That is
I
also
don't know much about sailing.
That's also kind of up to you. Kaz, if you bring your crew, you could probably get a much better deal because you're literally just kind of borrowing the boat and a skeleton crew, and then your people
Yeah,
would man.
hiring a crew as it's a bit more expensive.
Right. The expensive, well, they're both expensive, but hiring the crew is almost as expensive as renting the boat.
It's like hiring two things.
Oh, Kaz might still be at BRV.
Oh yeah, true.
That's fine.
Hopefully he's at least hearing some of this.
Shitting and cooking.
As you do.
As
In
you
his
do.
carpeted bathroom. All right. Well, that'd be fantastic. If Rafik doesn't know much about the current arrangement that me and Kaz are having, Branch will just
He's
like
heard bits and pieces.
spew it all. Yeah, where basically that bitch wants fucking 10 souls or what? Not 10 souls, just an amount of souls. Wants Kaz to deliver him straight to her, and instead of using, if the plan goes on without a hitch, whoever we bring is gonna come back with us, but it's just a gambit, you know. We're not gonna show up to her door without what she asked because she's not even gonna let us in, and worst comes to worst, she's
Right.
gonna take the crew.
So it's like just to show her you have the money.
Yeah, we're not gonna give her the money.
Yeah, it's like walking
just-
into a place with a suitcase full of gold coins.
Yeah. Or maybe like a bag or something. Those things jostle around. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. And you'd be willing to help us with that?
Why not?
'Cause
I've already promised to help Cass.
What are you?
Back when Narafi was around, and I want to keep that promise.
Right, what are you gonna get out of it, then, Rafik? What do you want?
What do I want? I want him to succeed. I don't want him to die. Cass is a friend.
What's he gonna give you afterwards, then?
I haven't asked for anything. I asked him to make an arm for you. He's already done that, so I owe him.
All right. Hey, you know how many more obelisks are out there?
No, sounds tired of that. If there was a way to track them, that would be great. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to use the what do you call it? The Arenaeum?
Athenaeum.
The Athenaeum. To track obelisk instead of people, it would be so much easier, but it's also expensive.
You want to save the gold?
Sure. I
Um,
could always save gold. Gold is my life.
is the fucking newspaper kobold still around?
Yes, certainly. How can I help?
You getting?
Oh yeah, it's here on my lap, the entire time.
You still getting live news?
Yes, I still receive reports.
Right. Tell me about any undead sightings anywhere around the world, and just anywhere around the continent. That in areas that like don't usually have them. Anything like even fucking local Coop claims he's seen a fucking walking skeleton.
Certainly.
Anything.
I will begin to accumulate those for you. I can also tell you off the top of my head that there have been many incursions into southeastern Zulakara lately.
Yeah, that's something that was reported earlier.
All right. Also, given I've seen at least 2 of these fucking things, and my last mission as an Edgeicite was to see like undead activity in that area of Unma. Is there anything else I could know about like characteristics of what the obelisks seem to like track or seem to do in certain areas?
Sure, you could give me religion.
Yeah, stuff like dying vegetation or whatever in the area.
Yeah. You can also just give me like perception as an investigation check if that's better for you.
Yeah, that's better. I'll hero point that.
All right. It is also past 10. You guys can have your second round of hero points.
Nice. No, okay.
God, I'm gonna need it.
Oh.
The most prominent effect was, of course, when undead get close, they start acting funny and attacking their friends. That seems to be very prominent. You've been exposed to several of these now, and in each occasion, you had no idea that they were nearby until an undead felt it, usually when they were pretty close. So it kind of feels like the range is a lot more, it's pretty limited, and it really kind of goes unnoticed unless you find it. It's not like, oh, the grass around it wilts, or there's like a hum of magic in the air. You imagine you could probably detect the magic if you knew what to look for, but it's not like there are obvious telltale signs that there's an obelisk nearby.
Yeah, one of Rafiq's plans was if there's a spell that could animate like an animal messenger, but out of bones, send it around and see if one of them gets mind controlled.
Oh, that's fun.
To go to those areas, but like he's actively doing things like trying to create new rituals, and he's like realizing it takes months to years to make one of those. But he constantly is trying to backdoor answers, because when you're out in the field starving, you kind of look for the easiest solutions. Now he doesn't starve; he just needs to look for bones to rub on himself.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I absorb the bone spirit into my bones. Replenish my calcium.
Yummy milk.
Yummy milk.
Just rub it all over my skin.
My dates are more expensive because I need to like add some silver powder on me. I need to rub ivory, some crushed gems.
That sounds a little unnecessary, Rafi.
Oh no, I fucking need it. I will die.
My first startup was called Backdoor Solution.
Jesus Christ.
How did that go?
You had an LLC?
There's a slippery slope.
Damn. Whatever.
That old slippery back.
Only fans will remember.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I expected you to know a little more about this, but like, it feels like the only fucking thing that tells us if an obelisk nearby is the presence of undead. Obviously, someone's putting them down. Someone with enough wherewithal to not only have his. How do I say it? It definitely takes a lot to put them down. Otherwise, they'd be fucking everywhere. He'd just have a bunch of his minions spawn them in, right?
Right. It certainly probably isn't easy to bring them in. I just don't know how they're brought in or how they're made, or if they're grown from the ground. I had a theory where they're planted and they grow, but they couldn't find any leads that would explain that, so I kind of dropped that.
Who were the main people that put down the... Do you know anyone who put them down?
Do I, back then?
Give me esoteric lore or Del Muerto lore or any sort of lore check that you got.
Don't forget that Tex has an in with Jet, so if you help Tex, you could probably.
Jet Shumet. He does. Yeah,
Get some
he
info
did
from them.
say. Yeah, he did say the taxi would help. And go to Unya with him specifically because, like, yeah, if we do your thing, you can infiltrate. I trust you to infiltrate. Would warfare lore be good in this?
I like it. Yeah, I'm into it. This is absolutely a tactic that would have been used by the Desolate King in his war campaign.
So a +5.
Yep.
Let's see. So 31.
With A31, you know that these obelisks were not widely used until after the Years of Golden Sand, after the Desolate King went mad once again. And at that point, he used them to essentially mass mind control heavy population centers of undead. There was a time when there were many fully undead cities in the desert, about 300 years ago. And when he went mad, they would just one by one start to go missing. They would become ghost towns. And it was later discovered that all those people were simply being mind controlled and being told to go to his keep, where he was amassing them all into an undead army.
But how was he setting up the obelisk? Did we ever find out?
With A31, it's just good old-fashioned arcana. He's literally just setting up a necromantic totem, using a lot of obsidian, and like
That's
special
a bunch
engravings.
of people just kind of carry it over.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Planted that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, a bunch of skeletal slaves, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Bunch of like undead slaves, probably a giant skeleton.
Yep. And granted,
Were
the entire
there-
thing is an arcane construction. They used tools like the Trink spell to make it a little easier to transport stuff.
Oh,
But
yeah,
also,
makes
he
sense.
just straight up didn't care if, 40 skeleton slaves died in the process of hauling this giant obelisk out to where it needed to go.
They probably wouldn't die from exhaustion, but they would be crushed sometimes.
True.
Okay.
Numbers. He normally had numbers, so I don't think he has them now. These must be left over from 300 years ago.
Just reactivated later on.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
If he had the numbers he did back then, we would know. There would be swarms of them.
The one in Thernaliax's cave was a little larger. That one might have been a little new. A little more resources now from that guy.
True.
Yeah.
I did not see that one. X's cave. Oh no, wait, we were that one.
Yeah, you were
We
in
did see that one. Yeah, I was thinking of a different dragon. What's the flower one? The Thernalix is the one we met. No, we didn't meet a dragon, did we? Which one's Thernalix?
That's the Thernalix is the cave that you just did in Avarice.
Yeah, the friend of Dragon Advil.
Of Thernaliax, yeah.
Yeah.
So, presumed bad guys, Thernaliax the vampire, and Pharynexavac, his vassal, who just conquered the city with the plague, O'Camel. And presumed good guy, Argumentavex, who's coming to talk to you and pay you, and his friend Afef, who was in the garden.
Ah, yes. Friend of the Dragon Lord, Rohypno.
Yeah, we were just there. Anyway, yeah. Actually, one last check, I guess. Were there any reports of undead activity around Thernaliax's fucking manor at all?
Like in the news here, that news you just gave you?
In the news, just general public knowledge of undead around that area.
I see, when you're doing your research.
Yeah.
They're... Oh, boy. No, certainly not like zombies and skeleton. There were probably some rumors that Thernaliax was, like, maybe undead or weird, but none of them were confirmed enough to really become meaningful beyond just being rumors.
Alright. Yeah.
Like, there were just as many rumors that he was a doppelganger, or he was, like, secretly an elf. Like, it would have been hard to know in advance which of those rumors were true and false.
Well, yeah. Best bet we can get through this fucking library is just looking at where fucking zombies are sprouting. But even then, I don't think anyone knew Thernaliax had an in with the Desolate King.
Well, it's good to know if undead are acting weird. The difference between the risen and the undead is one of them is free and the other under control.
It's also useful to know that these obelisks can't be built without a lot of effort. So anywhere like Delamuerzo is probably safe, right?
I hope so. 300 years ago, there were more, of these risen villages where. And then he kind of freezes for a bit and thinks there were so many more. Now they are ghost towns, not actual ghosts in them though.
Yeah, figurative, no
Empty.
more
Yeah.
empty towns. Yeah. All right. Hey,
If there is an actual ghost town though, I don't think they were ever found.
it probably
Like, is there ghost town?
You would be aware that Delamuerzo does have a ghost district where a bunch of ghosts live.
It's like having Chinatown. There's
Kind of, yeah.
This is
granted,
ghost town.
They're all undead, so it's all kind of a melting pot. But they did have like little districts where just, one of there was a very dark one where all the vampires lived because they don't like sunlight, and then skeletons kind of had the main run of things. But then there were a couple of places like, oh, that's the ghost district, that's the zombie district.
Yeah, you go to the ghost place. You go to the street food vendor. They give you a skewer, and you shoot it, and then you give the spirit to a ghost.
Oh, like a like a petting zoo kind of thing.
No, it's like the ghost of a hamburger.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Do you ever wonder why ghosts have clothes?
Isn't that just what they died with? Like, if you died like while taking your pants off, it'd just be very awkward for the rest of your risen life.
No sympathy. Many people have an attachment to their things, especially what they died in. There are certain vendors with very strong sympathy for their craft. So if they make food and you destroy that food, it makes a ghost food.
Branch actually does start laughing at that. That sounds fucking stupid, Rafik.
My favorite part about this is that I had not considered it, but it follows the world's internal logic perfectly, so it must be true.
What if you just left it out for a while so that it'd rot?
It'll rot. Whoa.
What?
No, then it just rots. You have to kill it suddenly. That's how ghosts work.
Actually, the question becomes: is the ghost of a person representative of the physical state that they were when they died, or does it like revert them back to their youthful state as a ghost?
Great question. Somebody give me religion.
I'll give
esoteric.
Or esoteric, yeah, that's fine.
Specifically, a ghost lore. It's a creature after all, so this is a +5.
Because if it reverts them to a youthful form, then you can let the food rot, and when it rots, its ghost form will be edible to ghosts.
23.
Can I give you an academia lore? I 100% look this up.
If you're coming to look it up, yeah. If academia, if you're looking for answers,
no, I'm not there for it. I want to know, and I feel like this is something.
This is a reasonable thing that you would have looked up given your history and the people that you were friends with. Yes.
Yeah, because Branch, if you let it rot, then it'll become rotten ghost food. No one wants to eat rotten food.
Specifically, the person whose name I forget, who we just met last session. I'm so bad at it. Suma, that's right. Rafik and Branch. Oh, actually, so Branch, you probably
I'm not
don't. I'm
not here for this. I just wanted.
You just want to know out of character. I got
Yeah.
Branch, you're probably aware that like most ghosts are wearing the clothes that they were wearing when they died. Rafik knows a little bit more, which is that they wear whatever they are most sympathetically drawn to, and that is largely determined by how coherent they are. A ghost that is like totally out of control and driven by rage and essentially just a wraith or something, that a revenant that's trying to get revenge, is almost always going to be so fixated on their death that they're going to look like however they looked when they died. But if a ghost
and sometimes it's more monstrous. Like their clothes are raggedy when they died.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's because they imagined them to be torn apart and angry.
Correct. Baby Boy also knows all this, but Baby Boy is aware that it can change based on their current mood. Which is why a lot of the time, like, a banshee will look normal until they start screaming and unleashing some of their pain, and then suddenly they look all fucked up. It can change based on their current state of mind.
Can you choose the age of which you are as a ghost when you die?
It's not that you have direct control. It's not like you can use that
just
as
what
an
you
illusion,
feel.
But you can, like, shape your own feelings, right? Like, you would know, oh, if I get really mad, I'm going to look like this, and try to make yourself mad.
You ever feel 1,000 years old after you wake up in the morning?
Oh.
I imagine it's like that. Like, oh, I feel older than I actually am. Or like you see something you like and you feel young again. Like, oh, a favorite cartoon. It reminds you of a happy time. Like, oh, I feel young again.
You guys know that Argumentavex is going to get here soon and has payments and questions for all of you if you would like. You got
I'm
anything else you
excited
want to do
for
at the library?
money.
Are you ready to head back?
And that's all I was
Sick.
doing. I probably put all the books back where I put them, and I have like a bookmark with my
Perfect.
name on it.
You notice that Diurn Zax kind of makes a note. He doesn't like directly intervene, but he's watching all of the books that you put back, and he actually like for a few of them nods. He's like, "Oh, that's where that goes," and then a few he like writes down. Okay, I got to go back and put that book in the right place.
I imagine that he probably has more documents that he has to keep track of now. Like he probably actually has a more intense filing system now that Baby Boy's in charge of this library.
For sure, for sure. He has taken a huge interest in the library as you've been improving it, and he is so thankful. He's like, "Oh, good, new collection. I haven't had anything new for like 8 years now."
Thank you for the company, Diornozak.
Of course, I'm always happy to be of assistance. We have a hand raise from Biscuit. What's Fetch up to?
Yeah. So the first thing is, did Rafik have to get a new library card, or is he using Rafi's?
He had to get a new one.
You got a new one. Yeah,
He
I
had
would
to
have been
get,
a new one.
he had to get completely new credentials, and it was it took a bit.
And the real reason
he didn't have his birth certificate, so like made it really difficult.
Oh yeah, that does make it hard. Oh,
Famously,
God.
you need a birth certificate to get a library card.
I need to be able to track you down if you steal one of my books.
Well, you don't. You can use a cart license, but the problem is cart license was in Rafi's name too.
Yeah, and he did.
I love cart license. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'm so into
What
it.
is?
Yeah, it's like a driver's license, but for wagons.
Yeah. What do you think pays for the roads? The
Yeah,
king?
I'm a licensed caravan
roads?
sitter.
The roads are made of mud, guys. No one pays for the roads.
That's not true. In a lot of
Is it
regions, at least
caravaneer?
cobblestone.
Oh, people are
Is-
actually building these?
Is that the word for people who drive caravans? A caravaneer?
Oh, I should know this. I think that's right.
That is the correct. Yeah.
Yeah, or caravanser. I don't know why that came to my
I
mind.
think caravans
A
here
caravan.
is specifically a Persian thing. They had like a
A
special class
caravanser
dedicated
sounds
to it.
like a necromancer, but
Yeah, for caravans.
for caravans.
What's the one I made up last time?
Oh man, Wagonsman. It was something
Wagonsman.
Smith. What was it? I liked it though. Whatever it was.
Cartsman.
Cartsman. I really like Cartsman, and I wouldn't be surprised if that is actually where the last name Cartman came from.
Kurtzman? Kurtzman?
Possibly, but the British version is footman. Right?
Footman. That makes sense. Anyway,
Which didn't become a last name.
was you? Did you have the second thing? Wait, what? Did we already go through your?
Oh yeah,
hand raise?
the real
Okay.
thing I raised my hand, but well, actually, here's the problem because I wanted to talk to I was told by Dragon Mama that I needed to talk to a Spirit Weaver, and then
Yes.
I wanted to talk to Ruko, but Ruko is still not here.
Yes, true.
Can I talk to a personified version of Ruko?
A little bit, but you're going to. I'm
Not
almost. I think it would be good to do that in character when he's available. The
Okay,
next
fair
few
enough.
weeks are going to be tricky because of scheduling, but there are some conversations with Ruko and Sketch that actually really should happen in character because they could potentially be big moments. So I don't want to like puppet that if I can avoid it. If you have
Yeah,
just
yeah,
like a
fair.
quick, unimportant question, I might be able to answer it for you.
I don't think so. Not really.
Okay, understood. Then yeah, hopefully we'll get you guys paired up soon. I know that there's some development that needs to happen there. Wonderful.
I do meet up with Fetch at some point and like check out that book, and I just pick his mind. Like, hey, how accurate is this? This is an outsider's view. I want to know if this needs to be changed.
Well, what language is it written in? First of all,
It's probably written in whoever wrote it. What would you say? So an outsider from Zulakara would
I
write
would
about.
expect it would be either the undead language or it would be Wexasassian, right?
Yeah. What do you think, Feck?
What is
This
what topic
book.
is this? The DNA book or which book are you looking at?
This is the book, like an outsider's view on the Zulakaran blood rituals.
Gotcha. They would probably be a Dendrick then. Actually, Eden was
Yeah,
a
a
very heavy.
Very-
into
oh,
both
it's common,
research and
yeah.
Religion. So yeah, essentially common.
Yeah.
A Dendrick is common.
Certain common.
Uh,
I'm trying to translate as much of it to like Ziki as I can, and they're using weird words that are probably not accurate.
what is evolution? Yeah, I don't get it.
That's like something that happens over time, change over the course.
There's like
Natural.
nothing. There's nothing in here about the dances. There's nothing in here about the songs.
Can Fetch read?
Yeah, Fetch can read, just not
Okay.
Edendric.
Yeah, there's no mention of songs or dances. I imagine that's an important part of the rituals.
Yeah, this book should be 3 lines long, and it should say, "Blood rituals are common in Zulukara. Ask a spirit weaver." That's what the whole book should say.
That's not the point of books, though. The point of books is to be as detailed as possible.
It takes all the soul out of it. What if it changes? Who changes the book?
The new author.
What do you do with the old book?
The old book is thrown away or kept in an archive for reference.
How do you know this one's up to date?
There's a date. And
Well,
that's why I'm asking.
If it's
Why
changed
do you
since
think?
then and they haven't...
Yeah, why do you think I'm asking you right now?
Well, I don't think any of this is accurate.
Oh, good. Then we're changing some of it. Yeah, I'm adding little cliff notes to the side.
Oh, okay. I guess we can like kind of work together and pin a new version.
Oh, I'd love that. If all this is inaccurate, then it's not very helpful.
Now, I'm not a proper spirit weaver yet, but
You're a spirit weaver. You're more spirit weaver than I am.
I do know a lot about Korik.
Oh, yeah. You probably know from his religious teachings a lot of the principles of like shaping a bloodline through essentially, what is it called when it's plants, not people. When it's people, it's evil. When it's plants, it's fine. Genetic modification. Just the idea of
You're talking about eugenics.
Yeah, kind of, but for plants. The idea of cultivating a strong crop by selecting the things that are strongest and letting them proliferate. Like the basics of evolution, the basic of genetic modification, although Korik's teachings are in a very divine tone. It's not presented scientifically, it's presented as like parables and proverbs.
Yeah, no, yeah, Rafik, I don't know what it's talking about here. If you when a creature dies, its blood goes into the earth. The earth, the blood goes into the food. It's eaten by other creatures. Those creatures inherit the strengths of the creature that died to pass on that energy along. All life is connected. You earn the strength of other creatures by like devouring their souls, not their souls, but their body. Their blood. It gives you nutrients. That's why every generation is more powerful and stronger than the last generation and more suited to its environment because you're actually, you're part of the life cycle. There's nothing. I don't understand all this inheritance crap.
Yeah, this is a Koriki thing, yeah? This is as Koriki as dictated.
Seems like it's been filtered through a mega nerd is the problem.
Well, it has to be in order to be understood. The language barrier is one thing. It would be good if maybe you could write one in your language, since you have the first-hand knowledge. Though, if this is secret information, you really do not have to, if it's sacred to your culture.
It is sacred to my culture. It is secret somewhat, but also my culture's it's too late for my culture. Like it needs to be preserved, I suppose.
That's what books are for, I suppose. Because the nature of all things is to change. My culture from 350 years ago is not as I remember, and well, I have to change with the times. Sometimes the only way to visit back then is through the books. And even then, not all of them are accurate.
Yeah, another problem is that every tribe tends to have different rituals and different ways of doing things and different ways to explain the same concept.
Well,
so that's another
you're very
problem.
Lucky in that your tribe will be the most known, I suppose. Famous?
True. I mean,
your father is the one going around.
I mean, that's true.
Doing a great hunt. How's that going, by the way? Have you been in contact? He's right there, right? Outside.
You ever seen a bronze collar with an emerald on it?
Have I, Feck?
A lead collar with an emerald on it.
Yeah, sorry, lead.
You're good.
Oh, yeah.
Give me Arcana. Or your best spellcasting check, but Arcana is definitely going to be your best bet.
Yeah, Arcana's the best bet. It's going through.
I got a
Did it
17.
roll?
You did, yeah.
Okay, cool.
You
It hasn't rolled for me yet.
have never seen one in person, but like you know enough about magic and anti-magic to guess its purpose.
He kind of nods. An anti-magic collar?
Hmm.
What about it?
Oh, that's how my family's doing. My dad's on a suicide mission, and my mom's wearing this. It's rough, yeah, but we try to have fun when we can.
For what it's worth, I think your father could succeed and won't die. We just have to give him as much help as we can, and, well, the problem with these collars, it makes it harder, I think, to find the people wearing them. It disrupts the way magic connects to them.
All
But
screwed.
clearly you're dreaming about her, so it's not that perfect.
Azulakaran's worst nightmare is to die fighting in foreign lands. Your blood spills on foreign soils and doesn't enrich your people, it enriches your enemy. What a nightmare.
Or maybe you can poison the enemy.
I love this game so much. There is the sound of the door swinging open, and you guys see a large figure walks through.
Oh yeah, that guy's been
I
knocking for like
attacked.
2 hours.
We retconned
Oh, hello.
because it was text at the door instead. You guys see a pretty tall, imposing dragonborn, silver scales, and this dark cloak kind of hobbles in with a cane. You see that Severalex instantly stands up and says, "Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Lord Arguminivex of House Venerek." And he kind of raises a hand and motions, No, we don't need to bother with all that. And he just goes straight to the bar. Do you have any scotch? And he sets down a platinum coin. Oh, he may be asleep. He maybe did. We might have lost him.
He's cooking and pooping.
He's
Okay.
cooking and pooping.
Who
He's
pays a
pooping.
platinum for scotch?
This guy
He
apparently.
expects-
Guy,
Change.
it's called flexing.
It's called not having change on you.
We have a hand raise from Lush. What you got?
Yeah, I'll get up and I'll give him a very formal bow. I'll be like, "My name's Baby Boy. It's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you, baby boy. I am Arguminivex.
Does he bring us undead to Mayor?"
No, he rings up as alive. You get life sense on him.
May do a sense motive to see if he's paying a platinum because he's so rich he doesn't have change or because he's flexing.
Sure, why not?
Bro, my guy just ordered half a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle,
Yeah.
dude.
A platinum
As
piece for the
someone,
record is
Yeah.
$5,000 US.
exactly.
Oh, a full bottle of Pappy Van Winkle.
He probably expects change.
Boy, so
Flexing or just doesn't have change.
20 is pretty good. The read you get is not that he's flexing, or if he's doing it incredibly, subtly and humbly. He didn't make a big show of it. He just kind of reached in, grabbed the coin, and set it down. He seems much more intent on, getting the scotch.
So literally just no change. He's
Oh,
rich.
so
It might be
it's
a
not
no
a
change
flex, it's a
situation.
bribe.
Maybe. I'm trying to think of how much you would get on the 20 for a one-off thing like this. Here's the thing. I'm going to ride this out, and you're probably going to get more information once you've talked to him a little more.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. I take it, and he kind of looks over to Sveralex, that you were the adventurers that I was told about.
Ah, this is correct. How's Effect doing?
Much better. I'm very glad that you were able to help her. I'll fill you in on what I've learned. What's Tex got?
Oh God. I'm gonna. Can I do a society check?
Sure, what you trying to fish?
Understand decorum enough. If I'm a talking cat. Can I jump on Baby Boy's head? Just to kind of cut him off so he doesn't offend this dragon by being a weird, creepy little gremlin.
That's fair. I'll let the two of you guys kind of
For
play it out.
the
a
record,
little.
Baby Boy is acting extremely proper right
I
now.
I'm aware, but Tex is not.
And
Tex has a very important need for this guy and has seen Baby Boy.
I also-
where are you injured? Fix your health.
I also love the idea that Baby Boy, in character, is acting totally normal, but his token is him squatting like an animal in the corner.
Right.
And I know that that's just a token issue. Yeah, we're fine. Also, real quick, before I move on, I made a blatant and obvious mistake. Mayor detects it, he is undead.
I thought it so.
Yeah.
Quick note, just to help. I think if Tex is about to do any kind of social or society role, I think wearing that outfit should help. Should give him at least a +1.
He is wearing his nicest outfit.
Amazing.
The feather on his cap is bigger than everyone in the room's head combined.
True. Society 11, as far as you can tell, you do actually notice a distinct, snap in Baby Boy's personality. You get the impression, I don't know if you've seen this from Baby Boy yet, he is accustomed to playing servant for nobles, or something along those lines. You're not sure exactly what the Pyrrhic or Averic, customs are, but you can see that Baby Boy certainly acts like he does, even though he looks silly like this. You guys can kind of resolve between yourselves what you do if you want to
still jump on my head if you want.
Yeah.
I won't be upset about it.
I'll keep an eye on Baby Boy as long as he's being reasonable.
Wonderful. Then yeah, he looks around to all of you. I have heard a lot, and I'm sure you have many questions for me as well. I was delighted to hear that Landfall is doing business again. I wanted to come by and show my support and my thanks for your help. To that end, I have money? And he kind of just fishes out a big leather pouch and holds it up.
Thank you for making... God, Tex wouldn't say thank you.
About time, says Tex.
No. I think
As expected.
I think for the first time, and it's almost physically killing him. He will say, thank you for making the time to come see us so urgently.
Amazing.
I give Tex some meat.
He's afraid that eating will be rude, and he doesn't.
Wow, it's surprising.
I would have come earlier, but I had to take advantage of a little opportunity that presented itself, which I believe, if I'm hearing correctly, was also your work. Some sort of a tax crisis or a scuffle? I don't know, whatever it was, it bought enough time for me to get my men over to Oak Hamel and rescue everybody before they razed the place, so you've saved many lives today.
I'm just gonna look at Rafik and be like, who is this guy? Does he know about that?
Big shrug.
Why is he throwing money around? Because if that really helped him, I'll be fucking full to take credit for it. But
just take credit for it.
Oh yeah, I caused that. It's just pretty easy, turning 9s to 0s and all that. Anyway.
Well, the idea that you're literally just drawing lines on zeros to turn them into 9s.
Anyway, what are you... So, hold on, what are you doing? Who are you?
Sorry, introductions are probably in order. My name is Arguminivex, but that doesn't mean much to most of you, I'm certain. I'm a minor lord in northeastern Avarice, and I have had a lot of problems with Threnaliax and his men. They recently conquered a bunch of my territory, threatened to raise one of my towns, and also apparently have been doing some occult business in one of my gardens or something along those lines. There's a lot going on, a whole war, but I heard that you guys had helped, and I heard from Zaverilex that you may have been involved with the Oak Hamel rescue. I just wanted to show my gratitude, that's all. I don't have many allies left, and if there are new ones here, then I figured you deserve to be paid.
I actually have a lot to speak to you about the big T.
I see. What do you have in mind?
Well, your reputation as a necromancer does precede you.
Certainly.
I must ask you a rhetorical question. What could you do with the corpses of 2 dragons? I have a plan that might bring him and one of his servants down to their knees.
That is a tricky question. At face value, I could do all sorts of things. I could reanimate them, certainly.
It is rhetorical. Just It was rhetorical, just simply to get your attention.
That's fair, and you have my attention, although I believe that my response is also important. We do things a certain way in Avarice, and although dastards and fiends like Thernaliax are trying to shirk the old customs and nobility, the way that they do war is underhanded and will lead to desolation for our nation. I am not interested in violating the peace treaty that I have with Thernaliax, which means if I were to do anything aggressive towards him, it would have to be clandestine.
Are you fine with anyone else doing something aggressive to him?
Under normal circumstances, I would be opposed. However, and he kind of grabs his drink and he hobbles over to the table. May I sit?
Of course.
Knock yourself out.
So funny seeing Tex on good behavior.
I'll follow him over and sit as well.
Side note, both Branch and growing less of an issue with Baby Boy, but definitely Branch. If he says anything stupid, I kill him immediately. I slit his throat, drag him under the table, like he never existed.
Rafiq is actually doing this this friendly thing. He has an arm around Branch's shoulder, and every time he senses he's about to say something uncouth, gently covers his mouth and just says, "No."
If you don't mind me asking, this peace treaty you spoke of.
Yes. Or go ahead.
No, yes, I said, what is it?
Right. So, many years ago, I had some things that Thernaliax wanted, and he had a very large and powerful army. I traded the valuables to him in exchange for a peace treaty. And technically, he has maintained that treaty. However, he has circumvented it with underhand politics. Essentially, he waited until Farinexavac conquered my territory and then vassalized him. And I suspect that this was all arranged ahead of time. So technically, he didn't attack me. He simply sent his army to work for his vassal before he was his vassal, and then made him his vassal afterward. He has skirted the letter of the law, but in doing so has broken our treaty, in my mind. And so I'm willing to do the same. As long as you are not officially related to me in any way, I'm happy to siphon funds into anything that will impact him. You have a plan.
Would you wish to be privy to this plan?
I am on the fence, actually. I've learned over the years that the less I know, the better, because I can be questioned more easily than most on account of my nature. But if you believe it's important that I know about it, I am all ears.
Perhaps maybe I could ask some questions just to make sure I don't have any loose ends?
Certainly.
My understanding is Thormetrax is an undead.
Yes, a vampire.
I see. A vampiric dragon.
A vampire dragon, correct.
How do I face this? Is he? I'm assuming he is magically capable. Not mostly just necromancy. Is he able to use spatial bending, teleportation?
He has a limited access to magic, but he has court mages that do most of the heavy lifting for him. Most of what he has is day-to-day things. I would put him at an apprentice or perhaps a journeyman level, but not an expert. Certainly not up to my caliber.
So if he found himself being underneath some collapsing rubble, do you think it would be enough to finish him off? A large amount of collapsing rubble.
Certainly. It's a deadly situation for almost anyone involved. If he doesn't have a way to fly to safety or escape, that would be quite deadly.
What about his ally, whose name I don't remember?
Farinexavac. He is smarter. He is a mage. He is a very talented wizard, actually. I think in some regards he is better than I am. With that said, the process of becoming undead has a tendency to drain one's capabilities, and I don't know how much he has lost since becoming Thernaliax's thrall. I don't want to make assumptions, but it seems strange to me that Thernaliax would vassalize Farinexavac and not also turn him into a thrall. I'm making an assumption.
May I sense motive text to see why he's acting like this?
I'm also kind of curious. I think I know why, but I'm curious.
I think I know.
I've told
in character.
you so many times,
okay,
my guy.
Okay, it is just that one thing. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want in character, like Rafiq, to be like,
Perfect. I don't know if Rafiq will know this, but you guys can roll it off real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah. It's like, what? Like nothing specific. It's just like I wonder why he's acting this way. Like fear? Is it like he wants something?
It's definitely not.
He's getting
Fear.
pink eye.
There is I think the only level of fear that you get is him eyeing Branch and Baby Boy and Fetch like, please don't say anything stupid.
I see. Like I get the sense he wants something from him.
Yeah. He's dressed like a fucking idiot. Like, obviously, he definitely is trying to be...
I thought he just wanted to feel cute.
He's kind of trying to play to this individual in some fashion.
He's sucking up to him real hard.
Yeah, he's not good at it. It's very obvious.
It's very obvious that Baby Boy is very practiced in sucking people.
Yeah, Tex is not. It's very forced. He seems very uncomfortable.
It's like Salem trying to be polite.
Yeah.
Does he do the Salem cry? No, please don't go.
He might at some point.
Okay, he begins to open up this big leather pouch and starts handing out platinum pieces and gemstones to all of you. To the tune of 870 gold pieces each.
Nice.
Sorry, 875. I think I said 870 on accident.
875.
When he goes to hand me mine, I'm going to try to, as politely as Tex can, which is not very, decline and ask if we could perhaps make a different arrangement.
I am all ears. I would be happy to negotiate. What you've done is incredibly helpful, and if I can be frank, I owe a great debt to this place and to these people. I don't know how long you've been with Landfall, or truthfully, if you even plan on staying with them, but if you are working with the guild, then I owe recompense.
I appreciate it.
I take it you'd like to discuss this in private?
Whenever it's convenient.
Certainly. I'll be certain not to drink too much before then.
By all means, please drink as much as you like.
Please get shit-faced.
Perfect.
Yeah, please get as manipulable as possible.
We have a hand raise from Branch. What you got?
Yeah. Wait. So this is for the fucking tax scandal money bags?
This is for a number of things. Severelix told me that some of you helped with a city of mine, or that used to be mine. Oak Hamel was having a plague, and Thernaliax and Faranexabek were planning to simply raise it. I understand that you not only found the source of the plague, but ended it, and also bought enough time for me to swoop over there and rescue them before that happened. I also heard that some of you helped with Afef. Afef was having some trouble in the garden, apparently, and she came to me, mentioned that you had all helped her tremendously. I'm still treating her. It'll be some time before she is suitable to be on her own again, but you've helped there too. And also, I heard that there was some sort of a tax scandal that kept Thernaliax and his men busy for a few days, long enough for me to fulfill the evacuation. I'm double-checking. I don't think they know about the secret tunnel stuff yet.
Yeah. He just gives after this guy says that, he just gives Rafik the most shitting grin because he gave him so much shit for that. He tried it. Well, I mean, if it helps you keep the people
does a
safe,
little head twirl. It's just like, yeah.
if it helps you keep your people safe, then I enjoyed doing it. It was great. So you all trust the clan, right? And I'll especially look at Tex, who's just acting really out of character for no reason to Branch right now. Like, he's cool, he's chill.
Hey, dumbass. If he figured it out, guess what? Everybody else figured out that you're responsible.
Well, just gotta make sure. Fuck it. You're looking to fucking cave in the dragons. I think I got something for you. And he pulls out the Cyrillian ball, whatever, with the sunlight ball. I'm just going to call it the sunlight ball.
Yeah.
There's no. This isn't an open air bar, right?
Correct. You're indoors.
Yeah. He just like underhand tasks it to fucking Argumentavex and like catch. You know how to.
Haven't seen one
Don't-
of these in a while.
Yeah, and I'm gonna want it back too, but feel free to peer inside. You got like inherent magic and shit, right?
I can study it if I have some time. We have a handwritten Loosh.
Yeah, sorry. This I know he's undead, and
Yes.
Branch just threw him a ball of light. Am I getting the feeling that he's a vampire? Does he like kind of recoil? Like as you said before. I mean, I know I was there for, but like vampires are some of the most powerful undead.
For
Vampires and liches.
The ball that Branch threw is shaped like a sun, but it's essentially just a golden amulet, or like a gold plated. It's not even solid gold.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, with that said, you
Is
can
he-
give me a
is he a
perception
vampire?
check if you'd like.
Fangs?
Yeah, go and give me a perception check. See if he has fangs or any of the other
I'll
telltale
have
signs.
a mayor second.
Yeah. He is being very friendly. He's drinking openly. He's talking. As part of that, he is smiling, and you can see from his smile that he has very normal-looking dragonborn teeth.
I'm going to go ahead and.
They're fangs, right?
Boy. With a 17,
Dragonborn teeth are fangs, right?
you would know that a dragonborn vampire would probably have teeth that go all the way down to, like, their chin, and he has the normal size
Saber
fangs.
teeth.
Okay.
What goofy vampire.
Let's see, we've got a hand raise from Frisk.
Oh yeah, no. Once he introduces himself, and he like, you must be Argumentavex. You are a necromancer of some repute.
Some repute, yes.
I would love to discuss some matters with you at some point, if that's all right. My name is Rafik.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Rafik, and I'm always happy. I can't stay long. I must return to my abode at least once every 24 hours, but I'll be here for the night, and I'll depart in the morning.
Absolutely.
Vampire.
Might
He's a
I?
vampire.
Yeah. Might I visit at some point?
Certainly. It's a dangerous territory over there, but my keep has not been challenged in some time. It's pretty far north.
Understood. I believe we have a. He knows about the windows already, right?
Yes, unless you guys have
That's-
gone out of your way to keep it secret, and I don't
No.
think you have, yeah.
No, I think we only kept it secret from Thernaliax specifically.
Right.
But the mountain thing itself is open knowledge to everyone else. So he's north of that?
Yeah, so he is in northeastern Avarice. Let me pull a map up. Battle map, city map, Avarice. Activate. This map is not to scale, it's kind of just like an idea map. But you can see he's way up at the northeast territory here, right by the end of the mountain range and the border of Searlin. The Rust Root foothills.
Then I appreciate the invitation to your abode at some point. I will send you a message when I visit.
Wonderful. Forgive me if this is a little bit presumptuous, but I didn't learn what I did by not making assumptions. You appear to be Uni, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you...
De la
Not a-
Muerto.
De la Muerto. Wonderful. That answers basically everything that I need to know. Am I correct in assuming that you would like to discuss the king, then?
Nuts. Oh, yeah.
I have a lot that I would like to learn as well. I have heard that he is back, and I have seen ripples of his influence, and I am quite concerned.
I would love to touch. And he pauses. Basis.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
He's been saying tips before.
Oh, I get it. I gotcha. Certainly. I would be happy to answer any questions that you have, and I might even have a few questions for you as well. Is now a good time? Are we in good company for that, or would you prefer it to be private?
Now is good company if you wish to speak about it. I trust most people here.
Perfect. Well, I am a big believer that one should offer first if they wish to receive, so let's start with you. Do you have any questions? Anything I can try to help with?
Well, do you have any subjects who are risen?
Many.
And have they been acting strange?
Certainly.
There was an obelisk of the Desolate King activated under Ternaliax's lair, and we destroyed it. That should help some, unless there are more. That is the method which he controls the Risen.
That is fascinating. I had heard of obelisks, a few hundred years ago in the desert. When and how did they construct it this far north? There's not a necromantic ley line that reaches up here that's any thicker than a small river. I'm able to pull just enough to keep myself going, but to power one of those obelisks, they must have found some sort of a vein of tremendous necromantic power.
That part wasn't clear, but what we know was it was being tended to by a former cleric of Cyrillin, was it?
That is also unusual. What was a former cleric of Cyrillin doing down here?
Well, she was a vampire at that point, and no longer worshipping the sun.
I see. They were turned.
Yes, unfortunately, she was indoctrinated.
That is
believed
a shame.
him to be. Yeah, we tried to convince her otherwise that she had to be put to rest.
I'm afraid that undeath is a state that puts you into a very resolved mindset. I admit I'm not terribly fond of Cyrillin, but it is still a shame that people had to die fighting that bastard.
Nuts.
They've got more hands in your pockets than you think. That's what I just handed you.
Right. Right. This. Do you mind if I study it now real quick?
Sure. Knock yourself out.
Cool. He kind of takes a second, sets it down, and does about 10 minutes of just arcane study. He drinks the whole time. He makes light conversation. But eventually he is able to play it and get the message out. Is this one of the messages in particular, or is this the confession from the devil? Which one is this?
This is one of them. I don't have the confession from the devil on
Bell has
something permanent yet.
Okay.
But,
I don't know if
Asking for Chad. Is Archimedevax handsome?
I have chat open, and they're not asking that. That is just you.
Scroll up.
Oh, is it further up?
Don't ever doubt me again.
I don't see it. What? Oh, okay, it's way up there. All right. Okay, fair. You win this time.
Don't ever doubt me again.
Actually, this is the one hideous character in the game.
I don't know. You tell me. He looks a little gaunt. He looks very old. He looks like the Dragonborn version of a lich. He's got like the sunken cheeks. His eyes are a little recessed. He has like a stately kind of defined jaw. He's a little thin. I don't know. It depends on. Do you like Victor from Arcana? If you're into that, maybe.
Oh yeah. Victor does things to me.
Okay, fair. All right, Wild. Well, there you go. He's Dragonborn Lich Victor from Arcana. All right. He listens to this message. Oh, boy. Well, that certainly explains a lot. We're on some sort of reconnaissance mission against Thernaliax. Well, the enemy of an enemy, I guess, but I suppose at the time we weren't really enemies. I'll decide if I have anything that I can or even want to do about this at some point, but it's good to know that
Right.
Cyrillin is dipping into espionage now.
Well, 3 years ago, but pretty sure they're still up at it. Anyway, can I have that back?
Yes, of course.
All right.
The truth
If it helps you to know, there are great chains of sovereign steel down there left.
That is great to know. I might send somebody to try to fetch it.
Please.
Sovereign
That
steel is
cannot be
very
left.
valuable.
Yeah, that cannot be left
That's
to
part of my
just
plan.
anyone.
That's part of my plan. I'm gonna. Get
Okay,
to that.
good. Oh, okay, excellent.
I just didn't get to finish my plan.
We have another hand raise from Biscuit up next.
Two things.
Yes.
Thing number one, in character, what is a vampire?
You say this aloud, or is this a knowledge check inside your head?
In character, I said it out loud.
Okay. A vampire is a form of high-functioning undead. They essentially stave off mortality through a blood ritual, which requires constant sustenance of more blood from other living creatures. They have some abilities to influence minds, enchantment. They frequently are able to do spellcasting. They can usually shift into rats and bats and wolves, have some influence over those animals. But it comes with some weaknesses, an aversion to sunlight, an aversion to flowing water, an aversion
Silver.
to garlic of all things, silver.
So all things good and holy.
Correct, yes.
So this is a creature that has no blood of its own and steals the blood of other living creatures in order to sustain its immortal existence?
That is essentially the truth of it, yes.
Astonishing. put me on this mission.
Which
Wonderful. I can't officially condone or participate in any of it, but I sure would love if Thernali had an accident all of a sudden.
It's not going to be an accident. It's going to be a Zuki warrior. Secondly,
Get in line.
you know what? The name of the game in this world, in this modern world, as I've come to learn, is networking. Okay?
Of course.
so proud of him.
You seem like a well-networked person.
Oh, you have mistaken me. I'm very isolated. I am a hermit. I rarely leave my keep.
Oh, okay, never mind.
My Severlex, on the other hand, is a little more traveled. She waves.
I need to talk to a spirit weaver.
Severlex kind of... So, Lord Argumentavex looks over to Severlex, and Severlex says, Blimadil is where many of them reside. Actually, let me do a check here. You might know even more specific stuff than this. This, -5.
I don't need efficacy. I need convenience. And they need to be close, and they need to be, well, I guess just nearby.
Well, I believe you guys have a portal established to Blimadil, and that's the closest place that I can think of. It's certainly where the closest to us are at home. I've heard that there are some in Zulakara as well, and I believe you have a portal there as well. I'm afraid I couldn't point you to them in particular, but I know that both nations have a concentration of spirit weavers.
We do have a portal that goes straight to Zertune, don't we?
Sure do.
Oh, why haven't I done that?
I
I've
don't
had
know.
all session.
You can be there in 30 minutes if you want.
The heck? I kind of do want, but I don't want to. I don't want to take too much time.
Sure, we'll put it on the docket. We got a hand raise from, or was that the last one for Biscuit? Okay,
yeah,
perfect. A hand raise from Lush.
I have a lot of stuff.
Awesome.
This is what I've been waiting. This is what I've been waiting for all night.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, let me get it set up so I'm not like pushing to talk into my notebook.
Sure,
or my
sure,
notes.
sure.
Alright, you kind of already answered some of the questions I had about the vampire's weaknesses. Is it silver, sunlight, and running water?
Silver, sunlight, running waters, garlic for some reason. We don't fully understand that one.
What does garlic do?
Essentially, if you hold it up to them and you brandish it at them, which involves like pretending to fling it at them, they flinch. It causes an involuntary response. Sort of like when you look at the sun and sneeze. It does the same thing to them.
I've never done that before. Okay.
Really? Well, it works for me every time.
Are both dragons vampires?
The only one that I know for certain to be a vampire is Thernaliax, and only because I've been close enough to detect it on him. Farinexabac, the last that I checked, was a normal living dragon, but if he has become a vassal to Thernaliax, it seems unlikely to me that he would remain alive for long. So I can't say with certainty, but I would guess that he is probably a thrall by now.
Would it be unwise for him to make him a vampire? Kind of a conflict of interest?
Perhaps. But it's a little complicated. At the very least, he would want to be able to test his loyalty first. Remaining a thrall allows him a certain amount of control over Farinexabac. A vampire has a tremendous amount of mental influence over all of its thralls. So keeping him as a thrall allows him to give him orders that are difficult to disobey.
But he's stronger if he becomes a vampire.
Correct.
Give and take.
Exactly, yes.
Alright. You mentioned investment. I'm actually seeking investment for this plan. You've given me quite a bit of gold. So for that, I probably don't need help.
Alright.
But, as my comrade has said, there's a lot of chronotridite down there that I know that he wants. And I plan to make sure he doesn't get it. Chronotridite. It is a time magic stone, in a sense.
Down where?
In your overgrowth, or in your old growth garden.
The old Vesper territory.
Aye.
Interesting. Does Afef know about this?
I'm unaware, but I plan to mine it and get it completely removed so he cannot get to it.
Ah, I see. Officially, I know nothing about this, and I can't know anything about this. Unofficially, I was unaware of this, and I don't know if that means anything to FF. But if they know about it and they want it, then it couldn't be good, and it might explain why they took the territory to begin with.
Yes. So, as you said, maybe you're unable to help me with that. The transportation of that is probably what I need most help with. I have miners. Without going too much detail, I mostly just need to be able to transport it. It's quite significant amount. It is 20 foot high by 20 foot wide.
And Chronochart, I assume, is some sort of a metal or a rock?
It's like a crystal.
Crystal? That's a tremendous amount of mass to move, but certainly, if we were able to protect and reclaim the territory, I could establish a few wains to be set up. Where are you transporting it to?
For the moment, I would just like to get it out.
Simply
out of the garden before he gets here at the end of the week.
At the end of the week? That is difficult. We're going to need some magic to make this happen in under a week, certainly.
And that's where I might find myself in need of investment, as you said. But if you wish, I can say very little. I can bring you vagueness.
Right, I understand. Allow me, when I return home tonight, to check my contacts and see if I have anyone that can help with the transportation of large objects. If you needed me to raise it as an undead, that would be very up my alley. And I have a few general-purpose arcane abilities, none that would move a boulder of that size.
I do plan to break it into smaller pieces so we can get out of the cave system, because it's too large to fit through it.
That will probably make it easier.
So we'll be transporting smaller pieces.
That makes sense. My knee-jerk reaction is some sort of a demi-plane or a very large bag of holding, but I'll have to check my notes. And if you don't mind, I would like to talk to FF and see if she knows anything about this.
Of course. Another thing too. Well, this is mostly just for my own curiosity. You don't happen to know about an ancient Iron Dragon necromancer? Quite rusty.
We've all heard the stories, yes, of the tyrant.
Okay, so just meta real quick. I think we brought it up before, but I wasn't sure. So this is the kind of like me finally getting confirmation that that guy is the tyrant.
At the very least, that's who he thinks that you're referring to. It would be sort of like if you said, have you heard anything about the Greek demigod of the lightning god?
If you wouldn't mind, I have seen this one. I'm trying to confirm his identity.
You've seen the tyrant?
I don't know if it's a tyrant. I'm trying to confirm that.
If that's when? Where?
Nowhere. Okay, that's really funny, but it is called Nowhere.
I am afraid I haven't heard of it. Where is this?
Do you recognize this?
What do you hold up?
I point at my collar. I point at the librarian symbol.
Checking. I'm afraid that I don't, no. If I had to guess, the script looks like Quilgraboth, possibly?
I assume that's correct. I know Illith is the spoken language of it.
Yeah, you know the Quilgraboth is like a canon where a bunch of mind flayers live out to the west.
Oh, it's Illith.
I see.
A different plane from this.
I am afraid that I haven't really dabbled much in the occult. I tend to stick to the arcane and to necromancy specifically. Only so many hours in the day.
Would you mind if I did magic on you so that you could see what he looks like and then confirm?
He sets down his glass. Give me a diplomacy check.
I'm going to use a hero point to reroll.
All right. He sets down his drink and he looks over to Severalex. Severalex gives him a little bit of a nod and he says, "Very well."
and begin to cast a spell. I'm going to cast Rewrite Memory, and I'm going to shape a memory for him of him seeing the dragon that I saw. It's kind of more than a black void, though, kind of like absent of anything else.
Understood. Okay. He will voluntarily fail the save. You convince him. And I assume that this is essentially just an image of the dragon in a black void.
Yeah, and then maybe him also, like, at one point doing a little dragon breath.
Sure, it does not. So importantly, it doesn't show the surroundings or who he was talking to.
Not showing the library or the librarian.
Okay, understood. That's the important bit. Okay, cool. Eventually, he pops back out. He's like, "I'll be. You're a very talented enchanter or illusionist or something or another. If this is real, if you've actually seen him, this is going to change a lot of things."
A very long time ago.
A very long time ago? How long are we talking? I always forget the lifespans of you little guys.
Oh, to be perfectly honest, I didn't know where time is wibbly wobbly.
Ah, are you Fae?
No.
Sorry, the time... There are so many planes have so little respect for time. It's really quite insulting, actually. Either way, a long time ago, are we talking dozens of years, hundreds of years, thousands of years?
To be perfectly honest, I'm still trying to figure that out.
I see. Well,
But by my calculations, I think less than 300 years ago, but that's just mostly an educated guess.
Tell me more. Where did you see?
He came to a place called Nowhere to get information. And when he left.
I see. You're from nowhere?
Yes.
And do you know how to... Where is nowhere? Could you... I've never heard of this country. Where...
Oh, it's not on this plane of existence.
Ah, a separate plane. Do you know the... Are you an arcanist? Do you know the runes that I could use to key a teleportation circle there?
He would have seen that when I cast magic on him, I don't have verbal components. I just use small gestures. I don't even have actual somatic components. I just literally just yeah.
Tricky. Well, I may have more questions for you, and I'm happy to compensate you for your time with what you've requested, the transportation to the mines and transportation of the boulder. If I can drum up the resources, that is a bit of a big ask, I admit, especially given that it is potentially in direct conflict with somebody that I have a peace treaty with. But he bent the rules first, so I'm willing to stick my leg out a little bit.
I want to make a check on this guy. When I showed him this, was this like an oh shit, you seen this thing? Or is it, do I see kind of like a...
Sure. Give me perception.
Do I see like a greed of knowledge in him?
I see. I
which I probably used to see. And I'll have Mare maybe second it, depending on... That's pretty good.
The impression the baby boy gets is mostly one of surprise and a little bit of reverence. It would be sort of like if you showed him an image of, like, you saw Jesus walking across the street. It's not so much that he suddenly has an ulterior motive as, like, he was just shown some sort of evidence that this legendary ancient figure is alive. This figure that has been mostly, like, mythologized in his culture.
When was the last time he was seen? Do you know?
No. Nobody knows. The records go back tens of thousands of years. He was truly ancient, prehistoric even.
Oh. Well. Hopefully I'm not that old.
Do you... I am going to pick your brain on that quite a lot, if you don't mind, but we can save that for later. Is there any other pertinent business that I can help all of you with?
You are a spellcaster, no?
I am a necromancer.
I'm assuming that means you know other non-necromancer spells as well?
I know a few, yes.
Or maybe... found myself in some needs of some spell scrolls. There might be some in the city here. We have a few connections, but I'm not sure if you have any court wizards that would be willing to part with some for some money.
I may be able to get a few written up for you. As mentioned, I'm a bit of a recluse, but if there's anything that I can do to help you, I can try to make scrolls or procure scrolls.
Was the... Go ahead.
Surely he doesn't have to waste his time with something that pedestrian.
That's why I said court mages and not him.
If nothing else, I can send Severalex to take a look. If you'll give me a list of spells, I'll see what I can do.
Were the was out the Thernaliax group? Were we ever told about the relic seeds in his land in his area?
I believe you guys found a letter in the armory discussing how Farron Nexivac has some relic seeds. Yes.
Okay. So I'm a bit unclear on this. You share land with Farron Nexivac, kind of?
No. I had a bunch of land, and we had a peace deal, but Farron Nexivac got a third party to take it from me, and then took it from him. So we technically skirted around the peace treaty.
Didn't know why you hadn't slit his neck earlier, but yeah, save any relic seeds from there?
I'm afraid that I don't have any relic seeds. Mostly what I've dealt in is necromantic goods, valuables, and things that are useful for dealing with the undead. I personally have one relic weapon myself, but I don't have a collection to share with anyone else because I don't know who else I would give one to.
Alright. What about any just powerful magic thing? I'm not as well versed in that, but it helps with survivability.
I do have one of those, and I was planning on presenting it a little bit later, but it seems that most of you are kind of the ones responsible for helping me, so perhaps I'll give it to the lot of you to share amongst yourselves. And he reaches into his bag and he pulls out a small black box about the size of like a pencil case. Are any of you talented with crafting, artificing, the construction and improvement of magical items? Relics?
None of us.
None of us.
We all just point to Kaz.
Yeah, we all point to Kaz.
Wonderful.
I stand in front of Kaz.
Well, this is a resource that can be shared by the lot of you. You can pass it around as needed. It is quite valuable. But take good care of it, and it may serve you well.
also points at Sketch.
True, yes, Sketch is not here out of character, but in character, he's also a good magic crafter. He
This one's twinless.
sets the box down, and he kind of flips it open, and inside you see a grave, an engraving tool, a chisel or a Dremel. This is the hero's grave. There are a few that like it that have been scattered throughout the world. I believe it's one of about 20 or so, but this one has been in my possession, frankly, wasting away gathering dust for a long time, and I owe the guild some recompense, and it would be an honor for me to share it with a lot of you, especially if you do go after Thornaliax and Faranixivac and recover their relic seeds. This is used to improve relics once they're obtained. Normally, when you get a relic seed, it grows into you. You grow into it. As it develops a sympathetic bond, it grows stronger. I'm sure many of you understand how this works. This lets you shape the process a little more deliberately. It lets you have some choice in the matter. Decide how your relic grows. Of course, it is useless unless you get your hands on some relic seeds, but it sounds like that may be in your future.
Keep bringing them.
And I'll slide that over to either Kaz or Sketcher, whoever takes it.
Can we tell by looking at him what kind of dragon? Like, what if he had a breath? What would it be?
He's silver scale, which I need to double check. I think that's cold in PF2.
Yeah, it should be cold.
Yes.
So
cold.
in theory, he should be able to fuck up that iron dragon real good.
Theoretically, if he was also able to do some heat.
I thought you just
That being said, his breath weapon might be changed now that he's a lich, so...
True.
Yeah.
Also, rolling over that insight check from way, way back in here, you're starting to pick up on two more vibes. The first is that he has an old-fashioned view of nobility and honor. He thinks it would be dishonorable to break his peace treaty. And he's not terribly interested in direct conflict with Thornaliax and Faranixivac. Partly for that reason, and also you kind of get the impression that, like, He just doesn't like politics and is probably not as strong as them. He seems to be kind of a recluse. He's a little bit weaker. He just wants to do his own thing. He doesn't seem to be interested in war. The second thing that you pick up on is that he is throwing around money and gifts and boons kind of willy-nilly. And he's mentioned a couple times that he owes a favor to this place, and that has stood out to you with your rolling 20 for from earlier. It seems to you that he believes he owes some sort of a debt to Landfall. And he's making up for that by just showering you all with money.
Delightful. So the platinum, does that go to just Kaz? Do you want to put that in Kaz's inventory?
I'll let Kaz decide what he does with the platinum coin.
Pours him a scotch.
Shits himself.
Yeah, maybe. We got a hand raise from
Philo.
Loosh.
Oh, that was from earlier. I'm so sorry. We put my hand.
Fair. And we have a new hand raise from Biscuit.
Yeah, real quick. You ever heard of an Adendric ship called the Everything?
An Adendric ship called the Everything. This is such a long shot. I'll let him roll for it, but we'll see. Oh, there's no way. There's simply no way. I'm afraid that I don't.
Is it a warship?
Kaz saw that vision. Kaz would be aware that it looked like a pretty big ship, like a galleon or something.
Yeah,
It's a
so is it a
slave ship.
warship? Yeah, would that be a...
We only saw the interior, so it'd be hard to
You're right.
tell if it was a warship or what.
Yeah. I'm afraid I am very, very landlocked way up by the mountains. I try to stay out of international politics as best as I can.
We can deduce that it is a warship, or if not a warship, then a flagship in a war fleet, because the general or the admiral was on board.
What was the
Whatever his
admiral
name was.
wearing? Could you describe his uniform?
Yeah, nat 20 that perception check.
Hell yeah.
Every single detail, baby.
You're essentially able to give a detailed account for what everybody looked like, and I'll pull them out so you can see it, but then I'll also give you visual descriptions here in a second.
And identify that with warfare lore.
Yes. Give me a roll.
You want it secret so you can lie to me?
Sure, yeah, I love secret rolls. I think they are one of my favorite things from the system.
Never. If I fail,
he's a
you can give
lieutenant.
yeah,
I thought he was the admiral.
blind GM roll. This is a +5 because it's a war thing, and if it fails, you can give me 1 false and 1 true.
Perfect. So, Fetch describes some sort of olive green jacket, a darker green pair of slacks with a lot of holsters and cargos and straps that things can be strapped into, a flat cap with a short brim, a rifle kind of slung over his shoulder. He was smoking a cigar. He had some patches over his heart and across the side of his shoulder. And with your warfare lore, it sounds like he is describing either...
It probably goes interested in the patches and the stripes, right?
Yeah, that would be where a lot of your information comes from. And meta, you kind of already know this, but because you failed, I'll give you the technical answer. He's describing either a lieutenant or a CO. Like a platoon CO, a lower ranking. Lieutenant would be the higher of those two things.
Right. It's not a very high ranking one, but...
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a separate one for Marlin. For a little guy, a little rat.
Sure. Here's another... hidden
They're
one.
called Isoki, excuse me.
True.
They're from space.
When Fetch describes the smaller rat folk, the thin wiry glasses, the jacket that kind of comes down to about knee length, the lighter colored pants, the tall boots, and especially the patches over his right chest instead of his left chest, that is reserved for civilian officers, non-combat officers. This is somebody that is in a non-combat position, but very high up. So this would be either maybe a chief researcher or an engineer or a manufacturer or a logistics officer. It's somebody who has
They look like a nerd.
They look like
must
a nerd.
be a researcher.
Yeah, exactly.
Did they look like they had a build for combat? No? Okay, that's probably a lead field researcher or something.
Right, exactly.
Did they have a machine with them?
Yes. Warhound, and you recognize immediately it's just a Mark II Warhound. It's the latest model of the Warhound that the Emmerichs use.
Yeah. He just shares this and tells him what they are. So you didn't see the captain or anything?
Oh, I guess I thought it was the captain. That's why I thought it was the flagship. Either way, related question. Do you know anyone, or do you know who I can talk to if I wanted to, for example, perhaps attempt to tie up some specific ship at docking ports in the south of Zulakara?
Is this to argue Minivex?
Yeah.
Oh,
In perhaps, stalling them for getting supplies or something like that?
I'm afraid that this is way, way outside of my wheelhouse. I would be happy to help if it ends up being an issue of resources or magic. I can try to help, but I'm afraid that naval politics is just not what I know. We have a hand raised from Drake.
Yeah, can I pull him to the side at some point?
Yeah, so time goes on. He kind of has these conversations, and eventually you're able to get him alone somewhere.
Cool. Yeah, Tex is going to kind of like just bow his head. I need a powerful necromancer.
You've come to the right place. I'm one of the best.
Can you restore an undead to life?
Ah, true life, I assume, not simply a shambling corpse.
Yes, no genie's wish, zombie that eats my brains.
Right.
Actual flesh and blood, soul intact.
It's within my purview, but I don't know if I have the resources. We would need moonstone, and quite a lot of moonstone.
I produce the moonstone.
That is a considerable amount of moonstone. I don't know if it is enough, but it is a good start. Where did you find this?
That's not important.
I understand. Well, if you were to gather more, I would be very happy to be the one that helps you with this. I certainly know how to do it. I used to have a little moonstone of my own, but that was what I traded to Thernaliax for the peace deal. This is a considerable amount.
Do you think he still has it?
I would assume so, but in truth, I don't know what he is doing with it. He's not a necromancer, and to the best of my ability, doesn't know any necromancers and frowns on necromancy, as does most of my nation. I don't know why he has been gathering it, but I have heard rumors that he has developed some sort of a ritual with his court mages to locate it. The rumor is that he's amassing it for one reason or another.
How much more do you need?
Well, I need about as much as a human heart. A little under 2 kilograms.
Human heart is 2 kilograms?
No. You're not there for this conversation. A human heart.
Stone.
No, this is out the character. This is our character. Like what?
Yeah. A stone about the size of a human heart would be about 1 kilograms.
Okay.
Yep. This amount is still useful. It would do an undead creature a tremendous amount of good. It would restore their senses. It may restore a lot of their memories. They would live a much higher quality of life, but they would still be undead.
Is this a... Using this would be part of a future ritual that would finish restoring them to life?
Yes, it would compound. If you were to use this now and then supply more later, it would be easier to pull them all the way back to life. Yes, the effects would remain.
All right. They're presently here in Landfall. Would you be willing and able?
Certainly. It's a long ritual, and I do have to return to my keep once every 24 hours. If they were willing to travel with me, I would be happy to perform it there.
Can I do an insight check?
Sure, absolutely.
Osper would probably really like that.
Wonderful.
Going.
Yeah.
Hard read. He seems to be honest.
Well, he's visited you before, so I can't imagine he would be opposed.
I'm curious. I must know this person then.
It's Prospero von Resco Wittershins. Weiss.
Ah, I see. I assumed I would never see him again. He's here.
Yeah, me too.
Well, that son of a bitch. I'm going to have to... Oh, sorry, forgive my language. He takes another sip of the brandy. I'm going to have to find
scotch.
Or scotch, yeah. It's been a few hours. He's probably moved on to brandy by this point.
He drank an entire bottle of Pappy.
He's a dragon.
He's a dragon. It's fine.
He's a corpse.
He's a corpse, yeah.
No, it's not about alcohol tolerance. Pappy's not very strong.
It's
about money. $5,500 a bottle. It's one of the most expensive whiskeys in the world.
It's probably also
It's a
worth mentioning,
scotch.
there's no way they have a bottle that expensive here at the Landfall Tavern. It's been defunct for 8 years. This man just paid $5,500 for some top shelf.
Excuse me. I think you misunderstand the nature of fantasy taverns. They bought a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle 45 years ago, and they keep it around. They just fill it back up.
That may be true, but also this campus has been raided and ransacked for 8 years. That got stolen year 2.
Oh, well, then they have some random wine bottle that has the Pappy label on it.
That's probably true. That's almost certainly true. Either way, the
I
point...
think Kaz just filled this place up with random booze.
Oh, that's true. Kaz did do some restocking. I don't know if Kaz spent $5,500 on a bottle, but we can...
No, probably not.
Yeah, almost certainly not. If Prospero's here, I would be happy to help him. No charge, of course, and he can stay with me as long as he takes to recover. Although I suspect that the recovery would be pretty quick. Yes, I'd be happy to. Let him know that if he wants to meet me here in the morning, I'll take him with me.
All right. And yeah, so during this, Tex doesn't use his mage hand. He only uses his little, like, shadow.
Understood.
So shadow pushes the moonstone to Argumentavex.
He kind of reaches out and lifts it up. It's been some time since I've seen any of this. I've lived a very, very long time, and I have learned in all of my years that sometimes it is easier to simply not know things. I'm not going to ask you any questions, but this is a big decision. You understand that, right? This could change anyone's life. It's worth a fortune.
Yeah.
Very well. As a... He'll set it back down and he slides it over to you. I'm happy to do this. Hold on to this and talk to Prospero. Have him bring it with him in the morning.
Are you certain that you can't talk to him?
I can, if he's nearby. I would actually love to speak to him.
Oh, good.
Why? Bad blood.
You could say that. He's just a lot.
He can be a lot. I can only take him in small doses, but it has been quite a long time. I could use a dose. I take it this is all that you wanted to speak to me about?
Yes, and honestly, I was kind of expecting you to charge me. This is a very large service.
On the contrary, it is frankly something that I haven't done in a long time and would like to do again. I haven't performed a ritual this large in... it's been decades, and Prospero was a, I don't know if friend is quite the right word for it, but he was at least a colleague, and it seems that many of my colleagues have gone astray or missing over the past couple of hundreds of years. I'd like to keep at least one of my relationships from souring if I can. And in fact, you were going to forego your payment in exchange for this, and that's unnecessary. If anything, I appreciate you bringing Prospero to me. And he fishes out and grabs a leather pouch and sets 875 gold in front of you. I insist, please, take your payment for all that you've done.
We'll look at this massive bag of gold and gems, and my tiny little body. I'll slowly stuff it into my tiny little backpack as best I can.
Wonderful. I don't know if I got your name. I assumed, in truth, that you were familiar at first, but you seem to be quite autonomous.
A common mistake. I'm Tex.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Tex.
And you too.
He shakes his glass. I think it's time for another one of these.
Me too. I'm not even gonna go and Tex is gonna drink a little bit.
Perfect. We have a hand raised from Biscuit.
Oh, really? But
And a hand raised from Loosh.
This will be like after the scene. I just want to make sure I say it. After he's gone, I want to start stuffing my suit.
Hell yeah. What are you stuffing it with?
So that just so it looks like I am the original weight I started with.
I see. Understood.
And
Okay.
then just continuously keep that facade up.
Interesting. All right, noted. If that becomes pertinent at some point, remind me, because I might forget. That's a small detail, but I will at least make note that you've done it.
Yeah.
I
So
share
that-
with you the padding from my old costume.
It's just above the board so that as me in my stretch form begin continuously lose weight, baby boy doesn't look like he's losing weight.
Perfect.
That way it's hard to make that connection with
Excellent. Argumentative.
Texas.
Grabs 2 glasses, one scotch, the other also scotch. Comes over. He sits down right next to Fetch. He sets one glass in front of himself and slides the other glass over to Fetch. What are your intentions with my daughter?
she's your daughter? I thought she was 600 years old.
Something in that order, yes.
I don't have any intentions. I'm curious about what her intentions are with me. I'm just a lowly mortal. I'm under her will.
She seems quite taken. You don't need to be afraid. I'm not mad. I'm simply curious. If she's taken an interest in you, then I have an interest in you.
I think
Fetch, did you find more people to plow up and down the garden path, like all those cheeky back in Zulakara?
I'm doing the gesture, like the kill it gesture.
Like they were
Leave it-
real big fans.
Leave
of
it to
Gently a hand over Branch's mouth. Don't.
I think she's one of the most beautiful living beings I've ever laid eyes upon.
What a good answer.
So thick. Wait, I really should have stopped while I was ahead.
I get as far away from this tavern as possible.
See, you should have just let him cook. He says to Branch. You do it himself.
Yeah, I know. While you're covering my face.
Then I release him out there. Now he ate his own food.
I don't...
Wait, how did you have a daughter? Aren't you like a skeleton?
Well, when 2 living dragons love each other very much, or need to copulate for political purposes, they make a child. That was a long time ago, before I was like this.
Milady.
Oh. Well, how did that happen?
I think, based on what I've heard, you know very well how that sort of thing happens.
No, not that. I mean, how did you become a skeleton?
Oh, well...
It's not a skeleton.
Close enough. I studied magic for a long time, and I went to school with 2 of my best friends growing up in the academy in Pi, and we all agreed to study different schools of magic, and I wanted conjuration, but I didn't make the cut. So then I thought I would do transmutation, but my friend beat me to it, and at that point the only one that was still accepting was necromancy. So it was kind of just a fluke that I ended up in this field, but I took to it. I was apparently very apt at it, and well, here I am. When I reached the natural end of my life, I decided that I wasn't done yet, and that I would do something about it.
Are you still friends with them? Or are they, I'm assuming, passed away?
They've passed away, I'm afraid. Most of my friends have come and gone. The only one that I thought would be around with me the whole time, well, he is gone too.
You stole the life essence that you owed to the future generation from your children and grandchildren.
Perhaps, but I'm only borrowing it.
Okay, he can stop cooking now.
Gee, I don't know.
Oh, when I die, I become a ghost.
You will for at least a very short transitive amount of time.
Oh, I'll pop up and I'll be all spooky and I'll just pop around and scan everyone.
Yeah.
Sounds like lots of fun.
For at
He
least,
won't be it. Yeah, I don't think he can be offended. I don't think you can be offended if you don't have blood, if you don't have hormones, if you don't have life and a beating heart.
That offends me.
Yeah, you say that with your words, but I don't hear it and I don't feel it.
What do you want to duel about it?
I don't want to duel about it.
Then shut the fuck up about it, huh? Put your fucking words where your mouth is.
Damn.
Rafik, your Narafi is showing.
I'm sorry, I wear this mask and I'm a fucking weirdo.
I understand
I
what
feel
you're
like-
saying. Most of the world has told me the same thing. But I'm a firm believer that undeath is just another state of life. A different future. Not quite as
You're not-
adamantly as the king did, but I do think he had some valuable viewpoints.
Oh God, he's a Hitler sympathizer.
A what?
Sympathizer, certainly.
He's a Desolate King sympathizer.
The Desolate King doesn't make every single undead. Some of them come from ley lines, and some of them make themselves undead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who are we to
Yeah.
say that those lives are not lives just because there's no blood in them?
You'll have to forgive me, both of you. I've seen very little of the world. I've lived very little compared to you. I will live maybe 4 more years, and that'll be it. So if I feel a little bit hot-blooded, my bad, okay? I am going crazy. There are holes in my brain.
Yeah,
There's a
like
little-
this, it's gonna be shorter.
Oh,
Don't worry.
I have the illness. Yeah, I'm gonna go mad. I'm gonna become a gibbering nothing that has to be taken care
Let's
For-
keep that from happening.
So forgive my ignorance, you're cheeky, is that correct?
of. Yeah.
They have a lot of elementals down there. Does an elemental have blood?
Yes.
Really? A rock has
An elemental has life. A living being has blood. That's our life. The elemental has a different kind of life.
Well, the life that runs through me is simply necromantic energy. How is that any different?
I don't know. You
If-
see, the thing is, I'm willing to admit my ignorance, and if I kept it inside and didn't say anything and didn't voice my ignorance, then nobody would know about it, and I would never get educated. We're just trying
Exactly.
to talk to each other.
I just wish you'd voice it as questions instead of as ignorant truths.
He smiles. He says sometimes the best way to get the right answer is to confidently proclaim the wrong one. I must admit,
True.
he takes a sip. I think I like you more than many of her past suitors. If you are telling the truth and actually willing to change your mind when you learn new information, that puts you quite a head above all the others. Although you're a good deal smaller than many of them. But I suppose that's her decision to make.
It's not about size.
It's
We
about the pipe you lay.
have a hand raise from Lush.
It's at this time that Mayor speaks
Urgent.
up. He like thrums out. And he like turns to argumentative. Like, these mortals are quite entertaining, are they not?
I do enjoy it from time to time in short bursts. In truth, I will go home and need a couple of months of quiet to recharge my battery, so to speak. But it is
Oh.
nice to have good scotch at least.
When I die, I want to become a razor beast.
A razor beast.
I bet you'll be the best razor beast out there.
Dang,
Can you turn
razor
into-
beasts are so freaking cool.
Can you turn into one now?
No, they're too big.
Oh, okay. When can you turn into one?
Level 18 maybe.
Okay, we'll work on it.
The hell is a razor beast?
The workshop.
Oh, is it real? I thought I just made it up.
I also thought you just made it up. I'm not finding anything on Google.
Razor beast. Yeah, I just made it up.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently it's a
assuming-
transformer.
I'm assuming it's a cheeky word for like some bristleback beast
Yeah, that
out
makes a
there,
lot of
which
sense.
is like a more.
So after that, he does look over to you, Rafik. I take it then that you are, risen?
Yes.
I see. I have to ask, have you experienced any of the strange urges lately? The ones that were plaguing Afef? It reminds me a lot of the king's old work, and I am worried that he may
Only
be back.
near the obelisks. Other than that, it's me. Sometimes I've heard his voice in my head.
That's not good.
I think his reach is extending beyond obelisks, and I don't know how.
Troubling. It was difficult enough to lose a friend once. The thought of having to keep putting him down every few hundred years is not exciting.
Yeah.
You were friends with him before? We're talking about someone else specifically?
Now the Desolate King, friends might be a strong word, I guess. We were associates, at least. Rivals, maybe, is a better one.
I think I made a roll about this before, but I've heard of Argumentavax as a necromancer that my father was acquainted with, but not much.
I believe that's the case. I think it was kind of a middling role. For a long time, we were aware of each other. We were rivals, competitors. But then he met Desdemona, and he started to see me less as an opponent and more as a proper colleague, I guess.
Who's Desdemona?
Oh,
my mother.
Yes.
Oh.
But, I don't know. When I first met him, he didn't see undeath as a novelty or a science. He saw it as something bigger, something darker, something inevitable. He believed it was kind of the next logical step for our species, for all species, in fact, even the dragons. He viewed death as an illness that he could cure, and when people didn't accept that cure willingly, well, we know how that went.
I think that over the long stretch of time into the distant future, over millions of generations, all it takes is for a couple of people to become undead and take their life force out of the system every generation for us to be in a really rough spot as a world in a very quick amount of time. Eventually the world will be all undead. I agree with that.
That's certainly what he wanted. The Desolate King was dead set on conquering first all of the wildlands and then spreading as far as he could into the Deadlands before there simply wasn't enough necromantic energy to keep them alive. I suppose if he had gotten away with it, then we would all be much weaker right now, and the Emmerichs would be ruling the world. So I'm glad that his son stepped up.
Just gently digs his claws into the table.
But that was a long time ago. I, in truth, had not thought of him for hundreds of years since Ethan came to see me, and I thought it would be like that forever until all of this started happening. In truth, I would love to investigate it myself, but I can't go far from home for very long, so...
Oh wait, I went to see him?
You? What?
He said Ethan went to see me?
Yes, Ethan came to see me at one point.
Do I remember that?
Give me a secret D20.
Okay. How do I secretify a D20?
Here, I'm just gonna roll it. It's fine. I'm just gonna do it. You're gonna trust
Just
me.
roll it for me. Yeah, I trust you. I hero pointed.
You hero pointed? Okay, good to know.
I might as well. I have to go to work soon.
You do not. You don't remember this at all.
That must be one of the memories I've lost, he thinks to himself.
Yes, losing memories is probably the worst part of all of this. I do miss taste and smell, but memory is the most precious sense of all.
Might I ask a question?
Okay.
I apologize if it's rude.
Certainly.
You've mentioned many times that you must return home every 24 hours.
Yes.
Why is that?
I am sustained by... It's very complicated, but it's essentially an artificial necromantic heart of sorts. If I don't reactivate it every 24 hours, then it fails, and I will simply collapse. I'll be destroyed. I'll be an inert corpse. I haven't figured out a way to reanimate it from a distance, so I must go to it in person and touch it to reestablish a sympathetic link with it.
Oh, fascinating.
Urgent hand raise from Frisk.
Please. I am not who I used to be. And I want to be a bit more of what I lost. And he fishes out the little chip of moonstone. You
God,
are
I
a
wish I was here.
a greater necromancer. Probably the greatest necromancer I know currently. I am a mere novice in it. Could this restore what I was?
He looks it over. Do you have a size listed for this? I forget. It was like a knuckle
No, this is
size.
just. I think so. It's the one that was found in the grove.
Right.
No, it was in the under Thernaliak's lair.
Correct. It was buried.
This
under
might have been the one. Yeah, this might have been the one that he gave actually.
Right. I will do everything in my power to help you, but this is not much. This would probably help restore a little bit of one of your senses, or maybe a few fleeting memories, but it would not be all of your memories or all of your senses for sure.
I don't remember meeting you.
I remember it quite well, if you are indeed Ethan.
What did I ask? What did we talk about?
You came asking for help with dealing with your father.
Yeah, that's fair.
I explained, and you agreed that killing him simply wasn't an option. A powerful necromancer always is prepared for death. They always come back, and you seem to understand that. But you made it sound like you had some other plan? Something that one of your colleagues cooked up that would solve the problem for good? You were flaky on the details. I'm very sorry. I wish I could tell you more, but he said it was one of those need-to-know things, and I typically respect when there's something that I don't need to know. But he asked if he could borrow one of my artifacts for the plan. He came to me specifically because he had heard that I had the Hypnolis. It was a weapon, an asp coil that was believed to sympathetically poison a body. Essentially, it would cause the body to reject any sympathy tied to it, including the creature's soul. It would force their soul out of their body. And I made lots of theories and deductions and guesses off of what he would use it for, but I never got the specifics.
Right. Hypnolis. The Gouger.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a bit of it. But not much more.
Well, I gave it to him and saw him on his way. He mentioned a few of his battle tactics, which again was all over my head. I'm not a tactician or a warmonger. I am just a necromancer. But he wouldn't tell me much more about his actual plan, just that he needed it, and it was just sitting around gathering dust, so I gave it to him. I was kind of hopeful, I guess, that he would be able to put my once friend to rest.
Well, speaking for who I used to be, thank you for your assistance. It worked as well as it could have.
That's what I thought too for a few hundred years, but it sounds like maybe it didn't.
We can talk more later.
Certainly.
Branch has a hand raised.
Yeah. Okay. Branch. Yeah, we got a hand raise. What's up?
I don't know if this is the last thing that they're going to talk to Argumentamex about. But if everything starts winding down, I want to whenever everything starts winding down and everyone starts leaving, I actually just want to pickpocket the fucking moonstone that Rafik tried to so readily give away.
He's holding it right in his hand.
No, later on, afterwards.
Yeah, good luck reaching into my body.
I have a lot in theory. I thought that'd work. I don't know.
It's not impossible. It is very difficult to pickpocket.
Okay, if I can get the sense that it's very difficult, then I'll just fucking ask him about it afterwards. I don't know if you're done with this though, so never mind. Sorry.
So Argumentative is kind of done unless you guys have more questions for him. He's just kind of happy to sit around drinking, and when he gets the vibe that everybody's ready to turn in, he will wander off and go find somewhere to sleep. But if anybody else has more questions for him, now's the time. Otherwise, Drake has a hand raise. Perfect. Drake has a hand raise. What you got?
Oh, I'll go find fucking Prospero.
Wonderful. You are able to find him probably just out.
I get changed first.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You find that he is with all of his entourage, all these skeletons gathered around a fire, and he's. You don't know if a skeleton can get drunk, but he has kind of the vibe that he is drunk. You imagine it's probably just for show. He's got a loot out.
I don't think he has an entourage here. Or at least it's not the skeleton entourage.
I'm trying to... Oh, yeah, wait. Yeah, you're right. They stopped.
Yeah.
So he has definitely won over the hearts of some other young adventurers who are now infatuated with him, at least. So he's here with a group of adventurers, playing a lute. He's doing okay. He's not great, but he's okay. And he sees you approach. Oh, come here. Come join. We were just about to do my favorite.
Oh, good. Your favorite. Come over and sit down.
He starts going into a little ditty, which I'm not going to attempt to do. And again, it's all right. It's not great, but everybody else is really eating it up. You get this guy just has a weird kind of force of personality that makes people want to make him feel like he's doing a good job. He's one of those. He's got the pretty bubble from 30 Rock, even as a skeleton.
I recommend Jack and Diane by John Cougar Mellencamp.
Well, here's a little ditty. He goes into it. Eventually, though, the song comes to an end and he settles down. Do you like to be pet? Can I do that?
He seems like the guy.
Your fingers are all awful bony.
I'm sorry. I won't do it then.
It's fine. Go ahead.
Really? He reaches out kind of timidly and just does a little scratch under the chin. We had a little cat that looked quite a lot like you growing up. It was real nasty. I was never able to pet him.
Yeah. So no, we haven't taken you to see Weiss or Edel yet.
No, not yet.
Before that, Argumentative is here to give you some treatment.
Argumentative is here.
If you're willing.
Certainly, if he has a treatment for me, I'm interested. He's always been friendly and useful, I guess. He pointed me towards a lot of very important information in Avarice. He's here. Can I... Where?
I think he's about to kill Dum Dum for trying to date his daughter.
Oh, I see.
And if he doesn't kill him, he'll probably kill Twiggy whenever he says something stupid.
Well, we should go quickly then. Try to catch him in a good mood.
Well, he's had a lot of scotch, so I don't know if he can get in a much better mood.
Fair. He always did love scotch. He asked me to bring it the next time I was there, and unfortunately and he looks down at his hands. Never quite made it back.
Yeah. Guess he didn't.
He will walk with you towards the Landfall Tavern. Prospero does kind of look to you before you get there. So what, he just showed up? You know about this. Why are you the one telling me about this?
He asked me to come get you.
I see. He kind of lets that one go a little bit. Do you know what he's going to be able to do for me?
It's not a complete resurrection yet, but he'll at least be able to restore some of your senses, hopefully some memories.
That's very promising. The last that I knew, that was very advanced and expensive. He must have gotten much better in my absence.
Well, was he corpsey last time we saw him?
Oh, certainly.
All right. Well,
And when he walks in, he spots Argumentavex, and Argumentavex spots him, and they both stand up and they like over and shake hands. They're not quite on hugging terms, but they're at least on old friend terms. And they both kind of just sit down in the corner and start to talk. It's up to you whether you want to be part of that conversation or not.
I'll listen in, but that's about it.
Okay. The vibe that you get as they kind of chat is they catch up on small talk first, and he talks about, oh, I got killed in the swamp. It's like, well, shame I wasn't there. I could have helped. Back and forth about their travels and what they've done, but eventually Prospero is the one who breaches. So I was told that you might be able to help me with some of my condition. An argument of X looks to you and then to Tex. Someone has presented a powerful reagent that could be used to help you. You would get your senses back. You would probably get most of your memories back. I can do it. It would take a few days, and you'll have to come with me to my lair, because I can't stay out of it for that long, but if you can spare a little time. It's a lair. He's a dragon. It's his lair.
I know, but like when you say like come back to my lair and you're like an undead necromancer, it sounds a bit ominous.
There's nothing I love more than really playing up the ominous villain vibes. As I'm sure you could not tell through his outfit.
That's what I'm here for.
Hell yeah. And Prospero... Let me double check a note real quick. Let me make sure. Let me see something. Prospero is like, oh, that's great fortune. Moonstones are pretty rare. I saw one fall from the sky the night before I died. An argument is, oh no, that is strange. I don't know if I heard of anything like that. Odd that I didn't. I was like, oh, I obviously didn't find out what happened to it. It was a bit of a busy night for me, but no, I could have sworn. It fell from the moon. I saw it happen. It's like the moon was crying. An argument of X says, well, your friend here has one that's just about the right size to patch you up a bit, and nods over to you, Tex.
I roll my eyes like...
And I think this is the part where I'm going to say Sketch and Ruka would both be able to kind of notice this happening. Even if Tex is being stealthy about this, the two of them are not really being super secretive. And also just as kind of a meta contrivance, I feel like they should at least have an opportunity to maybe respond to what's happening right now.
They don't need it. I know I have my natural sarcasm, but like we legitimately talked about this.
Okay, if you guys have already talked about this, then
we talked about it both out of character and in character already.
Understood. If you guys already have an arrangement, then I will play it out. Perfect. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because this is like PvP stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, wonderful. Then yeah, he kind of motions like to ask if you still have the stone.
Yeah. Go and Shadow comes out, goes over to my my little knife, unscrews the pommel, and then pulls out the shard of moonstone.
All right. Yeah, Argumentavex will take it and kind of look it over, hold it up. It's the real deal. I haven't seen one of these since I traded all mine away. I'm going to be heading back at first light of the morning. If you can be there, I'll take you with me and we'll get you patched up. Shouldn't take more than 3 or 4 days and I'll fly you back down here. Or at least to the portal. And Prospero says, that sounds wonderful. I can't wait to be able to taste food again. And kind of reaches towards you again, and you see that he just kind of instinctively, his hand stops a little short. And he says, may I? Like he's wanting to pet you again.
Just roll my eyes.
He just gives you a little bit more scritching under the chin. This is very kind of you. I
Shut up. I leave.
Very well. He stands up and grabs his drink, tosses it all back, sets it down on the bar, and we'll walk off.
Hank Foster's going to be pissed.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. I just assumed maybe we could have done the same thing for him, but
Or his girlfriend.
I haven't really hung out with
For if we do it for him, or we'll either do it for him or his girlfriend, and then the other gets to watch them die.
True.
Like they're better both being undead.
Yeah, they can clink bones together.
They can bone.
They can bone.
If we have a few more minutes.
Yes.
And there isn't a huge time pressure for the night. I want to take a portal to Blemidil and go look for that moonstone.
Which moonstone?
The one
That he
Prospero
mentioned.
said that he saw before I killed him.
I see. Wonderful. Let me make a note of that. We're going to play that one out. I don't want to sidebar that one, and it might take longer than like a little 10-minute excursion.
So if that's happening next session,
Yes.
I got to go to Bloomingdale too. Can I come?
Possibly. I'll double check teams, but if you want to be part of that, absolutely. We're kind of in a flex spot where we can start your missions as soon as you guys want, but if you guys have more things you want to do before embarking on new missions, you can absolutely do that. We'll kind of play this by ear as you guys learn new information. So we'll sort it out between weeks what we're doing next week, but it might be a little quick excursion to Blimidel.
Yeah.
I know that for Baby Boy, he just needs to get this plan rolling. He's getting the miners
Yes.
over there.
Some
if,
of you...
If Dragon Lady is willing, I mean, I don't want to just assume that she can fly us there, but obviously the faster we can get there, the better.
Of course.
And then I also need to get some items, but...
Right. Some of you aren't a time constraint. Baby Boy is for sure. Anybody that wants to go try to steal the Chronomancy book is for sure, because you have a limited time where Pharanax and X not home.
Yeah.
So a few of you have a time constraint, but a lot of you are able to like do little side missions before you take off again. Yes, Branch, you absolutely can.
Are you two still around?
Yeah, do we still have Kaz? Are you still are you alive?
Yeah.
I'm
Sick.
here.
He's alive again.
I've been here the whole time.
Sure, yeah.
Liar.
Excellent. Okay.
I want to pull them aside, I guess, and look at Rafiq and be like,
I was wrong, by the way. It was a good idea.
"What was a good idea?"
Messing with the books.
I don't care about that. All right, it's fine. I just want to know why you were so readily willing to give up fucking millions of gold.
Give up.
The shard in your I'll point to where you put the fucking moonstone back in your pocket.
In his chest.
In his chest, yeah.
Yeah, he like reaches into his under his rib cage. You hear a click, and then he pulls it out again.
This is the stuff of fucking legends, dude. This is like worth more than any of us. And not only that, you fucking drop that in the middle of a tavern full of people.
In front of the only people I trust, yes. And the only person I know who could use it to help me.
Did it mean that much to you? Fine, I was willing to let shit play out like it was, but
To be more of myself? Is that even a question?
is that why you're wearing that mask? To be something else? That you hated being Ethan.
I don't hate being Ethan. I just have to be someone else.
Then be someone else. But don't fucking get rid.
I want to be me. I want to feel. I want to smell. I want to drink and eat. You know I'm 28. I don't even remember my birthday anymore.
I want to fucking juggle. I want to be able to do a fucking handstand without a creaking.
I can do that for you.
No, you can't.
Give me some time in Pyra and I'll restore your arm.
I don't think you're going. I don't need that from you. All right.
You don't want me to prove it.
I don't need that from you.
You said you want it.
I want it, but I'm not gonna fucking take it.
I want something. I want to be selfish sometimes. Don't you think I've lost enough already?
Oh,
Don't you think I've given enough already?
everyone in that fucking tavern has. Kaz is gonna die in a fucking month. You didn't think
And I'm
we
trying to help him.
You don't think we could use that moonstone to bargain with La Chalache about that?
You have a plan.
This is a fucking ramshackle of a plan. And it'll lead to 10 people dying if we fuck up.
Then don't fuck up. You were so confident with your accounting thing and you didn't care if people died for that. How come now? How come when I want to gain something, it suddenly matters?
When I fucked with a few papers, it was gonna kill someone. It ended up helping people.
Potentially it could have. You didn't care.
Oh, God. Just give the moonstone to Kaz.
Fuck you.
Fuck you!
Why should he do that?
Because you're the only one who could use. You're the one who could use it more than anyone else right now. You're a fucking expert crafter. You've been making me shit without really even liking me, from what I understand. And I really appreciate that. Imagine what you could do with this shit.
Shut up for just a second, please. I appreciate what you're trying to do. I appreciate what you want to make him do for me. But this is not his problem. That is his solution to his problem, and frankly, his problems are bigger than mine.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Your
my
problems still
don't matter.
exist. Is the Desolate King the most important thing in the world?
To me, yes.
Then La Chalache is the most important thing in the world to him.
Yeah, Chalachi and the Desolate King work together.
Do they? I found nothing about that in any of our research.
Why do you think I know about the Chalachi?
Well, what haven't you told us then?
I have. I told Kaz everything I knew.
Alright.
But again, I'm missing memories. Memories that can be unlocked with this stone.
The same stone that could give us enough resources to, I don't know, build a bomb to destroy all of the Teon. Just sink her
Is
forever.
that all this is worth to you, a bomb?
A lot of money? You know how much a fucking buckets of gold is worth to me? To anyone that didn't grow up a fucking prince?
600 gold can return your arm.
600.
I know more than enough about gold.
Really? How much gold does it take to feed a family for life?
Less. Far less. Less than 100 times that.
And how much are you willing to give up for... and how much is that moonstone worth?
The world. Do you understand that if the Desolate King wins, you heard what Agramenevac said?
We'll be weaker and the and the Endenders will take over.
Do you want to see what a tide of undead look like?
Actually,
Where every death just makes him stronger?
I've thought about it a bit occasionally. The Desolate King wins. All of us become undead. Live under his rule.
Slaves.
It's not that different than what's happening now. Desolate King loses. We're still living under the fucking Buddha Cyrillin. We're Fetch and Sketch are living under the fucking dumb.
What is your fucking point?
I'm saying there's more shit than your fucking stupid ass albelisks out there keeping us down. But that's the only thing you're fixated on, is it? You only want help with that.
And what
That's
are
the
you
only reason
fixated
you're
on? You're fixated on Kaz? What about you?
what
have you got?
I want the fucking
You've got
money
nothing.
that'll get it.
I can give you money.
No, you can't.
I have 1,200 gold right now.
And you're gonna give that all to me right now?
Do you need it?
I'd be happy.
Is money all that you need?
The security it offers? Sure, why not?
And then what? You leave?
You hear the crunching of boots and a figure starting to approach, and as she comes past the torchlight, you see a lizard folk girl in plain clothes comes up. Money has never bought security. If anything, it makes things much more dangerous. You want security, you need allies. Branch.
Ah, see, she gets it.
fucking terrible at making them.
Well, he's learning. She does kind of like put a hand on your shoulder. On the topic of allies, I've brought some friends.
Who?
I don't want to interrupt anything, though. If
Whose shoulder?
On Branch's shoulder.
Okay.
It seems like there's a lot going on here. I'm not intruding, am I?
No, it's fine. I don't think that conversation was really going anywhere anyway. It's nice to see you.
Pleasure. He offers his hand to shake.
Yeah, she'll take it. She shakes it.
And Rafik.
Belle, pleasure to meet
And
you.
This is hot pirate guy that you fall for, Kaz.
Charmed again, I'm sure.
I am happy to meet you again. And she shakes her hand.
I'm switching the phone, be back.
Good luck.
Just to piss Branch off when she shakes my hand, I'm gonna like dip down and kiss her.
Incredible. Thank you guys all for. Oh, that's so good.
Slap the shit out of him. I can't slap him before he even is even able to like make contact.
Brant or Belle, you hear the shing of a dagger coming out, and she like pulls it up, and she's not holding it to your neck, but she gives these like darting, glaring eyes at you, Branch, and she says, "Branch, so help me God, if you fuck this up, they won't be your only enemies."
I thought she held the knife up to my knife.
Oh,
knife
no.
For a second.
Oh no! She hands her hand. She like after this, she like waves her hand at you, like, "Go ahead, do it, do it."
Kiss my hand.
Yeah, I do.
Perfect. She tucks the dagger back away. Thank you
Blue.
for taking care of my brother. I know he can be a lot sometimes, but he's learning.
I'll fight slow.
He's a slow learner.
Younger sibling, yes.
Oh my god, I don't actually remember. I think she is slightly older, right?
Yeah, she's slightly older.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
He's
God, my little brothers were never such shits.
I don't know if I'd call him a little shit. He's just very passionate. We just have to point that passion in the right direction. Right now, that
Yeah,
right
point it
direction
away from me.
is over there, and she kind of points towards the shadowy cliff's edge, looking out over the sea, where you guys have sat on that rock a few times. And you do see, now that she's pointed out, there's a handful of figures that are waiting over there. About 4 or 5 people, some of which look quite small.
Hey, so you're fine being over here? No one. Yeah, I'm sure you made no one tell you, but like, all records accounted for.
I'm not going to stay here all night, but we weren't followed, and I won't be missed for the night. I do go home after work. They don't check in on me at my house.
That's what I thought.
She kind of makes a point of either going ahead of the group or staying behind the group so that she can have you privately for a second, Brand.
Yeah.
That seemed pretty intense. What was that all about?
In the background, I'm just like griping at Kaz. Can't believe the little piece of shit. Fucking.
A lot of money and potential resources going to waste for a pretty selfish reason.
Were they your money and resources?
I was in the pot. I signed the contract to get them. So did he, but he was about to use them all.
That's tricky. Well, you know what they say. Financial disputes are the end of most adventuring parties. Afraid I can't help you without knowing the specifics, but if they're capable, sometimes it's worth taking one to keep a relationship going.
It's just the thought of that much going to waste.
How much are we
Kind of makes your heart sink. I don't know how much is like, and he'll whisper this fucking pebble of moonstone worth.
Jesus, Moonstone? Really?
We found it in the same place we found the Cyrilin messages.
Fuck, man, I don't really know for sure, but that's got to be at least like 1,000 gold, maybe a couple thousand. I don't know.
Yeah, you see where I'm coming from now. Okay.
That's pretty intense. Well, I'm going to stay out of that one because that could be trouble, but on the topic of making allies, and she kind of comes around through the trees and into the moonlight, where you see that there are a handful of figure is waiting. The tallest and most prominent of them is a woman. She appears to have horns, like a ram's horns, kind of curled out over her brow like a tiefling. She has the forked tail. She also has the fair skin and pointed ears of an elf. You imagine she's probably half-elf tiefling. You see that beside her there is a Kuatoa that has kind of the soft grayish green skin of a pufferfish and a big dead eye that kind of looks back at you. And then there is a trio of little goblins. And Belle kind of nods to them, and they nod back, and they look at you, Branch, and anybody else that came over here, Narafi and Kaz, I believe it was. And she says, I'd like you to meet the Dock Ward Art Club. And they all kind of like nod.
That's what you're calling yourselves?
It's what we are. It's how we met. We're all artists.
Oh.
She paints. Those three do sculptures. He does mostly murals on abandoned buildings.
Heyo.
Graffiti, nice.
Yeah. We have a lot to talk about. Is this place safe enough?
Yeah. I don't even think scrying gets through here with all the protections that get set up.
Well, we've been talking a little bit about the message that you gave us. And she nods over at Tintalia. Mind repeating it for little idiot here? Right. It's, frankly, groundbreaking. It's clear evidence that they have violated the Alliance. The tricky part is, what do we do with it? Who do we tell? Normally we would take it to Eden, but Eden is fucked off to the mountain. I think the next best thing we could do is take it to the heads of state for all the other Inner Kingdoms and hope that they're willing to kind of do what they wouldn't. Still, though, I have some connections from my old time as a counselor. I can try to make that happen if you'd like.
Uh-huh. What's the operation you're running here again?
Sorry, 30 seconds. Be right back.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, it's all good. It's okay.
So, painting abandoned buildings, huh? Love that. Keep those property values down. Fight the power.
I love how Branch is such a pot stirrer. I love it so much.
That's true.
Now I have to rob Narafi.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to tell him not to, because I know I have a feeling that you're gonna fucking steal it from him.
Oh, I actively brought this out. If he didn't leave, he would have known.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he could hear it. Like, Narafi pulled it out in front of everyone because he trusts. Like, this is the resources we need. I need it for my memories.
I mean, everybody else saw me hand over the short moonstone to Prospero and Argumentavex, so.
Yeah. That's somewhere in private?
No, I mean, it was in the middle of the tavern, so.
Oh, yeah. We saw that.
Anybody else have any moonstone they're holding out on?
Apparently, several of us.
I think Fetch is the only person in the party who doesn't give a crap about Moonstone.
Oh, I don't give a fuck either. I'm over there with you. I'm just like, y'all can just do whatever
maybe
you
that
want.
makes sense. Yeah, like, I don't know.
It probably didn't come across in Kaz's very small contribution to that argument, but he doesn't really care much about it either, and that's mostly because he doesn't probably truly understand the just how important it is on a magical scale. He just hears that it's worth a bunch of money, and he's like, okay, if it's just money, there are other ways we can make money.
Yeah,
that's his answer.
And I think while Kaz is walking with Rafik is like, this can bring back my senses, memories. This could bring back enough of it can bring me back to life.
Oh, well, that sounds great. Let's track more down. I don't think I can make an arm, but I don't think I can make a skin or senses or all of that.
You think I could turn him into a robot?
Would you want that?
Like Drifter?
Or like Jane?
Could you make a Jane?
Yeah. I'm not sure. With a bit of work, I could maybe make something autonomous, but it'd be closer
Because
to
Jane is the closest to living that I have seen anything like her.
Something like that is probably outside of my area of expertise for now. But
For now,
maybe if I, spend some more time studying her manual, uh, get my hands on some of those Tesseract blueprints, instructions, those sort of things, just talk to somebody, just to talk to them. I could learn.
how are you still single, Kaz?
Is that a trick question?
No,
Bachelor for life.
I don't know either. I'm very good with my hands. I
Bill
thought
kind
that's
of
what
turns
the...
it. Oh, not for life. Not if I have anything to do with it.
What? Oh, right.
French just breathes in, just like hand to forehead, like almost hyperventilate. Anyway,
you're very
Going
strong genetic,
full rig,
very desirable.
just going full Rigby right now.
full
Oh.
Rigby.
I've never been called an undesirable before. That one kind of hurt.
No, no, very desirable.
Oh, I heard that wrong.
Yeah, I'm walking, so there's some echoes and wind.
Essentially, you asked what the operation was, and Bell says, "Oh, right, proper introductions are in order." Let's see. The goblins are Herring, Jean, and Shepherd, and one by one they go, "Orphan, orphan, orphan." That's Fuji. Yes, I am also just an urchin. And that is Dentalia, former counselor on the Eden Prime Senate, and painter. And Bell is just like, we met through art club. That really is all there is to it. We would go down to the docks, and there was an old warehouse that we had turned into one of those hippie commune things.
Yeah. You're hanging out with you're part of that crowd now.
Sure, why not? I thought it would be a good way to practice. I always wanted to learn to draw.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, some of their messages started to get political, and about a year or two ago, he did this like really provocative piece where one of the he had to stick up his ass, a serial guard that has been a problem over on the southern ward of the docks for a long time, was getting his throat slit by a fishing hook, and 2 days later someone found him dead with his throat slit with a fishing hook. We thought we would be implicated, so we laid low for a couple of weeks, but nobody came for us. And then a couple of weeks later, we decided to test the waters a little bit. So we started to, we did some graffiti of one of their warehouses on fire, and 3 days later, the warehouse burned down. This is really all I can tell you, because it's kind of all we know is we do art, and a few days later it happens.
Is that where the fucking lights you made are from? This ain't no story, right? Like, you're not fucking with me.
They all kind of like shake their heads. And one of the comments like, I would be a revolutionary if I thought I could get away with it, but frankly I don't think that they would, because they're very, very skeptical about goblins up there, and I'm very conspicuous because I talk a lot. But if I could get away with bombing a building myself, I would do it, but I can absolutely get away with just painting a building, and they'll just do what I do in the painting. And if things keep happening that I paint in the paintings, I'm going to keep painting the paintings of the bad people getting blown up.
So, like, rubs his head a little, like he does whenever Baby Boy talks to him, and just nods. Yeah.
Kind of like painting terrorists, except we don't do any terrorism, we just do the painting part, and then the terrorism happens.
What? Do you know why no one came for you?
Art is so inspiring.
It sure is.
Dantalia kind of says, I have wondered the same. Surely they could indict us on conspiracy, if nothing else, but I suspect it's because we've only really targeted the Cyrillil and Aevans, and Aeva is a goddess of art. There's no way she would send people to shut down the free expression of art. It's the cornerstone of their society.
Oh, I gotcha.
Just a guess, I don't know. I suspect every day that I'll come home and find an Inquisitor waiting for me.
Oh, they've been acting pretty blasphemous lately. If you remember.
I was a little surprised that they took action after the bombing of the temple, and I must stress, that was not us. I don't know who that was. I suspect it was maybe the same person.
I know full well about who did that, and I'm thinking of breaking him out of prison soon.
That's good to know. If you need any help, we can paint it, see if it happens.
He looks at the fucking ragtag group of art terrorists, and so what's the most outlandish thing you could do? Have you tested it? Have you painted like a treasure chest of like a lot of gold, and then looked in the area that you painted it in? Or have you painted, like, I don't know, someone slipping on a banana peel into like a cart of oranges, which then caused the oranges to roll out of the cart and onto the foot of like a guard you didn't really like, who then impaled himself in specifically the left eye? Does it get that specific?
Can you paint like sequential events? Like, can you do comics?
So the little pufferfish, Kuatoa, steps up and says, "Hi, I'm Fuji. I have been curious myself what the limits of our supernatural ability is and whether it is in fact supernatural or not. So I did a little bit of testing. I did a giant orange falling from the sky and crushing the temple, and that did not happen. But on the other hand, I drew a picture of some communication devices being dropped in a barrel down by the docks, and I showed up 4 days later and there was a barrel full of communication devices. So I don't know."
So these little fucking art nerds have created a Death Note. Except they paint pictures in it.
It just seems it has to be reasonable. Like, obviously an orange can't fall. Like
right, exactly.
Yeah,
like the Death Note. Like
what kind of communication devices showed up in this barrel?
Actually, one of the reasons that we decided to come is because we thought that based on Belle's description that you might be able to use some of them. And the little fish kind of reaches into his backpack and he fishes out like, let me double check. I think it was 12.
He fishes out.
He fishes out. He fishes out 12 little earrings. They're kind of just like clip-ons. They don't actually pierce, but they look like earrings. It's little silver devices that clip around the outside of your ear, and each of them has a little cyan or lightly blue-colored gemstone. Essentially, as best as I can tell, you just put them on, and everybody who's wearing one can hear anything that you telepathically send to anybody else wearing one. There's only like 6 of us, and we got like 20 of them in a barrel. So if you want these, you can have them.
That's very useful, actually. I can. And
this is, of course, contingent on you keeping our identities secret.
Of course, I already forgot who you are.
Yeah, I already forgot all your names.
Great. Awesome.
And Branch doesn't wink.
If there's one thing that I've always aspired for in art, is to be lost to obscurity for my craft.
Well, I mean, your work carries on, doesn't it, or something like that? What if you get remembered after you die? Someone could bring you back and then show you that. Undeath is pretty common, apparently.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because most artists aren't truly recognized until after their death, so anonymity is great for you, right?
In truth, I care much more about being alive than being recognized. I would rather remain living for a long time, even if it is anonymous.
Yeah. Sorry if this is a lot to take in. I'm just still you. And you're not responsible for the church being set on fire.
No, I did not do that. And the goblin's like, we didn't do it. And the elf's like, it wasn't me either. We had done a number of murals depicting similar things, but I think we were all a little scared to test on the temple. Between you and me, my biggest 2 theories are either that we have simply inspired the populace of Famador to do our bidding, or it's divine. Perhaps Giza or somebody has looked down on us favorably and is doing miracles. And if it was the latter, I didn't want to start a God's War. Those usually don't go well.
We've got enough people here that at least someone could probably look at it. The spot you're talking about, to see if there's anything going on, right?
You're very welcome to if you'd like. Our murals are, as you said, graffiti. I guess there really isn't a better word for it. Is all over the lower wards of Famador. as far as I can tell, none of it's magical. There's no aura on it. I'm not a particularly talented spellcaster, but I can at least detect magic, and there's nothing that I found.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. And he turns to Bell specifically, but like all of them. So, where'd the magic come from?
Well, one of the things that we did as we put up some graffiti, essentially telling a story of brave rebels who needed armaments, so they prayed to the heavens, and the gods sent a bunch of gold and spell books and training materials in a crate to a fishing store. And, it showed up 4 or 5 days later. There was a big book on there on basic divine magic. I studied for a couple of years.
While I was gone?
Yeah. It's, you were gone for a while.
I know. I guess it's more than enough to learn how to throw up some lights, right?
7 years is a long time.
7, yeah.
Anyway, all of this is to say that this is it. This is the underground connections I was telling you about. We're an art club, but apparently we've either caught the attention of something powerful or of a lot of someone's powerful or something. We have some sway over the ability for things to happen in Famador, is all I can really say. And she has a lot of political knowledge. She understands the workings of a Dendric society and government. And please don't share her name anywhere. She really doesn't like to have that shared. She nods in the background, the elf.
Yeah, gotcha, done. So, the covert ops thing you did when you found out that they were building something under your family door, it really wasn't as elaborate as I thought it was going to be. Here I imagined you were already running some fucking well-armed special ops organization, which I guess you are, but I didn't expect it to look like this. No offense, guys.
None taken. That one was a little unusual, actually. We were branching out, and we tried a puppet show, and we told a story about a secret underground base and how some brave heroes broke in and drew pictures of everything that they found, and then they put it in a bottle by the sea. And I shit you not, 4 days later we found a bottle by the sea with all these drawings. Some of them are hard to make out. I think whoever did it is not a very good artist. And in the background, the Dentalia says, "That's one of my main suspicions that this is not Jesus' work, or even an angel of Jesus. Surely the art would be better." And she does kind of fish out a bunch of these, crude charcoal drawings on rolled up parchment. And it just kind of depicts this big underground bunker that is clearly, decorated like a temple. It looks very Avon, very Cyrillil in nature. But you can see that in the center of it, there's this big circular platform that it's under construction. And you can see that there are, gemstones inlaid around it. It looks like the start of some sort of a magical circle of some sort.
You think this is what they want all the moonstone for?
I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. All I know is that someone or something broke into this place and saw this inside.
All right. Forgive me for asking, but you didn't paint yourself as some kind of immortal or something, right? Make sure there were some more securities on you than just, the magic you got.
Shepard, one of the goblins, chimes in. "I drew myself with a 12-foot penis and it didn't happen. I don't think we can do that to ourselves."
Damn shame. Can you draw me with a 12-foot penis?
What would you do with it?
You wouldn't want a 12-foot penis.
You don't tell me what I want and
Thank
what I don't want.
Not
Look.
like that, Jimmy. I just want to.
I know it's a kink for a lot of you little freaks out there.
The amount of blood that would fill it would kill you 3 times
Right.
over.
And even if you had enough blood for it, let's forget physics. You wouldn't be able to move.
I can fuck 14 people at the same time.
No, that's not how that would work. You
Also-
would be able to fuck anyone.
If you were a vampire, the blood wouldn't even matter.
True, how do vampires have sex?
They
With their penis and vagina.
or other parts of their body.
Or other
both.
parts if they are in... humans. Maybe they have a cloaca, whatever.
The point here is that I don't. If we're working for something supernatural, it has some restrictions on what it will or won't do with us. I really have to say, I don't know if this is supernatural. I think it is something else. I don't know if maybe there's an even more secret society that is for some reason taking orders from us or what. But it just seems like when we do any sort of a public art display, it can be done. It gets done. I don't know.
What if it is just pure chance and
That
God.
seems highly improbable. Really? Just chance that all of these things would come true? I don't think that that's accurate at all.
What's the chance that that someone you'd wrong you've wronged shows up to you? You meet someone you've wronged but completely by accident, like 7 years later, completely randomly when they have a job that like takes them across the entire world.
Belle kind of looks at you a little bit. But before she can say anything, Dentalia speaks up. There are many gods and goddesses of fate that could orchestrate such a thing. I suppose it's possible.
And this is you know it sounds crazy, right?
Yeah, I admit it felt crazy for a long time. It was like living a dream. The thought that any of this would have any real impact on anything. We were just trying to make the lower wards a bit more pretty.
I mean, you are, at least. But at this, go ahead. No, you say it.
To our immediate ends, I can hold on to the message if you want and try to see if I can dig up any of my old contacts, although it has been literally decades since I've been in politics, and I don't know who is still around and who would even still care about my connections. I wasn't exactly popular at the time anyway, since I was voting for aiding in Rosenrock. But I might be able to pull some strings, seed this out to the other nations, get in touch with movers and shakers who could actually act on this information. Or you're very welcome to have it back if you want and think you could do better. I just don't know who you would take it to. My best recommendation is take it to the other inner kingdoms, Wexisas and the Hiddlins, and talk to people in charge. Talk to their rulers of state. Have them verify with magic, and if enough of them are all on board, they could start a joint war on Cyrillin if they want to go to war over it. At the very least, they could try to put an embargo on them like they did back in the Golden Wars.
What if we gave it to another organization that is already against Cyrillin to try and bolster their effort?
Certainly.
Say,
who do you got?
I know a Zorakai.
Bell kind of says, I don't know if there's anything you could do to make the Zorakai hate the Cyrillin government any more than they already do. It's more of a question of funding than hatred for them. Their economy has been bled dry because they're vassalized. They are taxed to hell and back.
Yeah, but imagine it. One of them comes out with information they managed to like sleuth up of the Cyrillins immediately being kind of shitty. It put a lot of I guess coming from them, it wouldn't look as it would look more like propaganda than anything else. But yeah, maybe it's not the best idea.
Dentalia kind of chimes in. No, you're onto something. Nothing we do is going to make Blimidil more aggressive to Cyrillin. However, if Blimidil is the one that presents this evidence to the Hiddlins and Wexisas and Avarice, they would be more willing to listen to them than to a bunch of urchins and street orphans doing graffiti in the lower wards of Famador.
Yeah.
That's a very reasonable point. If you present this evidence to somebody else and have them present it to the other nations, they might listen better. Push our way up to the top. That's actually pretty clever.
Yeah. I felt the same way about all the other evidence. There's no way anyone is gonna listen about any of this shit to me. Also, maybe this is a bit of a pipe dream, but with the amount of heat I have on me, the amount I'm already like seen as an ally to the person who burned down the fucking church. I think my name might carry a bit of weight to people who don't actually like Ava that much, or the current rule of Ava that much.
The goblin in the back, Herring, says, I thought I recognized you. Your posters are up all over town. There's wanted posters all over for you. I painted the mustache on the bottom of them, and you don't have a mustache, so apparently the magic didn't work.
He instinctively like goes to feel his like lips for a bit, is like, and then realizes how stupid what he's doing is. Like, yeah, okay.
Jean is like, I knew it wasn't magic. It's not magic. I can tell you it's not magic. Why would it not be magic?
That's good to know. Well, what would you want from me, aside from what I've already given you? Like, what do you think you can get from? I don't know. Anyone else?
All three of the goblins simultaneously are like, food, sex.
I'll just look at fuckboy Kaz over there and say like, oh, he'll handle the last one. I don't think Fineless here.
In the background, that Kaz, you breed a basic slime with an alkaline slime and make a neutral slime. The applications are endless.
The two goblins elbow the last one. Oh, right, food would be good. We can't eat art.
There's a fucking pantry in that tavern over there full of it. We have a talking cat that, yeah.
They literally just start running.
Glad they're having some. They got something out of this.
Can I spook them?
Yeah, back in the tavern, all of you guys see three goblins you've never seen before just barge in, climb over the bar, run back into the kitchen, and start devouring food.
I'll
join
come
them.
over to, like,
I kill them.
I'll walk over like, what are you doing? And then I'm going to try to scare it.
These people broke into our tavern and are eating all of our shit.
Yeah, go ahead and give me your intimidation check. Tex, you can also help if you're trying to help. Or you can give me a separate intimidation roll. Yo! Yeah, dude, it's a goblin, 16 hits.
But they're experiencing such joy.
Don't kill them. I just want to spook them.
Is your intent to instantly kill this goblin, Tex?
How useful does he look?
He looks like a goblin child.
Wait, you're gonna have to back this one up a little bit.
Okay, all right. The man outside said that they could come in here because we were hungry, and he said, "What can we do for you?" And he was like, "Oh, there's food in the cabin, and we can just come and have some bread."
Not that part. Just said he looks like a goblin child, but one of them asked for sex.
Listen, we were all teenagers.
I mean, yeah. Are these goblins have tails, or are they just regular?
Oh, what a great question. Goblins? I think, you know what? Give me a d20 and tell me what you want.
I'm just spooking all of them.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. They look like whatever you want to look like.
Cool. He's got a little tail. I pounce on it and essentially use it to trip him and just face it to the ground.
Hell yeah.
Jump onto his back and look at the others. I'm like, the fuck are you doing eating my food?
I'm sorry. Listen, the nice man outside said that we could come have some food because we did some help with the painting and we made magic happen in the city, but it's not really magic. He says it's not magic. It's just like the people helping maybe, or maybe we got the god's attention. I couldn't really tell, but we painted a lot of pretty pictures and then they came true. And then we came here, we got some things and we gave gifts to your friends. And your friend said, we can come in here. There's lots of food in the cabinet. We can just eat bread.
Which friend?
You paint magic pictures and they come true.
Yeah. No, they're not magic. Yeah, they're magic.
Okay. Does this feel like something that the Dark King would do?
Oh, boy.
A Daemon Lore?
Give me a Daemon Lore check. Why not? Sure.
Or does it just feel like a Daemon in general?
Does
We're
this
late.
sound like anything that I possibly could know of?
You can also give me like
Damn.
occultism or your best magic check, I guess,
Okay.
or religion.
Would this be identifying magic for the sense of Eldritch researcher?
So it's hard. You roll it as if it was. It's hard for me to say yes or no without confirming or denying whether or not this is actually magic.
And then if that's a failure, I can re-roll it.
Okay.
So let me know.
Go ahead and give me a reroll.
Do I keep that modifier?
Yes.
The +1?
Yes. Okay. Tex. You've certainly heard lots of stories of lots of different monsters. You know, especially there are lots of daemons and witches and hags and fey creatures and echo-fey creatures that use art as like a medium for their magic. That's very common. Mirrors are also very common. Sculptures are very common. It's not unusual for art to be tied to magic. You've never heard a tale that specifically and exactly matches what they're saying, and certainly not like 3 goblins doing it. It's usually like, oh, the weird witch in the mountains draws pictures or makes a voodoo doll, and then, you know, you die 3 days later. It's stuff like that.
Right.
So, you know, you've got some tangential stories, but nothing that lines up perfectly. Baby Boy, likewise, you have heard, especially about books where you write in the book and then it becomes true, or you write in the book and then it can't become true, or a book that automatically writes itself based on what's happening. So again, you've heard lots of different stories about art being used as a medium for magic, and especially as like a divination thing, a thing that either predicts the future or makes something happen.
This is the end of session. Can I go ahead and just use a hero point, see if I can roll better?
Sure. Using the first roll because it was better. The closest thing that you can come up with is, again, Jiza is the god of art, and also kind of a god of like, a god of godlessness, a god of blasphemy, a god of fuck the establishment, a god of uncomfortable truths. He seems like the sort of guy that would be behind this sort of thing. However, there's one detail that is really pertinent to you, and Baby Boy doesn't know this yet, but it will become known to you if you follow up on it. Jiza was a very good painter. His angels all make beautiful art. It sounds like whatever is cooperating here is not a good artist. The charcoal drawings were kind of shitty. They were just like shitty diagrams. That will be a point against that being the case if you find out about it at some point.
Gotcha. I will, as I'm walking into here being all spooky, I will grab something off a top shelf, like, oh, try these, it's very good.
Oh, thank you. Is that bread? I love bread. Bread's great. Can we have any other?
But at the same time, I'm still being super creepy and scary.
One of the goblins has found beer. The beer's gone now.
All right, guys, calm down, relax.
He belches really loud.
The gravy is right here. You guys are eating bread?
Jump up to that bowl of gravy and they just start going to town on
Just lick it out. My God. What do you think, right?
We've all seen, like, 3 ravenous dogs fighting over the same bowl of food before. We know how this goes.
As, like, I'm assuming fucking, like, cartoon plate crashing sounds are happening in the tavern. For sure. I didn't say that to them. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sure you didn't. I say as I slowly pull the bowl of gravy away from the fighting dogs.
Oh, no, I'm not there. But like,
yeah, this is back out here.
This is back there. I said that to Belle.
Yeah, so Belle's like, God, I might cover for you. Frankly, I think you need to be a little more open with your dudes. I know you said you were working with the guild, but it seems like you're mostly fighting with the guild.
It's complicated. These guys aren't completely working for them either. They all have their own things going on. He's not part of the guild.
Kid, I got news for you. That's how you get working with the guild. You use them and you keep doing jobs for them until suddenly you realize it's been 6 years and you're still doing jobs for the guild.
I'll fucking stop eventually. Listen, I'm not going to do this for the rest of my life.
She raises her eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, I made connections too. He has a boat.
A boat? Oh,
yeah.
wow.
It's pretty.
She comes over. It's like, tell me about your boat.
It's cannons.
I'm going to fucking like
really
grab
that's
her.
Actually fucking hot.
I'm going to like grab her and do the like larger sibling thing of like try and give her a fucking noogie and restrain her.
I'm making friends. Come on.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a great friend you've made. His heart's already taken, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah,
He
it's
said he
by
was
someone who knows how to cook.
Oh, I could probably figure it out.
I don't know if you can do eggs like him.
Oh,
Can you do eggs like him?
him. I see. I don't know. I can cook an egg. Not great, but maybe.
Yeah. Maybe get some lessons from Madre before you try. Okay, are you the only one of your ragtag group working directly under the Cyrillans right now? I know you're undercover and all that, but
well,
is anyone giving you trouble there? Like, Selenay is a massive bitch, right?
I wasn't running into a lot of trouble, although they certainly have noticed that I've been taking weird breaks lately, so maybe we should cool it and use that comms device. I'll make sure to keep mine on when I can.
Yeah.
The others don't really use them unless we're out doing graffiti. It is worth mentioning, if you guys end up using them, be aware that we might be out doing graffiti, so, we might be able to hear you.
Oh, so everyone on the line hears it whenever you're talking
on the
in
shared
this?
line hears everything. We've also considered that whoever gave us these, or whatever gave us these, might have one at home, so don't use it for anything terribly sensitive. We have been thinking about trying to find like an artificer to see if we can sever that link and make a closed circuit, but none of us have any money.
Draw it. Draw the money.
Have you tried, here, hold on. And I'm gonna, like, take one off of, I don't know, someone's right ear. Are they all wearing them on the same ear, I guess?
They're not currently wearing them, but they have a box with a bunch of them, and they'll fish out their own personal ones if you ask for it, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanna kind of troubleshoot and see if, like, maybe if you wear them on your right ear, it's one channel.
This is so stupid. Give me a D20.
Also, this ragtag art group is currently the most powerful character in this game. They are stronger than everyone else.
Unfortunately, you find that no matter where you attach it, it's the same channel, and you do also find that it can be attached pretty much anywhere. A fact that is confirmed with you when you give it back to Fuji, and having no earlobes, he just kind of clips it to his tongue. Thankfully, the lift doesn't come through in telepathy.
Oh.
These kids are such fucking nerds. I love it.
They're gonna draw themselves having sex with your mom if you're not careful.
It'd be a good way to. Oh, that'd be a good way to find Fetch's mom. Draw them having sex with his mom.
Again, it can only work if
How
it's
much-
probable.
You're gonna have to convince one of the goblins to do that. My work is too good for smut. I wouldn't debase myself by drawing such lewd acts.
It's how you get money.
Yeah, I know.
Why would you draw sex?
Oh, you know,
Just go watch it.
That'll go have it.
How much money do you need to make this channel private?
Just how much money do you need in general? What could you use?
I mean, and Bella's like, we could all use somewhere to live. We're living in a warehouse by the docks. That's how this commune started. We pay just enough to have a little bit of muscle watch the door so that we don't get robbed. And we buy fish. And sometimes, if we can afford it, a little bit of lobster. We eat what we can. We eat what's cheap. And then we paint. And sometimes, here's the thing. We're known as an art collective. People know that we are doing some of these murals. Sometimes we'll get little donations, but it's not like people are really, throwing gold at us for painting tags on walls.
Yeah, no one in Family Lore has that kind of money.
Yeah, exactly.
We do.
Except, if I give you 300 gold right now, you're not telling any of the goblins.
They're part of the fish. Like, yeah, done, deal.
All
Yeah, they
right,
don't need to know shit. We'll buy them food. That's fine.
I hand Belle 300.
She takes it and she kind of tucks it away. All right.
That going to be enough for, I don't know, how long will that last?
This will keep all of us fed for 2 years. This is... you're really making bank over here, aren't you?
Not just fed, but like your operation. Can you live comfortably? Can you do shit comfortably? Can you do shit well?
We could buy a couple of flats. Yeah, this is just certainly. Yeah, we might even. I mean, if we are careful with it, we could probably get out of the lower ward.
Yeah. Plus, it sounds like they need you down there.
Well, right. I mostly just meant like
Living,
you know, like the ramps, somewhere nice.
Yeah. And your employer ain't gonna notice your sudden uptick in lifestyle after whatever they're paying you.
I am not going to be wearing new perfume or anything like that. No.
Damn, you're never gonna get him then. No, look at Kaz again. But
it sounds like he might play for the other team anyway. Damn shame.
I think it's both, actually. I don't know.
Ah, well, if
No,
that's
she's
the
right.
ca- Ah,
Sorry, hon.
it's all right. Whoever he is, I'm sure he's very lucky.
Perception check on Kaz.
Does this mean that Kaz was just doing this just to get under Branch's skin? Because that's even
100%.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Never met a gay man who kisses a woman's hand? Like, that's...
Yeah. That's what gay men do.
Yeah, that's what we do. It's what we're born to do.
On the topic.
He's either a gay man or a nice guy.
We should probably be getting back before any of us are missed or before our shit gets stolen. Is there anything that we can do? So first of all, do you want to keep the message or do you want us to try to get in touch with people? How do you want to handle that?
I guess it's better in my hands now. I didn't know what kind of operation you were running, and frankly, I'm not sure if I can trust you with it right now. I'm curious about you, and he points to Dantalia and is like, what happened? Why are you used to be a councilwoman?
Yeah, I was a counselor for a couple of 100 years. I never climbed the ranks because I didn't really play their games very much. And as she's saying this, she comes over and hands the message back to you. They called me a warmonger, but I thought we had an obligation to protect our friends in Rosin Rock. I got outvoted tremendously, and then eventually, well, you know what happened. Actually, maybe you don't. You're pretty young. Do you remember anything about the apocalypse? Did they teach you that in school these days?
I think Bell and Branch barely attended school, considering money stuff.
Right. Anyway, the short version of this story is that the Adendric government failed those people. It led to an apocalypse, and when the apocalypse happened, they abandoned the people and have fucked off to the mountain. I decided about that time that I had no interest in being a Adendric, and certainly not an Adendric politician anymore, and I usually keep that shit under wraps so I don't get lynched by angry citizens. So, I would prefer if you can also keep that a little discreet. But I do at least have some knowledge of how the inner workings happen. I can try to get in touch with people or pull some favors. There's not much I can do since I'm no longer working there, but I can at least maybe provide some intel. At the very least, if your plan is to take this to Blimadil, you're going to want to get in touch with not only local mayors and lords, but the head of the Spirit Weavers, and if I remember correctly, they mostly make their headquarters on an island off the shore to the north. I don't remember the name.
Isles?
No, the Whistling Isles are far, far to the east. But
gotcha.
Ask around. They'll be able to point you in the right direction. Any good Spirit Weaver should know about the island.
Okay. Well, that's actually fantastic. No, thank you. And I'll let you know if we ever need help with political contacts. But yeah, I'll keep it under wraps.
Right.
So will you guys, right?
Of course, Belkin chimes in. I don't know how we've gotten away with all this for as long as we have, but we're all kind of trying to just write it out as carefully as we can, and we're all kind of expecting to wake up to an Inquisitor in the morning, and we've got a plan for that. It's not a very good one, but we do have a plan.
Tripwire, painted tripwire that causes your house to catch fire whenever an Inquisitor shows up.
That's a pretty good plan, too. Maybe we'll try that.
I'd rather you not burn to death.
No, I would also like to not burn to death. I have seen what that looks like, and it's pretty ugly.
I saw you talking to him that one time. Don't ask how. They just got a lot of magic here.
She squints. Wait, what?
Odd.
Are you spying on me?
No,
She looks.
I was spying on Claude, and then you showed up.
Oh. You're spying on Claude? Well, typical Edgeset behavior. You're a little freak.
Oh, yeah. Oh, says the fucking hipster painter over here.
Well, at least what we're doing is good for society.
Yeah.
Listen, we can't stick around all night. We got the letter handed out. We'll let you hold on to that. If you need to get in touch with us, you know where to find me.
Will you ring if I put the earring on?
Yeah, I don't keep it on all the time. I don't wear it at work because wearing a wire to work doesn't seem super smart.
Yeah.
You know? Guys, I'm just now, for the first time in my entire life, understanding the joke behind a copper wire being the material component for the message spell.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, how it's been
Telephone.
7 years. Cricket had one and I didn't catch this joke.
7 long years.
God damn it. Amazing. Anyway. If there's nothing else, we'll probably go get some of that bread too, if that's alright, and then head back down.
There might be some people who try to stop you, so I'll escort you down.
Sure.
No, walk with me. I'll make sure you get in all right. I'll show you where to keep the good stuff.
Eventually,
If more
you
people
guys...
come in, I'm gonna scare. If more people come in, I'm gonna scare.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, you do see this new
I'm
people
gonna
show up.
hide behind the bar and then pop out. They're like booga booga, and I'm gonna.
Amazing. Give me an intimidation check.
We've got this one freak here who likes scaring people. By the way, he's
Oh
yeah.
shit! Oh my god, that is What are
It's so rude.
So rude.
Oh shit. Ugh. What are you?
Belle is like startled at first. You see that she's genuinely scared, and then she like tries to play it. I was like, oh, that's just gross. That's just gross. But you can tell like her heart is racing. She was startled for sure.
Oh, are you here for the food?
Yeah. Branch said we could have some.
Oh yeah, your friends over here. They've eaten everything.
Jesus Christ, baby boy.
Don't even try. Just smile, nod.
I like to believe that like people get terrified and then they just get really confused. They're like, oh, huh.
He's speaking some eldritch tongue.
Wonderful. We are probably going to wrap up soon. We're way over time. But as a note, if Belle sticks around for a little longer and has private conversations, she probably does kind of like check in with each of you to see what Branch is like up here. But we should probably play that out later, so we'll kind of save that for another session. That could
An
turn into a
insufferable
conversation.
piece of shit.
Yeah, I have a conversation with Branch.
Yeah, you walked up on that conversation.
Excellent. We are like an hour and a half over, so we will play out some of these conversations when we can. But I do think we need to start wrapping up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, guys, this has been Wild, folks. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you for staying. I know you were talking about needing to leave early, and I appreciate you staying this late because it was very helpful to have Baby Boy here for all this.
Oh, I'm Baby Boy. Also, it's a good thing that I'm up, but I'll say it after we get off stream.
Okay, gotcha.
All right.
Bye, fans.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, urgent hand raise from Biscuit. What's up?
Yeah, I want to go to Bombadil real quick.
Okay. It's like a 30-minute walk. You got go through the portal. What's up?
And I'm gonna go this minute.
Bye.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children they fed to outnumber the stars. Oh, eastward of Eden, where day turns to dark. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants they burned us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heaven doth hail. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden.